Hey, good evening. Yes, it is. Let's see here. It is what, Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday at about 11:15 my time, and I'm gonna do a quick unleash. You know what? When I say it's quick, those usually last about 5 hours. But anyways, two reasons why I'm doing it. One, Trina Porter was bored, and I don't like when she's bored. And two, I just got done listening to some things from Unirock, and I'm just dying. So I figured I'd just make it a group thing. And by the way, I'll probably set it up so that people can come in if they want to. Man, I look huge on here. I'm gonna try to hang on. I took a long nap today. I'm kind of still waking up, and I just had some coffee. Just coffee. Uh, but one second here. Let me fix that. But anyways, yeah. So I don't usually watch Unirock, obviously, because I mean everything he says is just utterly shit. But he was on his Rock a Lot channel, and I happened to be just listening, just because I was like, "What the fuck is this?" about his interview with Kyle tomorrow, and like everything he said was wrong, like legit everything he said. I was like, oh, "Is this right? No. Is that right? No. Is there anything that's right?" And I was kind of hoping that maybe you guys were watching, and maybe you guys would actually point out what you thought were wrong too, because I swear I don't think I heard him say anything that was correct. Um, but I guess he's going to do an interview with Kyle tomorrow, and he thinks I'm shitting bricks. I'm like, I'm looking forward to this, and yes, I will be streaming the audio and the live chat to my channel. If you want to strike me on it, Rock, be my guest. I'm just going to fight you on it, and you can sue me. By the way, you're wrong. My lawyer did not quit. Again, another thing you got wrong, shockingly. He went to another law firm, but he still wants to finish this legal thing out. He still 100% wants to make sure that everything's okay. But he turned me over to the senior partner. So I have the senior partner, Scott, who is my lawyer, who I talked to first thing this morning. So, and by the way, the courts will be having Kyle sign over the channel to me soon. Soon. I'm not going to give a date, but soon. Anything he does to the channel will be considered contempt at this point. I have legal ownership according to the courts. They are just enforcing the ruling to have him turn it over to me. But believe what you want, Uni. The records are actually public. I will put the link in the video description. So if anybody wants to go check those out, by all means. But yes, I have actually won the court case, Uni. By default, it is a 50-50 partnership that was established. And I don't know why you think you're judge and jury on something that has already been established to the court, that I have a legal ownership of the channel, and we're just legit waiting for the judge to sign that, to have Kyle have 14 days to turn over to me. And like I said, that will happen soon. I'm suspecting I'm gonna give it 30 days at most. Okay, so still some time away, but we'll throw that out there for about 30 days. But they did tell me that it will be soon. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So I think Unirock screwed the pooch royally on that one. And I think that Kyle is making a huge mistake thinking that he's going to be telling Unirock more shit tomorrow. But hey, I'll be listening in. I'm going to be having it on my main channel. And like I said, Kyle, Unirock, you can't strike me on that because that's fair use. I don't care about your video because I don't really want to see your freaking ugly face. But I will be putting the audio up, and I will put your live chat on so we can discuss it in real time, because there's so many things wrong with Kyle's narrative. It boggles my mind that anybody even remotely at this point wants to take him in any remotely as somebody who's telling the truth. I mean, let's just start at the beginning. He has supposedly books that he has, right? He admitted in the death of, in the Who's Telling the Truth, that it was in the Death of Non Sequitur show, he admitted it was a 50-50 partnership in his own words. Yes, we had a 50-50 partnership. Boom, done. I mean, he said, yes, we had a 50-50 partnership. For him to come back and change that later on. By the way, the Death of Non Sequitur show was entered into evidence for the court case. Again, go look at the court case. I'll put the link right here in the live chat here, and then I'm going to read the live chat here in a second. I'm not ignoring you, Trina. I would never ignore you. You know that. But I am kind of doing this because she was just bored tonight, and I was having fun listening to that whatever the hell it was on his channel. I was talking to a few people during it. I'm like, is this for real? Is this really happening? It's like living in bizarro world with these people. I mean, we're up is down, black is white. Everything is just complete opposite from reality. Okay, so that's actually the court records right there. I guess I could put them in the live thing right now. Here, so I mean the description: court records, and the case number is, so you guys don't have to like search for too much. They don't make it too easy to find. Okay, that's in there. So that's the case number. So go ahead and look it up. Yeah, it's already been decided that it was 50-50 partnership. It has already been decided that the ownership of the channel is going to go to me. It's just a matter of enforcing it and ordering Kyle to do so. And anything he does to the channel will be considered contempt at this point. Talking to my lawyer this morning, we will be issuing an emergency injunction if anything happens to the channel, and asking the judge for an arrest warrant for contempt, because at that point it is in violation of the directive of the default judgment that the ownership of the channel will be going to me. You know, the judge had to sign it yet. That is the intent of the court, as the lawyer had put it. So go ahead, do what you got to do. But I'm happy to go have Kyle be arrested if he tries to do anything. And I think Unirock enabling that is just fine. All right, so what do we got for questions here? Anybody any questions? Did anybody watch it, by the way? Did anybody watch that nonsensical rant? First, he was saying that I'm drunk on vodka. I don't even like vodka. Anybody knows me knows I don't like vodka. I like spiced rum, but I drink it very infrequently because I have a hernia and stomach ulcers, or pre-stomach ulcers they're called. I don't drink alcohol that much. And so that makes no sense. And he also said Red Bull was food. I thought that was fascinating. Red Bull is, I guess, technically food, beverage, but if you want to think that Red Bull is food, sure, whatever. I don't know if he's still alive or not. I stopped watching Helios. But I guess he has 3 questions he's gonna ask Kyle. But my questions are simple. Where's the books? Where's this money that had the income and outcome? By the way, the books are called the P&L report. This is what we were asking for. Me, my attorney in fact, which was Glenn Williamson, who's not my attorney. I have actual real attorneys, and Bullinator and Red's Rhetoric. Where is that P&L? If this was supposed to be a business enterprise, you said you had a P&L. Where is it? Where's the money? Now Unirock says, well, there's no money left because he had overhead he was spending on the channel. Really? How much money do you spend on a channel? I'm sorry. That channel was making $5,000 to $6,000 a month, and he spent that on the channel. And then he before said, no, there's money waiting for Steve, right? And by the way, I said pay me however you want numerous times to Kyle. I was like, I don't give a shit how you pay it. I even have in the video him asking me, how do you want it? I don't give a shit. Just give me the money. He said wait till April 15th or after April 15th. That's all. He's like, wait till April 15th is over so we could do all the taxes and make sure everything's done right. I said, fine. Don't pay me until then. That's holding the money. But I was like, according to them, but I mean, like, fine. I said, make sure your rent's paid because he used Patreon to pay rent. I said, make sure that you pay your expenses, which he had expenses, obviously, which was basically traveling and, well, he had expenses. And what was the other thing I said? I'm trying to remember. Well, basically, I was like, just make sure you're taken care of, before you do anything. So, can I address Anna Arias' new video? No, I don't watch Anna Arias, so I wouldn't be able to address her new video. All I know is she's a smear merchant, and people have been basically commenting to me that she has gone so far beyond reality and over the top that, I'm like, okay, whatever. I kind of figured that, so. Uni and Kyle have a strict script to go by. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. Where's the money? Where's the books? I mean, that's the fundamental question. Where is the money? I mean, I'm really confused by this because he said, oh, well, I'm supposedly holding money for Steve. It's an account, but I'm not releasing it for whatever bullshit reason because he has no legal reason to not pay me. None. Zero. There's no legal reason whatsoever. And now he's saying that there is no more money? If he doesn't show the books, all of this is moot. Because why is he not showing where the money's at? Which is, by the way, I wrote a letter to Mr. Atheist, open letter that's on my blog, www.greatfaithcommunity.com, asking him to ask Kyle to show the books. Why is it anybody asking him, where's the money? Show the books. I don't really give a shit what the fuck Kyle says about anything else. That's already been established. It's been established it's a 50-50 partnership. It's been established that ownership is going to go back to me. And it's been established that Kyle lied about having a lawyer, lied about having a CPA. Those are facts and evidence. So at this point, the only thing that really matters is where is the evidence? Yeah. Yeah, Andrew T. I don't give a shit. I honest to God don't what Demi does. I said Demi can do whatever the fuck she wants. I don't watch any of her shit. Failed engineering $2. Hashtag show the books. Yeah, that's the question that needs to be asked. Where's the money? Why are you not showing the books? I mean, granted, we're waiting on a court order for him to show the books, but that may take up to 30 more days. But it will happen. He will be ordered to show the books, and then what is he going to do then? So here's my prediction, which, by the way, I'm pretty. It's almost a given at this point because I've talked to my lawyer, and the lawyer has called the clerk, and they talked to the court. That the judge is going to sign that order, and that order is that Kyle has 14 days to return the channel to me, and 14 days to show us the books. Okay. Once that's signed and he follows on that, we can go after him for civil contempt of court, and he will be arrested. So, I again, where's the money? Now I'm going to open this up for you guys. Yeah, Cheshire Vic makes a good point. Andrew T, there's a video out by Cheshire Vic that you want to go check it all out. It's already been addressed. So I'm going to show you the court order that we're waiting on. Kawasa 10,000. Well, we know where the money went. A nice life of $6,000 per month spending, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, I already said he took a lot of trips, and I already said he's spent a lot of money on food and eating out, and clothing and stuff for his apartment. You know how much I spent from NonSec? $0. I even had to buy my own laptop. $180 for a refurbished laptop. Yeah. So I mean, this narrative that Unirock and Kyle are trying to spin, it doesn't even make sense prima facie. I mean, I don't know why he's trying to run this narrative that we weren't 50-50 when Kyle had admitted we were 50-50. Was he going to say he lied about that? The court has determined we were 50-50. Everybody who knows the channel knows we were 50-50. Bullinator and Rez, who was there from the beginning, would have signed affidavits saying that it was 50-50. I mean, the spin they're trying to put on it just to save what little reputation he has left is beyond my imagination that's the route they want to go. I mean, it's already been established. It's already been done. Oh, wait, I got some messages. Cool messages. Yes, Elusive Man. Yes, you're right. if you're listening right now. But yeah, so tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to have a little pre-show. Failed engineering $2. Uni thinks he's equal to the court judge. Obviously, yeah. Like I said, let me show this real quick. Move that over here. Move that over here so it's bigger. You can see it. Let me show people what we're actually waiting for the judge to sign, which, like I said, will probably be hopefully before my birthday of next month. But they said soon, whatever that means. So let me display capture real quick. Oh. Actually, let me use the other one. Display capture. All right. So I'll blow this up so people can actually read it. Okay, so let's go through this real quick for those in the back, like Unirock. This is the order that we're waiting to have signed. Once he signs this, Unirock, Kyle has to turn everything over to me. Like, everything over to me. It's already been decided that I am the rightful owner. So everything that Unirock has said prima facie is legally incorrect. Just legally incorrect. So it says, 1, that the defendant returns administrative control and primary ownership. Returns administrative control. Returns. I started the channel, which has already been established. And primary ownership rights of the Non-Sequitur podcast, YouTube channel, and other associated with the party's business endeavor to the planet. Now, the reason why I'm getting everything is because Kyle hasn't paid me anything. And his fraud, he was found liable for fraud, fraudulent conversion, unjust enrichment, breach of duty, a fiduciary duty, and breach of contract. These are in evidence. He is liable for those. Those are non-dischargeable. That's done. He has tacitly admitted to those things being the case. Those are absolutely true. He has been found liable for fraud, fraudulent conversion, unjust enrichment, breach of fiduciary duty, and breach of contract. So me getting primary ownership of everything, that's the reason, because he was fraud. He committed fraud. Okay, so that's why we didn't dissolve the business. I could have asked for the business to be dissolved, but I didn't. I asked for everything instead. 2, the defendant provides plaintiff with all financial documents associated with non-sequitur financial affairs and financial condition within 14 days of this order. The plaintiff submits an affidavit regarding the amount of actual damages he is owed by the defendant within 30 days after receiving, well, it doesn't say that, but it is after receiving financial documents from the defendant. And the cost of this action be taxed against the defendant, Kyle Russell Curtis. Well, there you go. That will be signed. It will be signed. I've been told it will be signed by the office of the clerk, by the judge's clerk, but it's just a matter of time. It's soon, but you know how the legal system is. So everything Unirock said, wrong, just outright wrong. So there you go. I think it's, like I said, I think it's really comical that he's trying to flip everything right now to save his reputation. 1 second here. Messages. Yeah, I know. And by the way, I don't even care if I make these videos back and forth with Uni at this point. I'm entertaining myself, to be honest with you. I find this to be comical. Uni Rock's like, Steve's so butthurt. I'm interviewing Kyle. I'm like, oh, really? I'm going to be enjoying eating popcorn. So, yeah, this is really kind of for me than anybody else. I just kind of, what is it, Schadenfreude, I guess? I don't know. I like the fact that Uni Rock goes on air, spews a bunch of crap, and it's all wrong. Like, everything on it is wrong, so. But I lost my video here, so let me. So I'm just having fun tonight. I'm allowed to do that. All right. So what else we got for us? What else we got? Questions? Hi, Tina. Yeah. Well, and that's true. I entertained Trina. Trina messaged me and said, "I'm really bored. Are you streaming tonight?" And I was like, "Yeah. Well, I hadn't planned on it, but I was listening to Unirock, so why not?" Yeah, I'm typing. Yeah, well, when I'm typing, I'm clearly doxing somebody. So, yeah. Let's see here. Non-sec case has taken longer than my divorce. Yeah, it is a long time. My lawyer said he recognized that as well. Failed in engineering, $2 New Zealand. You are typing, which is doxing. By the way, every time somebody sends me a message, people can hear it. Yeah, Chess. I changed my mind. I changed my mind. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. I want to vent, and this is the only way I really know how to do it. To be honest with you. By the way, my mom is okay. She's out of the hospital. She returned back to her what do they call it? It's not assisted living. It's unassisted living. But I like to be transparent. So unlike Unirock, I don't mind you asking the hard questions. I'm like, go for it. See here. He'd have 100,000 rules and stipulations that you'd only be able to contact him through his Discord, whatever the hell, that's super secret, but not today, only tomorrow. Yeah, TT, that's the difference. Anybody can contact me about stuff. You know? But he's getting all his information from this Discord server of people. And by the way, I will call this out, and this is another reason I want to go live tonight. It's not so much what he says about me. I don't give a flying fuck. I have the courts, and that's way more than Unirock. But Unirock had called out to have people that are guests on the shills with Dick Dawson and Dead Kenny in Space trying to bully people not to go on the shills. That's targeted harassment. That's a straight up targeted harassment. I'm used to it. People come after me all the time. Look at Demi. She makes her videos. Fiona makes her videos. Nate makes his videos. I don't give a flying fuck. We all know it's crap. But you started going after other people that are associated with me. I am going to say a lot more. I mean, to go after Dick Dawson and Dead Kenny in Space is because they wanted nothing to do with you, Unirock, that you are threatening people and you are telling people not to go on their channel, legit telling people. That's targeted harassment. And I do hope you get reported for it. I do hope that something happens because you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to target and harass people on YouTube, and that's what I see happening. So, let's see here. By the way, did you guys know about that targeted harassment of the Shills and Dick Dawson? You know, Dibber, you say Union Rock is pure entertainment, nothing else, and I disagree. It's not entertainment. He's dangerous. Union Rock is a bully. He literally lies for a living. That's his job. He plays this LARP character, which, by the way, I didn't really think of that to be the case when Elusive Man started bringing that to my attention, but he made a very good argument for it. So I think that Union Rock does play a character, but it's affecting real people. It's not affecting me, but it's affecting real people. Halos, this is more like Mystery Science Theater 3000 to me, making fun of the cringeworthy stories. Yeah, and that's what this channel's about. This is what this channel does. We've called things out before on this channel. This is like the catch-all channel. And so I'm not doing this on my main channel, but I will be doing this on the Great Debate community because I'm just, I don't know the word. I'm stupefied, I guess would be the best word. I'm stupefied at how dumb Union Rock actually is to try to save Kyle's reputation when it's already going through the courts. It's already been established. Kyle admitted it. So if it's already been established I have 50-50 through the courts, Kyle admitted I had 50-50 through the courts, what's the problem? And show us the books. That's the main reason why this all happened, because Kyle refused to show the accounting, the profit and loss report, the income and expense report. That's the main reason before I took a dime, right? Before we held off doing anything. The whole point of the, quote, holding the money was to make sure the taxes were done right, to make sure everything was done up and up. I even made it very clear I wanted no problem with taxes, and that he could pay me anyway on the, what's the name of the other video? Who's Telling the Truth? He had asked, well, how do you want him? I don't give a shit. That was irrelevant. What was relevant was him not showing the books. How do I know what I'm owed if he doesn't show the books? How do I don't trust him at that point. He's like, okay, well, we made this much. I'm going to give you this half. Bullshit. You show me how much that channel made. Show me every detail of that channel, what it made. He has not shown anybody that. Why is that? Until that's established, nothing else matters. Do you guys, anybody want to come in, by the way? I know Trina won't. She's just a listener. But seriously, nothing else matters until those books are showed. Am I the only one that seems to get that in Unirock's crowd? Well, I mean, I get it, but nobody in Unirock's crowd will even point that out. Well, why isn't he showing the books? Where's the money? I mean, Unirock tried to say that he spent all the money to keep the channel going. Any channel person knows you don't spend $6,000 a month to keep a YouTube channel going. That's just beyond batshit crazy narrative. Cheshire does? I don't think Cheshire wants to come in. She can, but I don't think she wants to. You want to join? Yeah, Superman, you're right. When it comes down to a piece of paper, they disappear. When the piece of paper is the books, right? I mean, I don't even know what even to say at this point. It's all been rehashed so many times, and E-Rock is desperate to save Kyle's reputation. It's like, why? I've made it very clear in the court records, by the way, which are in the video description, of exactly what happened. And I signed an affidavit for it, which, by the way, again, Bullinator and Red's Rhetoric would have signed the same affidavit, said the exact same thing. So Kyle has to say that I'm lying, Bullinator's lying, and Red's Rhetoric is lying. Now, people can question Reds and I. We're used to that. But to question the producer, right? The producer knows it's 50-50. What about Bull? Why isn't he talking to Bull? Bull will tell him it was 50-50. He's going to call Bull a liar? What a LARPer is a live-action role player. They basically live a character out online, if that's their personage. Yeah. Jess isn't in hiding. I just asked her to want to join, but I doubt if she does. But was I the only person that watched that? I wonder if Dick Dawson wants to come in. Dick. Let's see if Dick wants to come in. you want to join? Oh, I'm doxing Dick Dotson. Let me start a Google room just in case. Google Hangouts. I'm doxing somebody because I'm typing. You know, I just don't think like these people. I don't think like these dishonest people, and it's just very hard to get in their mindset. You know. I gave Dick Dawson the link if he wants to come in. LARPer equals a Poe. Kind of. Yeah, sort of. I mean, they're just playing a character. Trina, why'd you ever come in? Because you don't want to. Yeah, Tank, you get a wrench on this channel. Sure. Oh, and then he started running a narrative that like the channel went downhill because of women on the channel. Yeah, Rock, where's the evidence for that? Find one woman that ever said that. Yeah, good luck with that. Chess is bigger fish to fry. She lets Steve mop up the easiest targets. That's probably true. Chess is like the pro. I don't care enough. I just don't. She knows that. I don't bother with a lot of this stuff. I'm trying to catch up on stuff. Let me answer this one question real quick. Okay. So what other questions we got for us? Todd, you get a wrench. Yes. There you go. Todd and Philia, you get a wrench, and you get a wrench. Why is Junior on Rock a lot? Does his other stream get in troubles? I think because maybe because he says some things that are questionable, like targeted harassment, that if that channel went down, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to him. And that's his gaming channel. Because like I said, I really do think that he has targeted harassed the shills. When you tell guests not to go on a channel, and you're saying, you know, anybody goes on the shills, that's targeted. Even I've never done that. Hey, look who showed up here.
Well, hello.
What's hello, my friend?
How's it going? Hold on a second here because I'm on speakers and I'm also discombobulated. Hold on, I'm almost good.
Yeah, take your time. You're on voice only, but that's fine.
Okay.
All right.
I can switch that over in a minute here too.
Okay. No, I mean, I wasn't going to exactly show you, but do you want me to?
Sure.
Oh God. People have to see that beautiful mug of yours, all right?
Yes.
All right. So
hold on a second here. 1 second. I'm just plugging in a camera as we speak. That's how.
Now I know you. I was talking to you now. I was actually talking to you while Unirock was doing this stuff, and both of you and I were just like laughing our ass off.
It was. I'm still in shock. It was. I never heard so much actual BS in one stream in my life. Literally, it was like chain smoking lies, lighting one with the other.
Well, that's what that's all he does in his channel. I mean, his whole channel is set up to run narratives, right? And this is one of the reasons, actually the big reason, I guess, when I stopped associating with Union Rock, I told him, hey, look, I'm giving you facts and evidence and information, and you're just spewing bullshit. I don't play like that. And he said straight up, he didn't care. He didn't care. He just wanted to get something out there, get people talking about it, and then he'd go back and fix it. That's how he operates. Oh, yeah. I just talk, and then I'll check the live chat, and then I'll see if anything's wrong, and I'll fix it. I'm like, well, why don't you get it right the first time, Unirock? Yeah. He doesn't care. That is why I disassociated with him.
Yeah, and we just got such a big example of that. What was being called out in that live stream was such a joke. I can't believe it. He actually called for mass action against the Shills channel.
I know. Like, what?
You can't make this up. I mean, and then he doubled down on it afterwards. He did say it again near the end. I mean, it's oh man, like
Ted Kennedy. I'll give you the link right now. Sorry.
You know, he's
yeah. I give Ted Kennedy the link.
Oh, perfect. Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's in full on danger mode, like salvation mode right now. It's really bad.
Well, I mean, I don't know what he's expecting. He thinks Kyle's going to come on tomorrow and apologize, and he says that I should apologize. I have absolutely nothing to apologize for. Absolutely fucking nothing. Everything I've said has been true from day one. I have entered in the court records. There's nothing that I have legit nothing to apologize for. Everything was Kyle's fault.
No.
Everything was 100% Kyle's fault. He refused to show me the books, and I wasn't going to take anything until I saw the books. Simple as that.
Right, because if had you done anything and taken any money, that would have been in a legal terms, you accepting terms, and it could have been a deep, deep rabbit hole.
Exactly, and that's what I thought. The same thing. I'm like, look, if I take anything without knowing what's going on, he could probably use that against me because I saw him being more and more dishonest. Now, I did want $1,000 draw. We did talk about that until we figured out the taxes and I can get everything. But I was like, okay, we'll take a draw against the business structure. I took accounting 2 years of it. Anybody takes accounting knows what a draw is. Okay.
Yeah.
We talked about that, and I was fine with that. Right? Okay, sure. Give me $1,000 draw. Just put it in my PayPal. Whatever. I would give him my bank account information, which is fine. I'd rather do a PayPal, but it doesn't matter. He could send it right to my checking account. He didn't want to do that. And he was like, well, the accountant has all that information. I'll have you contact the accountant and set all that up. He never gave me the accountant information because the accountant didn't exist.
Jesus.
But he's told the accountant will get a hold of me, and I kept going, okay, the accountant will get a hold of me so he can figure all this out. Never got a hold of me. And that's where Bullinator, myself, and Reds went, something's not quite right here. Because at that point, we kind of had suspicions that the money was spent.
Right.
Which, by the way, was spent long before we even broke up. So this narrative that somehow I destroyed the channel and all the money got spent. Bullshit, Uni. Bullshit.
That's what I was just going to bring up.
Yeah.
Somebody said Coke costs a lot of money.
Yeah, like I said, I can't.
That was me, baby.
I can't weigh in on any of that. I can't even comment.
No, that's allegedly.
Kawasa 5,000.
No, I said it.
You're allowed to. Kawasa 5,001. If a short convo with Warden and a few tweets makes you a rape apologist, I guess Unirock's a theft apologist, right? Yeah. And by the way, I'm a cocaine apologist because I had Kyle as a partner. He also was convicted of breaking and entering, so I guess I'm a breaking and entering apologist. No, the whole rape apologist narrative is just smear campaigning. We know this. Anybody who's been around my channel knows this. And by the way, there's trolls that come around that still run it. All they do is prove my point. It is just one big smear campaign. It has done nothing to harm me, but it has exposed people that I've been saying are dishonorable, disreputable smear merchants. And that's all. And by the way, they're going to start doing it to you guys too.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Yeah, Kevin and I just actually had a massive little back and forth with a couple of trolls on Twitter, did we not?
Fucking hell. It was kind of amazing because it was like they came out the gate as trolls, and then eventually once I gave up and was just going, hey, they're like, okay, provide me all your evidence. I'm like, fucking, I'm not having a conversation with you now. You can't start off civil. Why the fuck would I take you seriously at this point?
You can't.
Yes.
You just simply can't.
But I was going to expand on what you were saying before. With their loose definition of what an apologist is, you would also be a flat earth apologist, a 9/11 truther apologist, a Holocaust hoaxer apologist, because a lot of these people are Holocaust hoaxers. Anyone you've ever hosted on NonSec, you're an apologist for based on their logic.
Yeah, and a urine drinker apologist.
A urine drinker. Yes.
Yeah. A couple of those. No, like I said, it's clear that it's a smear campaign. I mean, I think anybody with two brain cells would figure that out. But in the long run, I'm kind of glad that it's happened. And let me tell you why. Bullinator, myself, and Reds were trying to expose these people for a very long time. There is probably a Moab coming. There is probably something that's going to drop eventually that I can't really drop myself because it's, again, I've told people it's not my story to tell. But after it drops, things will hopefully be a little bit more clear to people. But there's a lot of things happen with this group that they're so vitriolic they have to find anything to try to come at me with to use as a weapon. This is exactly what we were saying from day one, and now that they're doing it, they've exposed themselves. And so in a roundabout way, they've done our job for us to expose them. I mean they're legit in the live chat now trying. This is what I'm saying. These are trolls. In fact, Dick Dawson, you had you had a troll expose yourself on Twitter.
Yeah,
accidentally.
Yeah, Yeah, I had somebody duplicate my Twitter like perfectly too, and then go off and whatnot, and but all of my followers instantly jumped in and just said, "That's not him. Are you kidding me? It's a joke." And
Spelling
then
was too good.
sorry.
The spelling was too good.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck you. He's not wrong though. And
yeah.
I'm just such a lazy typer, especially on a phone. I'm used to a BlackBerry with a keyboard, and I literally speak gibberish now typing on glass. It's
Yeah,
pathetic.
I do. When I'm on the laptop, I do the speech to text because my keyboard is bad. And like when I was sick, it was very, very difficult.
Mm,
Oh wow, yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I had to like say the same times because it sounded so nasally and stuff. So if you
right.
see like weird things, it's because probably I'm on speech to text.
Now imagine being sick and Scottish or Kiwi.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how Gaelic people would ever do speech to text.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too hard.
I mean, you've seen the show streams and the way the subtitles translate tatty.
Yeah, yeah. Tatty's hard to understand. But yeah, so I mean, I'm just totally denouncing Unirock for that, for him actually actively trying to harm you guys' channel. And again, I would apologize for you guys associating with me because I know that's part of it. But the main thing is I think that I think there's more to it than that. You denounced Unirock because you think he's a fucking con artist and a shit for brains. I get that, but I know you guys associate with me. And by the way, anybody associates with me, these trolls will go after. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's how they operate. They have legit sent messages to all my friends. I have probably about dozens of people that have messaged me going, "Who is this person? Why are they saying stuff?" All the time. You guys know it. Many of you have had it happen, and they've gone after my friends' families. They've gone after their dads. This is real life stuff. These people are sick individuals, and when anybody who's running a rapatologist narrative, they're the ones causing harm. They're the ones causing a problem with like Moon, who's part of the shills. I mean,
Yeah.
I was actually just thinking of that.
Please tell that
Moon,
story.
because, well, the little Twitter spat we just had, a large part of it was me trying to kind of emphasize the seriousness of death threats, and they were very dismissive about that, and it was almost like it was almost like watching somebody you knew was guilty of a crime go, no, I didn't do that, no, like it felt like they might have been directly responsible because they were so dismissive of it. It's like, here's the thing: if you came at me and said that one of my fans sent you a death threat, I'd take that fucking seriously because death threats aren't a laughing matter.
No,
they're not.
and neither is one, mocking people because of any mental issues, but two, we know from experience Moon has had personal things happen in her life.
Yes,
she has an actual very violent assault. She's been very open about that. When people have gone after her, that's sadistical. That's straight up sadist. These people are sadist. They want to see people suffer. They're not getting the reaction from me because I'm not suffering from it. My subs go down. Doesn't bother me. It has no effect on my income because my income's been pretty steady for quite some time. It took a drop during December for Patreon, but everything else has been pretty steady across the board. And even if it did, doesn't matter. I can lose 80% of my income and still survive. I'm not going anywhere. I survived on $500 a month for how long? It doesn't take much to sustain me. So their attempts to try to get me off the internet, which they've tried for 3 years, just have failed, but left and freaking right. And now I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you guys off the internet by going after your guest. It's cancel culture.
Yeah. It's absolutely pathetic that the man thinks that he's in such a position that he now has to literally actively go at the Shills channel in such a way that he's, unleashing vendetta on it and coming at us in such a hard way like that. That is absolute moronic behavior. And how can anyone that watches his channel hear that and be a part of it? And we've also seen on Twitter, we've seen screenshots of them plotting in his Discord to do troll-like behavior. How does anybody stand up and be a fucking part of that?
Because
you
they
fucking
don't care.
loser.
Fuck
you.
Because they don't care. These are sick individuals.
I mean, to just to go back to, because we were talking about Moon earlier, for the people watching, I really want you to imagine this. Imagine being a survivor of a horrific assault. Imagine having that in your past, that kind of trauma. And then imagine getting a message on Twitter that has your real name and your workplace and says, "We're coming after you."
Yeah, we watch your back. I know where you live. That'd be traumatic as shit. But they don't
Yeah.
care. I'm telling you, straight up, none of them care. Exile doesn't fucking care. Fiona fucking doesn't care. Demi doesn't fucking care. Heretic doesn't care. Nate Brody doesn't care. None of those people care. They have one goal to try to harm me, and everybody else is collateral damage. This is well established at this point, I think. By the way, somebody had mentioned, Tina says, Uni saying that Kyle didn't get a lawyer because he didn't need to. Anybody who knows the law knows if you sued, you need to get a lawyer. That's yeah. By the way, I'm just kind of curious. Type 1 if yes, 2 if no. Okay, 1 if yes, 2 if no. Would you ever go to Union Rock for legal advice or have him as a lawyer? Type 1 if yes, 2 if no. I'm curious here. I'm just curious because he got everything wrong. He got every fucking detail wrong.
Wile E. Coyote isn't stupid enough to hire that guy.
And you know how I can prove that he got everything wrong? Give it to next month. Give it till next month. I'm just saying, wait till next month. Full 30 days, not February 1st, but by my birthday, which is Valentine's Day, February 14th. Give it till then. We'll see who's been absolutely categorically been proven right. And I tell you right now, it's not going to be Union Rock. I can tell you right now. Mark this timestamp. And you know what? Union Rock won't apologize.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no. He will not say that he got everything wrong. He will not apologize. And he'll not say, yeah, I fucked up. Kyle lied about everything. Like I said, why don't he ask him why Kyle lied about having a lawyer? Why didn't he ask Kyle about lying about having a CPA? Why does he ask Kyle about where's the books? How do I get paid if I don't see the books? Think about this.
Yeah.
Uni, are you that stupid? Yes.
I had to very quickly answer your own question.
And he throws out all this. It's so funny. He throws out all this stuff like it's like there's something to it, like just shotgunning bullshit. Right? Oh, well, Steve didn't get paid because of debt. I don't have any debts. I have no discharge stuff. I have nothing of any consequence. I don't get SSI. I don't get food stamps. I don't get, disability. I don't get a medical rating. Nothing. My entire income is from Google and Patreon. That's it. 100%. I have absolutely
Also,
no other income.
What's the logic there? You owe money, therefore you don't want money to pay back the money you owe?
What debt do I have? I have a 7.5, 720, between a 705 and 720 credit score. That's pretty goddamn good. I mean, it's not great, but it's good.
It's a lot better than mine.
I mean, what the hell is he talking about? I don't know.
No, it blows my mind. I mean, I sort of knew it from like the first moment that Unirock blocked me, because it was like everything he said toward me, I knew that was never going to progress beyond that. I was never going to get an apology. I was never going to be able to talk that out with him, because he 100% knew that everything he said toward me was completely indefensible. So he just shut off any means of communication.
Yeah.
So he could stay right in his mind.
Yeah, exactly. So he can straight right in.
Yeah.
Because I think he actually believes his own bullshit at this point. Well, hang on.
Well, there's
Let me
the old
phrase it.
saying,
I don't know
if
if
you
he
say
does.
something enough times, you're going to believe it yourself, right?
Yeah, I think he might have
When a
self-deluded
liar
himself.
lies over and over, that's it, right?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility he might have self-deluded himself. But then again,
Agreed.
he might know he's just absolutely full of shit. I'm actually going to change my position. I think that he actually probably knows he's full of shit. And the reason I say that, because he's so far off in the stratosphere that he has to know that it's a lie. He has to know. It's that bizarre. It's not even like he could self-delude himself. Kyle admitted it was 50-50. He knows this. So how could he go back and say that, oh, well, it's not 50-50?
Well, during his stream tonight, every so often he would just under his breath in a lighthearted way say, well, in my opinion, and then keep on his rah, 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 rah. And he totally set it up so that he can go back and say, well, I can admit I was wrong, and then use that as his angle. Like, he is setting up the next stage already. It's painfully obvious.
Well, I want people to remember this video. It is about 45 minutes in. And I have stated very clearly that you will find that everything Unirock has said is absolutely wrong. You'll find it. It's just a matter of time. We're just playing a waiting game right now. I've already talked. Yeah. I've already talked to my lawyer. Lawyers talked to the judge clerk. Everything Unirock said was wrong. So, I mean, I don't know what else to do. I mean, I show people legal evidence where it says right there that we have an order in front of the judge to return the channel to me. That's just waiting to be signed, which will be signed. It is going to be signed. It's just a matter of time. I'm telling you right now, it will be signed. How does Unirock think he's going to get away with telling people otherwise? And Kyle getting away tomorrow telling people otherwise. By the way, I will be streaming that tomorrow, Unirock. You can strike me. I will fight you, and you can go to court over it. Simple as that. Go ahead.
Well, speaking of court, that's kind of a question I have here. Is there a point that we will reach where we'd be able to take legal recourse against these people?
Well, that's the problem. I've talked to my lawyer about defamation per se, and it's possible, but there has to be some unequivocal. Okay, like for example, if I said Dead Kenny in Space has AIDS and something like that, that is a definitive defamation per se, right? That is unequivocal. You're done. Sue. Okay.
Okay.
But saying that somebody committed a crime is not specifically defamation per se. If I say, hey, you know what? Kyle committed fraud before Kyle committed the actual fraud, that's not defamation. That's just my opinion. There's a difference to be had there for the laws of the defamation per se. But I've already established he committed fraud. It is a fact and evidence. I can say unequivocally, Kyle committed fraud. Kyle committed fraudulent conversion. Kyle committed breach of duty, fiduciary duty, and Kyle is found guilty of breach of contract. Let me ask you guys this again. By the way, how many runs and twos were there? I got sidetracked. There's a lot of twos. There's a lot of twos. I don't see a
lot of
single
twos.
One. There's a one right here. Wait, who's at the one? Psycho has one. Okay, well, good luck with that. So I'm gonna ask the same question. I'm gonna ask a different question, but the same thing. Press 1 for yes. 2. Well, how do I want to ask this first? The question is, how can somebody be found guilty or liable for breach of contract if there was no contract to begin with? Plus 1, if you can understand that logic, and 2, if it makes absolutely no sense. How's that? You guys wait until 2. Kev, tell me, please explain to me, because Unirock is a goddamn idiot, how he thinks somebody could be held liable for breach of contract when there wasn't a contract. I mean, this is in record. Legit in record. You can go look it up in the video description. He was found liable, guilty of breach of contract. That's done. There's nothing else to that.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, I mean,
just
nothing. Again, he's such a shallow thinker when he's running these narratives. I don't think he plans ahead, and that's the problem when you lie a lot. You don't plan ahead and think of the details involved in it. It's because it just makes absolutely no sense to try to run that narrative that we didn't have a contract when he has already been found liable for breach of contract.
Yeah, you would have to have an eidetic memory and write down every one of your lies all the time as you're doing them in order to keep track of them when you're this deep into it. There's just no way. He's lost the plot 100%, and now he's scrambling just because he wants to be the drama channel now. He said it on his stream tonight. Really, my Unirock TV channel, all the big 30,000 whatever subs, I built that myself, and yet the YouTube algorithm is killing me. It doesn't like that content, so we're doing this content now.
Yep.
He fucking admitted it 100%.
Yeah. Unirock saying that he thinks Kyle should delete the channel, period. And by the way, I'm actually kind of hoping possibly that he does delete the channel, because this is what happens if he just deletes the channel. And I talked to my lawyer again this morning. And the senior partner, not some lower person. My partner is now the senior partner for the law firm. If the channel gets deleted, YouTube does take about 30 days to do anything, right? It doesn't delete the data. We filed an emergency injunction, and we asked the judge to have a civil contempt of court charge for Kyle, which means he would be arrested and brought in front of the judge because he violated the fact that under the way the law works right now, and I asked the judge very specifically, the intent of the court is to have the channel returned to me, but I am, in the eyes of the church, the owner of that channel. Yes. So in the eyes of the law, I am the owner of that channel. We're just waiting for it to restore it to me.
Right. I've seen the paper.
Yeah. You've read the law. I mean, Unirock is just fundamentally wrong on that.
Yeah, I have fucking read it from the court's own site. There
So-
is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a done deal.
So if that happens, what we do is we do an emergency injunction. It's called. We send something to YouTube to have it restored, and at the same time, put in my name, which is probably faster than waiting for the judge to sign at this point, because
Right.
YouTube has to
Yeah.
respond to that. And with an emergency injunction, the lawyer said that happens that day.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so there's no waiting on an emergency injunction, because emergency injunctions
Nice.
take priority, because that means there might be material information that might be destroyed. So they take
Mhm.
action on that immediately. So
That's
yeah,
cool.
Sorry,
that's
I
what
just-
happens if
I
he
just-
tries
I
to
just
leave
spent
that
the
channel.
last like I just spent the last like couple minutes imagining Kyle in one of his snazzy suits being arrested, and it was really funny.
And what did we find in
it's
your
something-
pocket, sir?
Does anybody else want to come in? By the way, more than welcome to. Do you Jet Guitar says, do you think Kyle would flee if he had warrant for arrest? No, he wouldn't flee. He just wouldn't take it seriously, and then he would be arrested.
Be like the kind of person who doesn't really believe he's getting arrested until he's in cuffs.
Right. And by the way, I wanted to thank Logical Troglodyte. See, Logical Troglodyte did something that a lot of people don't actually do. He actually made a really reasonable argument, and I didn't change my position, but I was like, you make a good point, and I have to agree with you. Huh. Wow, that never happens, does it?
I know. I saw that tweet and I saw it all go down and everything. And I watched it and I thought to myself, wow, real human beings having a conversation about something. Uni, are you reading this?
Because he didn't come out. Because by the way, Logical Troglodyte and I have never spoken before outside of the shills. I mean, he was absolutely right on that. Everything he said was correct. He never came out to me sideways. He was like a rational human being making a rational case to be made. I'm like, fuck, dude's right. I mean, I don't.
Says,
Let's
"Oh,
put it
come
this
on,
way: I
Steve."
don't double down on shit. I mean, there might have been times where maybe I did. I don't know. I'm not going to say that it never happens. It's unusual. But if somebody gives me a really good argument, there's no reason to double down. It's like, yeah, you know what? You're right on
Jesus.
that.
You see, right there's all the evidence of the fucks that we are up against here. Do you see the name that was just hidden by
Yeah,
Amy?
I do.
Thank
It
you,
says,
Amy.
"I hope Cheshire Vic gets raped."
yeah.
What the fuck is wrong
you
with-
piece of human filth.
But these
damn
are,
it, I hate
but
these
it's
people.
okay. It's okay. I'm gonna actually screenshot this, and I'm gonna send it to you, Dick, if you can get it out. This is what we have to deal with.
Sure.
This is what we're saying by these people. Don't give a shit about anybody else. They only care about trying to harm me. Which, by the way, I don't know how that harms me. But
I don't get it either.
so, can you tweet this out and just let people know that this is
yeah.
exactly what we're dealing with. And so
Careful
everything.
if you're tweeting that out, you might want to censor the word rape, or you're just gonna get mass reported by
No,
the same
in-
people. By the way, by the same people.
It's just a screenshot.
It won't be justified.
No,
but
it doesn't
I'm-
matter. It doesn't matter if it's a screenshot. You might want to just black the
You-
word
you-
rape
you could-
out
you-
because it'll.
You could say the word rape.
I'm in a Twitter jail for the
Wait,
third
wait, wait,
time
wait,
this
wait, wait,
month
wait.
right now.
I wanna
so
hear-
it doesn't matter.
I want to hear the yeah, you just get a timeout, but I mean, I want to hear what the reasoning is. But can you get it out anyways? And I'm going to retweet it so they can do me too. So
Oh, I'm saying that it essentially doesn't matter that it's just a screenshot. You can get reported because the screenshot itself is like considered like harassment or a threat, and because you're showing off that screenshot,
Oh,
people
I
could
gotcha.
still Yeah, so
I
would
see what you're saying.
censor-
Okay, again,
just censor the
Chess
word rape.
look at Chess makes a legitimate argument. I agree with her because what she just said makes sense because they can construe it as you're making a rape threat.
Yeah, or you're
See?
perpetuating harassment.
See?
Yeah,
Deck, I'm going to send you the original. Don't send that out. I just want
Okay.
want somebody to have the original.
Yeah, cool.
And then I will make another one right now, but I will black out that part. But you can tell people what it kind of says, and we can vouch for it. How's that? Because I want you to have the original evidence. It's called. But yeah,
We should just put a G in front of the R.
grapes. Yeah,
Chess already gets grapes. So you want to weigh in on that,
That's a good
Chess? This
one.
is about you, by the way, because they're coming after you hard too. And
they are. I
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
noticed.
What, were you asleep all day?
Can I just
she just
say,
so
Little
doesn't
bit.
care.
Josh, you put up with a ton of shit, and you do it with such like nonchalance that it's legitimately impressive.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
I agree.
I grew up with a lot of shit on the table that I had to deal with. So like these people are nothing. This is
Well, they're
whatever.
really not. But you know, you and I, we deal with it. We don't care. We have thick skins, and it hasn't affected us. But it does affect people like Moon, and that's what's disgusting.
Well, Steve is correct. Back when we talked about when we were talking to Lily and Lore, when we were saying that you were saying that me and you are kind of in a unique position to be able to kind of take on these topics because the doxing us doesn't really harm us as much as it would somebody else, or coming at us doesn't. We're not in as vulnerable as of a situation as some other people may or may not be, depending on their mental state, depending on their home life, depending on where they work, depending on whatever, right? Like, so like there's a reason why Reds chooses not to show his face, and you might never know what that reason is.
He's
Right,
ugly.
like Red's rhetoric.
He's ugly.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, there's that.
There's health considerations to be
There's-
had.
I mean, there's-
yeah,
there's
he's gonna harm. He's gonna harm other people. Yeah. So
Medusa of our time.
these things don't these things don't tend to bother me very much, mostly because they're not really very important, especially from like sock accounts. It's like whatever, I don't
We
care.
just block them
So-
right off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a waste of. It's mostly just a waste of time. Although I did enjoy that Dick caught Insidious forgetting to switch accounts.
That was hilarious, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
talk
Oh
about
my
that for a
God, That was
second.
so funny.
I've known Insidious vids for a while, and he used to be relatively normal. Then he got a hold of all this apologetic shit. It just went nuts, right? But yeah, he exposed himself as one of the troll accounts that has of me.
He exposed himself as one of the troll accounts while he was saying, "I don't really get involved in stuff like this."
Yeah,
Mostly post about MMA.
yeah. Well, I mean, I know that MMA Gambler is vids. That's nobody's secret.
Yeah, that's Insidious vids. Yeah.
That's Insidious
Well,
vids. That's never been a secret.
No.
But the other troll accounts, and so I blocked him quite a while ago because I realized he was just losing his fucking mind, and it's obvious
Yeah, I
now.
blocked him a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean now it's confirmed he did have one of those really really horrible troll accounts that were saying nasty things, not about me per se, but about other people as well. So
Using a Photoshop of your face.
yeah, so
What?
was he the one that used my daughter?
No.
Okay.
No, that was a different one.
Okay.
That's the one that's got the
Yeah.
top part of your head super blown up.
Yeah,
I kind of actually like that picture.
is-
It's
yeah.
kind of cute.
yeah, that's okay.
There's
Yeah.
I like the I shared a video earlier today by somebody that goes by Nux Taku, where you're talking about getting canceled, and in that video he makes a really good point that us creators aren't really anybody with it. It's weird saying us creators because I guess I'm a creator now, but we can't do anything without the chat, without the fan base. And I'm saying the word fan base loosely. What I mean is the community that we've kind of built up, and the people who are part of the chat, and the people who are active, and the people who are around. Because without
Right.
those people supporting us, we can't do anything. It's not as
Okay.
easy to deal with this kind of harassment when you're dealing with it by yourself. And the thing is that we never have to deal with it by ourselves because we've got people who support us and people who actually pay attention and listen to the arguments and can debunk them in their sleep. Mr. Serious was doing it the other day. He was tired and he was just like, okay, well this, can you please just answer my question, because that's not the definition. Keep going. And he was like half asleep because he hadn't slept, so he was tired and half asleep at the same time, and he was just like, this is how pathetic this is.
Yeah, no, that's what's funny is it's bonded us together more than anything. This community
yeah.
now, the Great Debate community, and everything, and people probably been more cohesive than it ever has been before, because they've pushed people to be a cohesive thing. Because now we have a common enemy. The people that go after me are now people going after the shills. People that are going after me are now going after Chess. People going after Red's rhetoric. We have a commonality to be had here. And by the way, we're all good people. I would not associate with
just
Dick
did.
Dawson if he wasn't a good person. I would not associate with Dick Kenny in space if he wasn't. By the way, I've liked Dick Kenny for a while, and I've recommended him to be on the Dumb Fuck of the Year panel. So,
Yeah.
there's that. Who's messaging me this? Oh, yes, of course.
I'm gonna have to pause that tweet of the redacted screenshot there, Steve, because the trolls have just not only put me in Twitter jail where I can
That's okay, I
only
already
tweet
sent
to
it
my
out.
followers, but now I'm slammed down to only PMing people. It's gotten
Yeah,
worse.
and that's the other thing.
Nick, send it to me, bro.
I've already sent it out.
Really?
You can retweet it.
All right.
It's on my Twitter now.
Yeah.
And there, Bonnie, I gave you the link to join. But this is the thing that they actively target people on Twitter as well. They want to get people in timeout and affect their accounts. They're going around bullying
They
people.
try to bait you.
Yeah, they try to bait you to say
into
something.
saying something that they can report you for, so that way they can get you deplatformed.
And all of a sudden, oh shit! I just already gave it to money. But this is what I'm saying. They're saying that we're somehow bullies and harassers. We never asked anybody to do anything. We've never sent anybody out to anybody.
Yeah.
We've never asked anybody to troll. We've never asked anybody to report anything, unless it was something egregious, right? I mean, which is very rare.
I
and
don't
far
think
between.
I don't think we've ever said actually go and report this. What I know.
I don't think I have
haven't.
either, but I'm just throwing that there
What
if
I
that was the
have
case.
done, yeah, well, what I have done is I have said, hey, speaking of targeted harassment, this is what this looks like. This right here, and I will link to something that is in fact targeted harassment. I'm not telling anybody to do it. You're welcome to if you want to, not if you don't. But that's what I've said is this is targeted harassment. This is an example. There you go.
Yeah.
Just because I know the way people pick apart these streams, I will say I have done that on occasion. I have said, please report this.
Yeah, and I
Only when
probably have
see
too once or twice. I
behavior-
just
only
can't
when
think of
only when I
specifics.
see behavior that I consider to be targeted harassment or just
Yeah, me too.
really really foul stuff. Like it's not something I do willy nilly.
Yeah, when somebody actually actively calls for targeted harassment, I'm like, this is reportable, you know. And and by the way, I'm not even playing any longer. I will be reporting anybody that I think is harassing anybody any longer. That includes their channels. I used to not do that, a lot of that stuff, but I'm done. If I think somebody is bullying somebody and I think it is targeted, not just talking shit,
Not a debunk.
not
Yeah.
a debunk, not pointing out things they've got wrong, but actually saying this person needs to be canceled and you need to go mass flag their channel. Yeah, I'm going to be reporting that
Yeah.
Absolutely.
because that's what I've
It's-
seen,
It's
and that's what
yeah,
Uni's doing.
it's
He's
too
asking
much.
for mass flagging, basically.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Dick.
Yeah, he can try and say like, I'm not saying that, everybody should go and flag them like he backpedaled near the end, but everybody should be warned about these guys. And then he actually laid it back on the line again. You can't have your cake and eat it too, little man. I'm sorry. I'm not playing. You're full of it and you know it. You called for it and you're going to answer for it. Because I know I got at least 15 private messages from people. Did you hear what Uni just tried to call his users to do to you guys?
Yep.
I reported it as abusive.
Yeah, and you
I've
should.
gotten many PMs
You
about
should.
it. We didn't ask anybody to. Let me make that very clear. We did not ask one person to do that.
Nope.
Not a chance.
Nope.
No way,
I told
Uni.
people to
That's your
stop tagging me in
game.
Unirock stuff.
You guys, and it's true. Nobody's ever asked me to go out and do that, but with Unirock, but I can see it doing now.
I'm enjoying watching the whack-a-mole happening in the side chat.
Again, this is proof positive that everything I've said is from the beginning is true.
Can we please note that there are trolls that are getting deleted and trolls that are not getting deleted? Like Empty Bottle has not been getting removed and has
I
not been
love
getting
Empty Bottle.
deleted
I'm gonna give him
because they're
mods.
they're heckling. They're
He's
not
right.
Yeah,
they're not causing harm. They're not trying to hurt anybody's feelings.
Which is
They're
fine.
just teasing and having a good time, which is totally okay. That's not what the people that are getting deleted doing. The people that are getting deleted are trying to just start shit.
but okay. Help me understand the psychology. I'm not a psychology major, never was. It's one of the hardest things I have to deal with. Understanding people's psychology. Matter of fact, Logical Troglodyte, I wish he would come in if you can give him the link. Maybe he can add some insight to this. What is the benefit of them coming and trolling my channel like that, which demonstrably proves everything I've said all along about these people, how they don't care, how they're. I mean, when you say something like, "I hope Cheshire Vic gets raped," what is the benefit to them to do something like that, which is, again, me from the very beginning explaining how vile these people are. I don't understand the mentality of them. It's so convoluted to me because it does them no good at that point. Because now, I mean, basically everything that they're trying to promote as a narrative has been exposed, which it was a long time ago. But
Maybe I can answer that. They're going for the shock value and they're trying to derail our discussion. They're trying to distract us.
Okay. That okay. Is it worth it though
Because-
to distract us to make me prove my point that I'm right?
Maybe
To them,
for
maybe.
them it is. Yeah.
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 All right. Well,
So for them it is.
guess
And
so.
that's what
Notice
happened.
me, Steve Senpai.
I
Notice
know.
me.
Notice me.
That's what Uni's doing. That's what Demi's doing. That's what Joe's been doing. Notice me, Steve Senpai.
No, I think you're right on that. I recognized Joe for being a piece of shit a long time ago, and I did the adult thing. I said, look, take my wrench. I won't be coming back. That is what I said verbatim. Take my wrench. I won't be back to your channel. And I left. And what did Unirock do? Unirock tries to come in with his wrench and tries to hide everybody. That's the difference between my ethics and his ethics.
And then he doubles down on it.
Just 2 people.
And then he doubles down on it.
It was only 2 because I stopped him.
Trina, how could you say that about me? Now my feelings are hurt.
But I just
that is pretty bad.
I didn't know. Like I said, it's sad that they're doing this in many different ways because it's hurting people like Moon and other people. But in other ways, the entire Great Debate community has been a more cohesive model because of their stuff. And so I have to thank them in the long run. The people that have stuck around, these are the core people. They haven't gone anywhere. They've recognized it for what it is. And what's even more so, they've seen it happen to themselves. Dick Dawson's seen it happen in them. Dead Kennedy in space has seen it happen to himself. Sweet Heathen has seen it happen to her. Cheshire's seen it happen to her. I'm sure Trina has seen it to her. A lot of people have seen it happen to them. Mm-hmm. So they know everything I've said was from day one is true. They are being targeted. They do get messages. So.
Oh, yeah, people come at us sideways all the time, and people make the mistake of thinking that Steve is the big bad bully. So because bad. we can't get at Steve, we're gonna go at the people around him, but they don't realize kind of who they're fucking with.
Yeah. Player 3 has entered the game.
Yeah.
Manya over here, goddamn mad lad.
Oh yeah, I'm like,
I find that
come at me, bro.
I find that to be something interesting because we did that show stream where we went through part of Anti-Ordinary's premiere, and we
I don't even want to do the second half.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
But we approached it from a debunking standpoint and from a logic standpoint, and I've had so many of the trolls on Twitter write me off because I'm a flat Earth debunker, and I'm like, you don't realize those are transferable skills, do you? Like
Uni was debunking flat Earth, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
How can they have a problem with you debunking shit because you debunk flat Earth? Does that mean that this Uni should be brushed off for the same reason by that logic?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we forget his work that he did on the Non-Sequitur show before?
I'm fine to forget all about him completely. So yeah, sure, I'm down with that.
Me too. By the way, Mikey, I put the link in the main chat thing before, on Twitter that we have. So, but I will give it to you now.
But is debunking not debunking? It doesn't matter what content is. Pointing out somebody's stupid and that they're full of errors and fallacies and a emotionally driven narrative is fun and enjoyable. So fuck you.
Well, do you think that's why we get so much shit? Is because we're really good at kind of what we do, and when we listen to people like Unirock who sucks at it, they lose their shit.
That's what I'm thinking. So.
I think it's that I think majority of Unirock's followers, they just go and listen to the first paragraph. I'm giving them charity on that. And after that, they just tune out. They just pick up keywords and then they just tune out. I'm not saying all, some of them, the top tier ones who have got the wrenches and stuff. And that's what they can handle. After that, they just stop absorbing. I think so. That's what happens. And that's why they just convince themselves to run with these narratives.
I would love to put our collective knowledge and our collective debunking and our collective skills and the collective facts against anything that the Unirock crowd has.
No, let's not.
It would be utter destruction.
Let's not fan the flames.
Yeah. Hypothetically, I don't want actually to have that happen.
It's not about fanning flames. It's about he's just notice me, Steve Senpai.
Joe says, Uni for psychology is interesting. He seems to have an inferiority complex and reacted much worse than we knew when he rejected his take on the issue. Right. He does have an inferiority complex. By the way, he's trying to run this narrative that I'm a narcissist. And by the way, this is how I usually run these hangouts when I have guests. Look at the size that if you guys can see the outside. I'm way down here in the corner and I have my guests first. That's not the sign of a narcissist, dude. I'm actually pretty shy in real life, okay? I don't like to be front and center. I never was really somebody who ever thought I'd be doing YouTube. I had to really fight to overcome certain personal issues I have with myself to be on center. By the way, because people know I had a speech impediment, and so I really thought people were listening to every word that I was saying, and it sucks. It's still hard for me to do, even to this day, right? Anybody who grew up with having to go to speech therapy, you always think to yourself, people are hearing things that maybe you're not, that you're hearing in your head, right? You know that you fucked up, but in some way,
You overthink.
You overthink it. You
a lot.
overthink. You're constantly processing it.
You
that's
scrutinize
stutter.
yourself 100 times in your brains when everybody has moved on.
Yeah. So when you look at the narcissist checklist, I could tell you right now, there's not a single thing on that checklist that I could imagine anybody saying that I fall into. I mean, what possibly? I put other people first. Always.
Poor
Well-
Juggernaut has all their facts backwards, but I got a question for you from the chat from Travis. Travis was asking that they were trying to find the document that orders Kyle to not tamper and stop posting in the non sequitur show. Was that actually a public court document? They're just not able to find it.
No. Well, sort of. There wasn't a thing from the courts. We had issued what's called a demand letter, and the demand letter is that you do not do anything in the channel. Now, that demand letter has been, I believe it's entered in a record. I think so. I'm not positive. I don't remember if it was a counterfiling or not. No, I don't think, maybe it wasn't. Yeah, I don't think it was actually in the court record itself, but there is a demand letter out there. So there isn't any instructions from the judge, but would be considered to be probably problematic at this point because the intent of the court is to give me back the channel. The court had already said that he breached contract. Right, so anything he does to the channel could be very questionable right now, and especially after that's signed. So it's in one of those limbos things. But according to my lawyer, legally speaking, that stuff is mine. It's just that the court has to enforce how to turn it over to me. It's the way I'm reading it.
Okay, let's indulge in a question. I'm not going to say who asked that question. Steve, do you own that channel 100% now, or is it still 50-50? It's just a whole question. I know, but I'm just indulging that.
I don't know how to answer it. I would defer that to my lawyer, and the lawyer would say that he told me the words he used was the intent of the court. In the eyes of the court, I own the channel. The intent is to give the channel back to me.
Here,
Awesome.
I'll address that question if you want my opinion.
Awesome. All the Golden Queen.
Yeah, Steve fucking owns the channel, and Kyle is currently holding it hostage.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
For months.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that.
There you
I keep
go.
calling him a squatter.
He's a squatter, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Correct.
There we go. All right. Yeah. So I'm just indulging into some little questions like that I heard here and there. And
I
I'm
love
like,
questions.
you
I'm
know.
like Unirock. I'll answer any questions.
See?
Unirock.
I can ask questions if I don't come at people sideways, I can ask questions.
Chat is trying to
Yeah,
kill me. Did you guys see what Helios just said?
Yeah.
No.
Oh
Wow.
my god. I propose that we have Chesh do one of her interviews with Uni, AO, and Joe all back to back for 2 hours each with no breaks for her as a psychological stress test.
We would fail miserably.
Ooh. Wow.
They wouldn't
I
need
wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies.
none, I guarantee you, not a single one of them would make it the 2 hours with me.
They'll just rush out. They'll like, I don't want to do this, and they'll just.
I tell you what, by the way, Empty Bottle, if you message me, because I think I know who this is, but if you message me and I think it is who it thinks it is, I'll give you a wrench. Okay, Empty Bottle?
Or you're just gonna.
I won't
Steve.
dox
Steve,
them.
you're such a doxer.
Yeah, if you hear me typing, I'm doxing.
I second that as a very good idea. I think that's a spectacular
I just want to
idea.
confirm my suspicions. But by the way,
I'm not
everything
saying I know anything, but
people know that I don't show DMs, and people know that I do everything in private. And by the way,
Yeah.
Kyle's supposedly going to sow shit tomorrow, which is great because it's like, wait a minute, I have all these emails too. I've read everything. It's like you couldn't bring this as evidence to the court. You could have shown it before. What does Unirock think that Kyle's going to? I know he's going to spin, but what does he think he's going to show that's of any consequence that I haven't already addressed? I have everything.
I can tell Trina exactly how it would go.
Oh, Rez, I'm sorry. You gotta, yeah, of course.
Pity train,
I
pity
would-
train.
I would, well, essentially, they would come into the call with me. I would start I would start going, how are you? How you been? What's been going on? So how do you feel about the situation? I'd probably get to maybe like 20 minutes into the conversation, they would start getting off topic or off whatever question I was asking. I would mute them, wait, rephrase my question, unmute them, answer my question, mute them again, ask my question again, unmute them.
Well, that's
Mute
how
them
you,
again.
that's how you have to do it, because Unirock cannot have a dialogue with somebody without stepping over them when he's wrong. He just can't do it.
Oh,
Well, the
No.
thing is that I wouldn't be addressing whether or not they're right or wrong. I would be asking a direct question, and then they would try and dance around my question. And so I would mute them every time they started going off on something that wasn't an answer to my question.
So Todd makes a good point. Todd says, an affiliate says, you don't want the money, says Kyle, and Katie Joy ran that same narrative. Why am I suing?
Yep.
Why did we spend thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars then?
And speaking of Katie, there was a comment in the chat that bothers me. Amber, I'm not sure how to say the last name, Duwe. You targeted harassment KJ for months, and I'm not a fan of KJ. I'm curious, what do you consider specifically to be targeted harassment?
I would like to ask that question
Because
too.
Yeah.
what I saw was her being called out on her bullshit. That's
Exactly.
my opinion. You're welcome to convince me otherwise.
I convinced me. There's nothing targeted about. I've never asked anybody to go do anything to Katie. I never targeted her. I never asked a single person to do anything to her or her channel. Nothing. Nada. Zip. And Cheshire's like my closest friend. Even she could tell you that. I've never sent anybody over there going, go troll her, go harass her, go. All I ever said was, ask if you want to, because she says, ask me questions, right? She had a little thing, question, what was it? Questions, whatever. I said, okay, here's the questions you should ask her. That's not targeted harassment.
Well, yeah, that could be a semantic issue. If you're considering that harassment, then the entire debunking community is guilty of it. And in fact, so are you for being here doing what you're doing, because you're saying that essentially
harassing
anything
me.
that we did was harassing, and anything you're currently doing is harassing. So saying somebody is wrong or is lying about something and you can demonstrate that they're lying, that's harassment. According to Katie, that isn't harassment. According to her own words.
She said that.
I
Yeah.
used that quote from her and the screenshot of her saying it as my thumbnail.
Yeah, it's her own words. And by the way,
So,
like you said,
according to Katie, we aren't harassing Katie. So I don't know what your problem is.
if that's the reasoning that they want to use, let's extend it out. That means that everybody who fights against flat earthers are harassing flat earthers, and that's the narrative that flat earthers use. Oh, flat earther debunker, globetards are harassing us, right? You guys seen it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all the time. Yeah, they'll do that, and at the same time they'll report they'll report your content for frivolous reasons. And
Yeah.
it's very strange to see that, like, we're being censored as we censor people.
Yeah, and it's well,
Yeah, they're legitimately sending trolls over here, and they've said that, and we've got screenshots of them saying that, but they're claiming that we're the ones doing it to them. It's projecting. And yeah, look, I've got a lovely painting behind me. Look at that.
I just noticed something. We have like
Nice.
we have like 168 people watching. This channel used to get about 30 or 40 a night when I'd run late night hangouts. So all they've done is made this channel more popular. Thank you for that, trolls.
I'll tell you, you know what? I hate bragging, but
Think
like,
about
I don't want to
before-
give them the credit.
I'm gonna give it the
Before,
credit. They're partially.
before
Partially.
Rock went after me, I had like, I don't know, like 400 followers on Twitter. I have 700 now. I've gotten 300 Twitter
Exactly.
followers.
Well, clearly, you guys are just doing this for the clout.
And by the way, it's not about the subs; it's about the live viewers. And
I don't want the cloud.
I get a lot of live viewers. Todd once again makes a good point. He says, also the newest narrative, if Stevens and Rez were employees talking to their boss, Kyle, attempted to get him to sign over 50-50 because it always has been and always was Kyle's. I mean, you just helped set that up like Katie Joy Polson. I could tell you right now, Reds and Boulonnais will tell Kyle he's lying to his face. Straight up lying to his
Well,
face.
I have a question then. If Boole helped Katie set up her channel, does that
that?
mean Boole owns 100% of Katie's channel?
And Bull did help her set up her channel.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So doesn't that mean that Boole owns all of that money all that revenue that Katie's made off of her channel?
Guess
By
how it
that
still
logic?
works. Or lack
Whatever
thereof.
the logic is, why not put it in front of a judge? Put it in front of a judge
We did.
and let the judge decide. Yeah,
I did. I was
You
going
are-
to.
you're coming up with all these narratives. If you had a lawyer, which he didn't have, that lawyer would have presented it to you and said that this is a good defense we can make. Nothing. Like, what's the point now?
Well, I
Nothing.
got a question. If Kyle needed Steve to make it because he didn't know how. then why wasn't it made and then given to Kyle right away?
And
Why did he need to ask for it for SEO
Thank you.
reasons?
exactly. Why did he say can you give me primary ownership for SEO? Not, hey, can you give me ownership now that you've started it up, I'm ready to take over? Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
people I've noticed something common with all of you.
There's too many holes. Doesn't make sense.
They don't find any of these holes. They don't look for them. They don't ask about these holes and inconsistencies in those narratives.
So, just trying to I have a curious question. So now, can Kyle do anything that might bring him back into the game of contesting the ownership
No.
of the channel, or whether he can still be a partner in that channel?
No, not to my knowledge. I don't see how.
No. Yeah.
I have
So,
absolutely
don't
no
understand.
knowledge of the court systems, but is there no chance of appeal or anything?
No,
like
you don't.
that?
You can ask for a vacate under special conditions, like if you're in the hospital and in a coma. He can't fight, but he has no legit reason for that. I've already asked my lawyer. Lawyer's like, no, it's a done deal. He would have to show that he was basically so immobile and unhospitalized or whatever that he was unable to respond, and we know that's not the case. He was streaming during the time, so
Got it.
he's done.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
I don't
theoretically,
get it.
they could have vacated that under that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just that Unirock and his some of his people in the chat, they're acting like if Kyle's still got something in this game, like he can still come back by using one of the narratives or the reasoning that they are using.
Well, yeah, and I know
Like-
what they're doing, Manya. You know what they're doing?
Smitty, that's funny.
Manya, what they're doing is Kyle is trying to get any little bit of reputation back, and what he's doing, he's latching onto Unirock's followers to do it. Because every one of my followers, every one of the Great Debate Community followers knows by now Kyle's full of shit. It's. I mean, these are flat Earth debunkers. They smell
They're the
bullshit a
ones-
mile away.
They're the ones who got scammed by him. Also, like he frauded them and to getting money from them, saying that you are also going to get it.
Right, and he. By the way, how many times did he say Steve is going to get every dime? How many times did he say that?
Yeah.
Every time until he sent a private message. I think it was a DM or a text that he'd sent to Katie saying that he wasn't going to and was laughing at you.
Yeah, and I'd still like to know all this money
Wow.
being held. I never told Kyle I didn't want to get paid ever. I don't know where Unirock's ever getting this from. Oh wait,
Yeah,
Or that
That's what
was wait, no. He might not have been talking about the money. He might have been talking about the channel because I think Katie was like, "Why don't you just give the channel back to Steve?" And he was like,
Yeah.
"Fuck no."
yeah, exactly.
Basically over my dead body.
Right. Yeah, what's his ego thing at this point? Because if he turns it back over to me, he has to recognize he got defeated.
Kicking and screaming, essentially.
Yeah.
Reese 2.0 would like to know what's in the jar behind Manya because he says, no offense, it looks like poop.
It's peanut
It's
butter.
the peanut butter jar.
Yeah.
No,
peanut butter.
It's the Oreo.
My stomach's killing me
It's
today.
the
by the way.
Oreo thing.
My
Oh,
apologies.
it's a different one. It's
Oh.
Oreos this time.
Yeah, here's the peanut butter stuff.
She's got peanut butters and Oreos right beside her computer desk like a real champ.
Nice.
Please tell me you dip those Oreos in that peanut butter.
Oh, you want to? Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes I do. Sometimes I
Good.
do that.
As you should.
That's why they're together.
Yeah, I usually I have a bag of chips or something around because it's and crackers or something because it settles my stomach. So I could see why you have like that around. By the way, hi Mikey, with your loud mic.
Yo,
Why you got? What do you
What's
got?
up?
You got a fan on?
it's my heat. It's fucking freezing in Chicago, so
Oh.
it kicks on every 30 seconds.
It's
Give me a
very-
second.
It's cool. What do you got to add, my friend? Was it ignoring you? I saw you sneak in with the beautiful avatar you had. And who
Man,
created
look at this avatar
who
though.
did it? Do you want to talk about that? Who did it?
A fucking trash goblin piece of shit. No. No, Chesh did an amazing job, and I could not be happier. And it's the background on my phone.
Oh, I'm
He-
glad you like it.
He's in love with
It's
you.
like the little details on that. Like there's a fork with a fist sticking out of his hair. Like
It's not a
Like-
fork.
what is that?
It's a comb.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
You don't know many people with afros, do you? You don't you have any black friends, Manya?
No, I don't.
Uh.
I'm sorry. But yeah, like I'm saying, there's so many. That's a little detail that you can see
Yeah.
there, and it's perfect.
Well, she's
All right,
an
it should be
artist.
turned off.
Artist
it should
in
be
the
turned-
details.
It should be turned off in a second. I'm glad that Manya, like I accidentally said Manya lived in India and I got crucified for it. Hey, Manya Black people don't comb their hair with forks like Ariel from Little Mermaid.
Listen,
I've been waiting for you to misstep. I've been waiting for this
There you go.
misstep, and I got you.
Educate her on black folk.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
on,
I'm
Maggie.
learning. I
I-
learn every day.
I got you, finally. It took months, but I remembered.
Mikey, she had a really sheltered upbringing, dude.
So we call
Oh, no.
holding a grudge.
Multiculturalism is not a big thing in
Came
her
around
lands.
like a banana shot and
No,
reboot?
chess is chess, not checkers. Like I had to plan my move, many moves ahead of time.
Cheshire, did you
So I
get a
can land
message
that.
from Empty Bottle?
Like on Twitter, maybe. I'll go find out. Also, we got a question from Reboot Required. They said, I'm not from the US. Does a court in North Carolina have jurisdiction over YouTube in whatever state they're in? What happens if YouTube ignores the court order?
They
I
won't.
don't think YouTube can.
They won't ignore a court order.
It's because they're a business, so
Yeah,
whatever applies in whatever state applies
Then-
to
'cause
the
if-
entirety.
Yeah, if they ignored a court order, we would sue YouTube. They're not gonna. Yeah, that doesn't work that way. They wouldn't. So
Kimo Maki is fine. You don't have to. You don't have to retract it. It's fine.
Wait, were they the person that said that a hair pick is a fork?
Right. It's wrong, but it's not racist.
Yeah.
It's wrong, but it's not racist.
Yeah,
So you're fine.
No, it's not racist.
I love
but
this.
I would say it's wrong. Yeah.
it's
Jo-
just terminology problem.
they know me, but we can't have. By the way, who's playing music? We can't have music, Mikey. It gets triggered really easy. In fact, I think that even Red's rocket launch, it has nothing on it. People are trying to do a content ID.
No, it has
Does it?
music on it, but
Oh.
it has open use music on
Oh.
it. The music is by a guy that I use the same music. It's or I've started to. It's
Route
the
something.
guy's name is Savic.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Savak. It's Sav, AK. Hold on, I'll pull it up. His music is royalty free provided you give him the credit, and Reds has actually talked to the guy personally and gotten personal permission to use the guy's music. I also checked the and listened to the people who flagged him for a song that doesn't exist on YouTube,
Oh God.
and it doesn't match.
Here's the artist I was playing.
Anthony Riley, really? What are you
Oh,
doing
really?
here?
Hey, what up, man? You
Uh,
want
real-
to come in?
Yeah, that's
You want to
fine.
come in and chat with us?
Real-
Because I feel like Anthony Riley would actually agree with
Is that
us
really
about
Anthony
the
Riley? Okay,
bullshittery
sure.
some people have been bullying.
Yeah, give him the link.
Appears to be.
Joe, Unirock narrative is you have already ruined the channel and then fooled the community and blaming Kyle. It's mind-boggling.
No,
I
It's not.
listened to that. I was like, are you kidding me? Kyle lied about everything,
Mikey.
and I'm the problem.
It's okay.
How
it's
does
the
that
same,
work?
It's
I
the
do
same
not
logic
know.
that Steve never had drama until Chess showed up.
That's a
This
fact.
is where the music. This is where the music was coming from.
Hashtag
So,
fact.
I wish they would copyright music that I'm playing live.
They
so.
will. They'll do it. They're weird.
They will. Yeah, just
You
don't.
play a
It's
chord,
not-
they'll
it's
copyright
no
it.
good.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to
found-
the world
Yeah.
of YouTube.
I think
I found it the
I think
hard way.
Collective Soul has the G chord copyrighted.
GDC.
That's a good one.
Play that chords. Those chords. G, D, and C.
I think I'm in drop D. Hold on.
Oh, you're dropped
I'm
down.
dropped.
You dropped down the
Yeah.
the last D. We'll put it to an E again.
Yeah, I heard that.
There you go. All right. Doom. There you go. Perfect. I'm not pitch perfect, by the way, but I can get close. Doom. Every song you ever heard had these chords.
Great debate community.
Smitty, drop me on-
Now let me ask Dick. Dick,
Candle.
what percentage of rock songs do you think has that simple chord progression of G, C, or where we're
Well, if we're
Variation.
talking about FM radio rock songs, 70%.
Deborah says, was Empty Bottle who you thought they were? No, but
Oh,
but
we're
there's a
not-
second.
we're not hiding
don't,
Sleeping
don't
Warrior,
hide
are
Sleeping
we?
Warrior.
It's not
Sorry,
really
Sleeping
him.
Warrior, come back. Give him the link.
It's not really him.
How am I?
It's an
I
empty
don't.
channel.
I'm not
Oh,
in
it's not?
contact with him in any way. How the hell am I supposed to give him the link?
Oh, I have his email.
Mm.
Yeah, there you go.
But
He
Yeah,
doesn't
some
talk to
people-
me.
but
Saying
Dick
it's
Kennedy
another
says not him.
tisn't the real
I believe
one, just
Rez-
if I one.
Res Entrance, if he
You-
already checked it.
You get Sleeping Warrior on this stream, and Kevin's gonna
Oh.
rip him in half for about 20 minutes straight, man.
It's not
yeah, it's
really
not.
him.
Oh, I'm so
That's
bummed.
too-
Damn, I got excited
okay.
for nothing.
You're right, Rez. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
It's
I trust
too bad.
Rez.
Bad.
Rez knows what he's doing.
Kevin would have ripped him a new one in about 15 minutes. That would have been just a glorious
No, you-
moment.
Justin,
Dude,
actually, you know what's fussing?
I would've
Justin,
said, like 6 months ago, Anthony, you commented on one of my videos and said you wanted to have a discussion. I said sure when, and I haven't heard from you since. You stood me up.
Justin Oman, he points out exactly right. When you're doing a chord progression, it's like 95% of 4-chord songs. You have the first, the fifth, the sixth minor, and then the fourth.
Right.
So when you're looking
Yep.
at your scale and you're looking at the chords, that's the chord progression you do. So it's 1, 5, 6 minor, and then 4. And there's variations of that when you're doing like blues and other things. But I would love to have a discussion on music theory one day, the circle of fifths. Why, how do you go from a melodic minor to a harmonic to melodic by dropping down, what is it, the seventh as a half step? I mean, it's
If
fascinating.
if only you knew a musician who you never want to talk about music with. You son of a bitch.
I was referring to Dick, but yeah. Do you know these things?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know music theory, Mikey. I know
I'm
you're a
fucking
DJ.
classically fucking trained, you shithead. I've
Oh.
been playing fucking music since I was 10.
Shots fired.
Mikey's saying, Steve was smarter than you thought I was.
On one
Yeah,
side,
I think he knows it better than I do.
Yeah, if he's
So
classically
here's
trained.
the thing, like everything else that you guys talk about, like you guys will jump into philosophy this and physics this, and I'm just like, okay, I got the outside concepts. Like I'm outside the circle, but I understand that there is a circle. Like I see what the guidelines of the circles are. Meanwhile, my wheelhouse has been untapped this entire. Yes, music. Yes, let's do music.
I did.
I'm
Okay.
right there.
All right. Let's test your. Can I shotgun you simple things that I
Oh
learned in the
wow!
first
So
year?
now you're gonna gotcha question
Yeah.
me. All right, let's
All
see
right.
what I do.
All right.
I
Name
might fuck it up.
name the modes.
All of them?
Okay, as many
I
as you can
prefer
name.
Mixolydian, but well,
Mixolydian.
Mixolydian, there's
Like-
Lydian,
Lydian?
major, minor.
Okay, so Mixolydian, Lydian.
Major, minor.
Come on, one of them's the easy one.
Oh,
Dorian.
come on. Yes. Like
Bajoran?
I know these words, but this is not fair, Steve.
I know
I'm
it's
sweating
hard.
now.
This is
That's
not this is advanced
bullshit.
stuff. Yeah, I know. I own. What we had to do, and I took music theory in college, by the way.
Awesome.
And what we had to do was we would switch between modes. So you're like going from accretion, you had to switch to Dorian. You were from one major to a one minor. And by the way, this was 25 years ago, so I'm barely can remember any of it. But
I believe
was,
the answers are Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe.
those are the major ones. Yeah,
Mastodon, pterodactyl.
I know enough to get me in
saber-tooth
trouble. You know, I know
Power
enough to
Rangers.
understand it if somebody's talking about it. Like what do you mean by dropping this? The devil's fifth and the seventh and augmented chords. But yeah, let's do that one day. Dick and Mikey, you down for that? Yeah.
Sus2. That's my new channel name.
Sus2?
Sus2.
D-Sus2.
we could get the
Sus 4.
guitars out and actually do like demonstration and stuff and show what we're talking about and whatnot. I think that
I would love
that would really add some depth to it.
I know my chords pretty well. I mean, for the
Even
most part.
better. I just got a capture card and I figured out how to even just pull up like GarageBand on my phone so I can have a keyboard on screen in like a Streamlabs window.
Right. Cool.
Robert
so
asked.
we can like demonstrate shit. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Robert asked A440 or A432 for your frequency, I guess.
Well, I
440.
prefer
440.
32 to be honest. I like 32. I think it's more natural to the human
I
ear
tune
and the
into 440.
vibrational effect of it. But 440 is what you got to work with. That's just it.
Middle
was
C has.
classically-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was classically trained as a concert musician. I played trumpet for fucking 10, 15 years. I have to play. 440 is where my ear is.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how I learned middle C too. Mr. President's £5. I wish all present a good morning, night. I don't know much about time zones, but anyways, have this and fuck uni and all the bad ways I bring the cactus. Thank you.
Somebody's been hanging around Red's rhetoric.
I'm telling you, I told you guys I want to have more late night stuff like this. Anyways, I'm going to be doing it on this particular channel, and
I am
fun.
with all the cactus that Reds talks about. I'm convinced he has like a greenhouse in the back or something.
He probably does.
different kinds of cactus to just shove up everybody's asses.
But I want people to be able to vent, and I want people to discuss these things. I want to have full transparency, and so I think these late night hangouts in the Great Debate community every so often are fun, and I'm continue to do them. Thank you, Unirock, for providing us material to laugh at your gross inconsistencies and narratives.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big thank you. Absolutely. You fool.
Well, I mean, I had said before that I wasn't going to bother much, and I've talked with Cheshire, and Cheshire reminded me, well, Steve, I thought we were going to, and I was like, well, I've changed my mind, So, and Chesh's like, oh, okay, she didn't, berate me.
I'm here, aren't I?
Yeah,
My music friend.
I do what I want.
My music friend. What is your Twitter handle so I can DM you?
My favorite was that
Myself here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's you.
It's at Dick Dawson 10.
Got it.
And my favorite is that what I had said was, "Hey, Steve, you're doing that thing that you said you didn't want to do by doing response videos back and forth with Uni," and he said, "Yes, so why shouldn't I?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe the reasons you initially didn't want to in the first place."
That's exactly
And he says, "You want to come on?" Oh, fuck's sakes.
Sure, just throw me in the bus there.
There was a comment that was I want to just address it and answer what they're saying, basically. Skeptically, Steve, when we were talking about all the content being provided by Unirock and everyone.
Yeah.
They said great toxic content. Here's a novel idea, Steve. Then leave. If you don't like it, you can walk away from it.
I'm curious about what they mean by toxic. To be honest,
it's one of those bullshit words people throw around these days.
Yeah, it doesn't actually apply to anything. Like when something is toxic, it means it's harming or it's harmful. What and who are we harming by addressing shit people are saying about us?
Oh well, I've
know.
already hit him. He's Unirock sycophant.
Oh
I
yeah,
know,
yeah, that's
I-
fine. I'm just more I'm more addressing like the kind of the overarching idea, not I don't give a shit about what they have to say. I just mean
Yeah.
like the overarching
I don't know.
like because I think that might be an interesting.
You know what?
I
Maybe
am-
hang on one sec. Maybe I'll unhide him if he's still listening. Hey, scientifically, skeptically, Steve. I'm gonna play a little game with you. I'm gonna unhide you actually. He's been around some time. Why don't you come in and defend the actions of Unirock and defend everything he said, which has got everything categorically wrong, and tell us what the hell's toxic. I'm open,
please,
man. By the way, knock yourself out.
Please, skeptically.
He's
Steve,
not been on
I
my
would
block
love
list
for you
before,
to
so he's fine.
justify-
We will shut
I'd love
up.
for you
We
to
will all
justify-
shut up and mute our mics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see if you have some balls.
I
Yeah,
would love
let's
to hear
see.
you justify anything Uni has said towards me. Anything.
Anything. I'm
Please,
down
go
with
ahead.
that.
Yeah.
How?
Well, I
how
would
did-
also be
yep.
curious about what your definition of toxic that you're using that would apply to us and not apply to Unirock.
Okay, we're gonna play a little game here, and it's gonna take a long time. Steve, you're gonna get timed out every time you're just being dishonest or being I'm sorry,
Well, he's
obstructive.
diverting right now.
Yeah, if you're being if you're obfuscating, Steve. I know you used to support me, but you went to the dark side. You literally lost your fucking mind.
He's
Okay.
saying he followed the evidence.
This is-
Can we hear the evidence? Would you like
well,
to come on and present your
This
evidence?
is why I'm giving
please?
him a
Show us the
chance.
evidence.
He did.
Please.
Hang on. He did used to support me. This is why I'm giving him an opportunity. I think that's fair and reasonable. Correct?
Yeah.
So anybody who says I don't listen to people, here's your chance. This is bullshit. Go ahead. Skeptically, Steve, you used to support me. You follow the evidence. Come on in and show us the evidence and talk about the evidence. Would you like that? I'll give you this opportunity.
You want someone to leave? They will leave. And we'll
Now
come
you're
back
running-
and
Yeah.
Nobody
we'll
said
finish.
Nobody said you're
nobody said
dishonest.
you were being
Now
dishonest.
you are being dishonest because that's not what I said.
Well,
Yeah,
let's
you to come in,
let's
yes or
give him
no?
the benefit of
Answer
the doubt. Let's
Alright.
give him the benefit of the doubt and say that like he was mishearing when you because there's a delay in the chat and
Alright.
when we're speaking.
All right. So there
It's
we go.
about 8 seconds.
Let's give him
It's
the
about
benefit
8
of the doubt.
Coming up.
All right, here's the thing. It's all been there, Steve. It's all been pointing out. This is the bullshit we always hear. It's always
What-
been there. What
What has been?
what has been pointed
Yeah.
out? Come on, tell us, Steve, because it's all on your videos. See, this is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
and we're done.
And we're done. Okay, so I wanted to play that little game. I'm gonna hide you now, Steve. I wanted to play that little
It's
game.
all on your videos. Really? That's your answer?
Can you guys? I'm gonna ask the audience. Press 1 if I was fair. Press 2 if I wasn't. I think there's nothing else I could have done. I gave people a one and done, a shot, and all he did was
You
use-
gave him a little bit more than a one and done.
Okay, fine. At least a one and done. And he refused to take, to give any evidence and to be an honest person about it. So that's why I blocked you, Steve. So
Okay, so
Trina's being a contrarian.
Trina said 2,
she's
so
being
I
a
would like.
contrarian. She said 3,
What?
2, 22.
Oh, did she?
So, yeah, she's just being Trina. You know Trina.
Oh, okay. She's teasing.
Kawasa, if you can't come in right now, you either reschedule or offer a present. You offer to present a written case and documents. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, but skeptically Steve is not skeptic. Skeptically Steve, like I said, he used to be a supporter of mine. Isn't as skeptical and understanding about things as he appears to be, and he believes Union Rock. There you go. That's all. I mean, that's your prerogative, dude. Knock yourself out. But you're not going to come over here and try to run narrative by say, "Oh, the evidence is all out there." This is not how we operate. These are flat Earth debunkers. They don't put up with that fucking game. I've shown evidence for everything. By the way, Dick, have I not personally sent you things as evidence, even though you probably don't need to?
Yeah.
I have anyways.
100%. I mean, this kind of rhetoric nonsense is not going to fly here. You've got to put real fact on the table, or you're just talking out your poo shoot. And I'm sorry, I'm sick of it. Stop.
And you know why Union Rock gets everything wrong? Because Union Rock never has anybody send to him the direct evidence, the primary sources. I am the primary source. Right. I have the primary sources.
I would like to add that it's, if you notice, we are the only ones who address, like, bring up specific points and address them. The other sides, not always, but majority of the time, they're like, oh, it's all over the videos. You know, it's been addressed before.
And
we have actually addressed the points.
I would like to.
You know another thing I noticed Union Rock doesn't do really? He doesn't have hangouts like this.
Yeah,
No.
can I well, because he doesn't have friends. But I would like to point out a different thing. Noli is saying that I would like to hear, there are a couple people in the chat that think that was not fair. So I would, and Trina and Noli are the two people that think that wasn't fair.
Okay.
And so could you please say why? Can you please explain why you think that wasn't fair?
So on the record, I have a mod, a person I care about, who love her content, who's disagreeing with me.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Whoa.
Let's remove her mods and block her. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. but yeah, Trina, please tell us. I'm curious. And by the way, if you make a good argument, I will unhide him right now.
Yeah.
You know what? I will do one.
Really
I will do one better. I'll unhide him before you make a good argument. Just for shits and giggles.
Wait till you see what he was saying in the chat.
But Dove Kitty, you don't get him.
Yeah.
But Dove Kitty, you do get a permanently gone. Do not come around my channel, Dove Kitty. You don't get any benefit of the doubt. You get nothing. Go.
Hellbound's like the leader.
Yeah. Dove Kitty is beyond. I mean, she's just a sycophant of
Trina is saying the timing, that we didn't give him enough time to answer. Well, here's the thing, I will actually push. I'm going to push back on that. I'm not going to entirely disagree, but I'm going to push back a little bit on that. And the reason I'm going to push back on it a little bit is they have as much time as they need to respond.
Yeah.
They chose to answer with their answers they gave in the time frame that they gave them.
Yep.
We responded in real time to their answers, not the amount of time that they did or did not have to answer. They could have waited like 2 minutes to think about what they wanted to say and said it. Instead, they said, it's in all of your videos. That's dismissive on their part. That's them not putting in the effort, and that's them not coming to the table ready to actually back up what they're saying. That's why that seems like a short amount of time, but they're the ones who chose that amount of time, not us.
Yeah, and let me clarify something.
If that makes sense.
When somebody responds with something, that doesn't necessarily mean they answered. Okay, in communication, we talk about the word answered question. That means that there's an actual answer to be had, not a response. Non-answer to me is a non-answer is not an answer, right? That's what they call it, a non-answer. So when somebody says, well, if I say, hey, what's 1 + 1 = 2, and you answer potato, yeah, technically you gave a answer, but you didn't answer the question. So if somebody says, well, did they answer the question? No. Did they provide an answer? They provided an answer, but that was a non-answer. That's what these people do. So I've unblocked him one last time, and I'm going to block him again if he doesn't respond. Do you want to present us evidence, skeptically, Steve? Yes or no? And then Trina will let us know if it meets your. Yeah, we'll wait.
I have a kind of example from the flat Earth community, the exact same kind of thing happening. Earlier, I was involved in a discussion with that Try Thinking, that fool. And he said,
I was watching
what shape is the Earth? And he replied with, it has a shape. And I went, okay, no, I'm done.
How can you respond to that? How can you respond to that?
Kelly Doggy has said you've said one thing on the stream that contradicted on another on multiple occasions. I don't save the streams because I didn't think it was intentional or important, but that can't be construed as lying. No, it can't be, because any apparent contradiction I've explained multiple times in context. So anybody who says it's lying is just running narrative.
I would be curious to know like I understand that you don't have the stream saved, but
Yeah, I get that.
Steve doesn't delete his stream, so the only ones they could probably be on where they're not around anymore, they're not deleted, they're just they're unavailable. They're listed as unlisted, not gone.
I will admit this. I have one.
Those would be the
Real quick, I have one unleashed that I did have to hide because it had some information about somebody, and I'm gonna have to like edit it out. but that's
Okay,
it.
here they go again.
That's fine.
Tushar, I really don't care what you say
Yeah.
either. You said, and I quote, "I don't think secondhand smoke is a thing." I'm
Oh my
sure the
God.
families. So you are going on a tangent now instead of answering
All right.
the question that we are.
Trina, I'm gonna let you do the honors. If you think that was an acceptable answer to the question we ask, then I won't. You know what? If you don't think it is, you block him, Trina. You're a mod.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to Trina.
Yeah.
Hide me,
Noli,
unhide me, yada yada. You are full of
Noli-
it. You won't.
Noli was the other person disagreeing. They said, I agree, I wouldn't try to debate in chat, but since you gave them the courtesy, why not fully listen? This is why.
It's just a waste of time.
Yeah.
So
No, you
so
didn't
Trina,
answer
do you?
it. They asked you a yes or no question and you rambled. You're a dumbass.
Well, it rambled
Yep.
about
He's a
something that
dumbass. I know.
it rambled about something that wasn't relevant to the topic.
Yeah, Trina, I'm sorry,
Exactly.
but
No, Trina.
that's not how it
so- sorry,
works.
well, let me explain. Let me
Yeah.
explain before we move forward.
Can I
this
hide-
is,
can I
this
hide
is a
Steve?
difference. No. Ignore him for now.
Right.
He can still talk. We'll let Trina make
Alright.
this decision. I
It's a
think
learning
that's
experience.
perfectly
Yeah.
fine. But I'm going to try to explain this a little bit. So the thing is that this is a debate and community. This is a community where we have discussions with people. If somebody is not being an honest interlocutor and they're just going to run with different deflections and different stuff, they're detracting from whatever conversation we're having and they're trying to run some kind of script. We can't, and the thing is we can just give a yes or no question. We can ask them to elaborate after the fact, but they didn't even address the things we were talking about. They went and brought up a completely different content, like a completely different context, a completely different issue, and they ran narrative on what I actually said.
Right.
'Cause
It's like any
he's
proud
talking about
debunker
smoking.
says, moving the goalpost. Whenever they
So-
can't back it up, they switch to something else.
Yeah. So
And
Yeah.
they're keep in mind that they're the ones who brought up their criticism in the chat, and now they're detracting from the criticism that they initially had brought
yeah,
up.
skeptically,
You
Steve
see the
says,
issue,
I
right?
don't care, Steve. Either way,
It's not a real conversation
it's not.
anymore.
Skeptically, Steve, you come in sideways. You said that, okay, you followed the evidence. Steve is wrong. We asked you what the evidence is. We gave you a chat to come on here and address it. You went on a tangent and you say, I don't care. So why should we care?
Well, this is a
And can
learning
we please
experience
keep in mind
for
that
people.
what they're saying is actually insulting? They are
Yes.
insulting me, and they were insulting Steve, and now they're insulting another mod.
Yeah, and
if
they say
you've noticed,
they said-
and this is how it escalates.
Steve says, I
Yeah.
don't really care, Steve, either way. I was a huge fan of yours, but behavior since the non sequitur thing has been disgusting. I completely disagree. I think
So
it's been
they called you disgusting.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
an insult in there.
and
Man stands up for himself and he's disgusting. How does that fit?
yeah, I'm the one that defends people like, when people go after Moon, when people say that they wish
Or
she
when
has to
we
get raped.
defended Demi when she was
Or when I defended-
deplatformed because she was
Yep.
trans.
Yep. I defended that skeptically, Steve. Me. I'm the one that put my reputation out there for Demi, and she's doing this, and she's going after me now. So yeah, everything your narrative that you're trying to run is demonstrably false because we have the evidence against it.
So I'm gonna launch my platform against Steve right here on Steve's channel. No, I just
Fist me, baby. Fist me. Take
I
that
mean-
fist.
I'm just like, I don't say much in these kind of things because I'm here for the jokes. I'm here to be funny, and I'm here to talk about music and music related shit.
Well, now I know that.
Well, I've been trying to
Whatever.
tell you, but you just don't listen because
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
black.
Yeah.
And
what'd
you don't
say?
like black people. That's the next thing.
I don't like white people either. So what's your point? I don't like anybody.
That is accurate.
Okay.
Like he doesn't like black people
I don't-
or white
I don't like
people
anybody.
or Mexican people or like
I don't even like myself. I don't know. But go ahead.
Um,
Let me address something really
well, hang
quick.
on. He was talking.
Oh, sorry.
Then finish.
Oh wow! Did Skeptical Steve really say that? Good luck, Steve. You're going to need it. R.I.P. non-sec.
Yeah. Wait. Hey, Steve. Why don't you just wait about 4 more weeks, buddy? And then
That's
We shall
okay.
see.
By the way, come
But
back
we
and
shall see.
apologize when you learn that everything you've said is demonstrably
not-
wrong.
but
not,
Steve, they're
but now I'm
not.
gonna hide you. So,
Steve,
goodbye.
they're not gonna apologize.
Oh yeah, no, and yeah, that's the other thing. We Trina, we actively know that this guy is coming from Uni's stream
Right.
to try and distract us and just give us
But
a hard
but,
time.
but 172 people watched that. And by the way, did I not give him every opportunity like I always do?
I saw it.
Okay. So,
Why?
oh,
Can
just-
I'm gonna start being a dick.
It's a
now.
learning experience, Mikey.
No,
that's my
it's
job.
Not.
It
It's
is.
not.
You lie.
It's
You lie.
not.
You lie.
I still
that's
think we
what
should have
they-
given Trina the honors, but
Trina, well, the problem is Trina doesn't even know how to remove somebody. I don't think. She's,
Oh.
she only
You wanna-
she only times people out. She never blocks them, so I don't know if she even knows how.
I think so. She was just having fun with them. Now
Yeah.
they were like, "We
Trina-
need the evidence, please." So,
Trina,
okay.
you got to remember, is a comedian.
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
she
she's
is.
great.
So
Archie.
that's one of the reasons why we love her. She's funny as hell.
She plays with her
What?
victims.
There's another funny.
Oh,
okay.
she's funnier than you, and she's more attractive than
Oh.
you. So
We need a mod training session.
Okay. Okay. All right, Trina. Watch your back.
Oh.
You're just gonna try to replace me? I'm the funny one,
When have you ever been
and I'm
funny?
the cute one.
Okay, you're.
Shut up, Steve.
Yeah, sure, but it's your baby cheeks. But but I wouldn't even
I
be
don't
funny.
got no damn baby cheeks. I'm hilarious.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. How dare you?
Yeah, I could just, like I said, I'll tell you right now. By February 14th, I have a feeling people are going to be noticing that everything at Unirock said is complete
If
bullshit.
I had a velvet glove, Steve, I would slap you in the
Ooh.
face right now and challenge you to a duel.
Sexy.
You son of a bitch.
Todd, Todd Unaffiliated just said something, and I'm curious. Todd, are you saying that the person we were just talking to that we gave a chance to was in another stream, essentially saying awful things about us? And I just want to clarify that with there is something to be said for, and I've said this before, these interactions don't exist in a bubble. If you talk to shit about us or talk shit to us and we have these conversations with you on Twitter or we see these interactions that you're having from in other places, we're not going to tolerate you being here just because you haven't broken the rules here. That
Right.
would be stupid.
That's
that
why-
would be
That
incredibly
is why
dumb.
I just right off the bat got rid of Dove Kitty.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Todd Todd said yes. So yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
just don't think you will
Todd,
get
can
a
you give me a
clean
hint?
slate.
Did it have anything to do with? This is why I'm not asking for explanations. I'm asking for a yes or no question. Did it have to do with anybody that may or may not be on the panel getting raped, or people related to us being raped?
Hey, Todd Unaffiliated, you want to come in, man? TOD. It's not. I don't. It should be TOD Unaffiliated, but I just say Todd.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't
look
realize
at
that
that.
was, I
The
was
answer
real-
was
I didn't,
yep.
re- I didn't
Yeah.
realize that was
Oh, wow.
muted. So I'm so uncomfortable right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, here's who's actually hurt by all this nonsense. All this nonsense. And y'all may not realize it, but I'm me, and I kind of like grift in and out of every kind of circle that I feel like I want to be a part of. It's y'all. Each one of
Yeah.
you is hurt by this because each one of you is unique and awesome and provides something unique to the earth that isn't here without y'all. And it is getting sucked up by these fucking douchebags. And that's their chaotic, evil fucking way of doing things.
Mhm.
Like, they are depriving
They are
the
chaotic
earth.
evil.
They're depriving the earth of amazing things because it's always something. It's always an insult. It's always this. It's always something that has nothing to do with what each one of you does specifically that is amazing.
Yeah,
And that's why I get pissed. And that's what is like after like 30 minutes of any of these videos, I get fucking furious because I don't want to fucking hear Chesh talk about how her and the other ladies in the community have been fucking victimized. I want to see her draw shit. I don't want to hear about this shit. But they're pushing it there, so now she has to say something. And Steve, I want to hear about more nuke shit.
me
Or
too.
let's do some music shows talking about But and Manya is smarter than all of us. I want to hear
True fact.
Manya's brain nerdy awesome shit. I don't give a fuck
We're,
about
we're
any
gonna
of the
we're gonna have that too. That's again.
That was
I've
awesome.
completely kind of separated my channels. This channel is going to be talking about this kind of stuff. That's what the channel was always for. Was talking about.
No,
stuff with
you're
Vinny.
being defensive, Steve.
Hey, no,
Don't be defensive.
I'm answering your question. My main
he wasn't.
channel.
He wasn't asking a question.
Well, I mean, I'm
Question, yeah.
responding to your point. Okay.
Okay.
But thank you, Shesh, for that correction.
Oh wow, Steve accepted a correction.
Oh no, I'm about to.
Hashtag Steve was wrong.
Oh, no,
Everybody say it. Hashtag Steve was
I'm
wrong.
I'm gonna kick
It's
Shesh out right
because
now.
I'm blackmailing him.
But my main channel, we're going to be doing those types of discussions. Matter of fact, I was talking to Manya about we're going to be discussing how an AM radio works and
It's a
Yes.
and stuff like that. We're going to be doing pro presentation stuff coming up on my main channel.
Like
what
that.
I can say
Oh,
is
God.
that it's actually been we are working and have been working on other shows and other topics in the background in the meantime. It's just really difficult for us because we're stuck without non sequitur. We're
Yeah.
stuck in limbo.
Yeah.
So moving forward on a lot of those projects ends up having to get stuck in
Mm.
limbo as well. None of this stuff is going to show up on non sequitur.
Yeah.
Why would it?
Yeah,
But there
exactly.
are people who are upset that Steve is covering a lot of this stuff on his channel because non-sec is gone. So they're expecting Steve to carry on non sequitur on his channel, but they haven't realized that no, this is Steve's channel. It's the same stuff that's always been on it.
Yeah, that's
Right.
exactly what this channel was
And
about.
so people are getting confused because they're coming to Steve looking for non sequitur content and finding Steve's channel's content.
Yeah.
Where we can only Caffeine Corner is the closest thing that we're able to do until we get non sequitur channel back or make a new one.
Yeah,
Worst
well,
case scenario.
I would just change the name over.
Yeah.
I'd change the name.
And then,
but I don't.
but this stuff isn't going
We-
to carry over into non sequitur.
Not at all.
And why would it? It
Yeah,
does
not
not.
at all.
It doesn't belong there.
It-
Totally
Now these
welcome.
Well, real quick, I didn't want non sequitur type
Sorry,
stuff on my
sorry,
main channel
sorry.
because that would have made
exactly.
you
We don't
know,
want to
so-
conflate things, and we don't
yeah.
want to confuse people. And it has to do a lot with the way background analytics works, and has to do with a lot of like the way things
yeah.
function in the background, and not so much what you guys get to see in the public. So
Yes.
if you're coming to Steve's channel looking for non sequitur content, we can't do that. We have to wait for non sequitur to come back. We're stuck in limbo,
know,
unfortunately.
You know, it's funny. A lot of the people that kind of have knows what's going on. The reason why they know what goes on is because they come to me like an adult and ask me questions, and I give them all the evidence they need. That's why I have such.
Okay.
That's why I have such
I-
people that stick around.
Yeah.
By the way.
Okay, I have to say this.
Sure. And then Rez.
Skeptically Steve.
Oh boy.
He's now back in Unirock's live.
Well, yeah, he's a
So
Unirock
he-
sycophant.
Yeah, and I saw Fiona in Unirock's live.
Shocker.
Shocker, shocker, man.
To the surprise of absolutely fucking nobody.
Yeah, these
Did you
people-
figure out how Twitter works
Steve
yet?
is always in his fucking chat.
These people-
He's just a
look at-
butt wipe.
People like Fiona and Exiled and all them, they latch on to anything that can help their narratives. Right? It's just
I
one big,
so
one big
want to
cancer
comment
cluster.
in that chat because there again and again there are people and they're saying Shesh is a proven liar, and I just want to put out one question there. What did Shesh lie about? I really want
Unirock's
to
never
do
been able to
I'm
answer that
like,
question.
Maybe I should.
Yeah.
I will do that. Let's see them. Let's
Oh,
see
by the
what
way,
they have
like-
to
You'll
say.
just get blocked.
Thoughts
They're
by
just
Jay
gonna
Brown
ignore
said,
you.
"Hey,
Doesn't matter.
hey, great to be a
Who
community. I can
cares?
vouch for that since I asked you a question
Exactly.
earlier and you answered. Yeah, I try to answer it as quick as I can. I get back to everybody when they message me, and I don't hide anything. So I am transparent
Hey,
as shit. And anybody who knows me knows I'm transparent. Anybody's ever come to
I'll
me and
vouch
asked
for
me-
that.
I like to
Yeah.
find one person that ever came to me that didn't get the answers they want. Just one.
Well, not the answers they
Well,
want, just
okay.
answers.
Okay.
Lots
fair
of people
enough.
don't get the
Correct
answers they want.
Yeah.
I just gotta say really quickly, guys. It's like 3 a.m. I gotta get up in fucking 3 hours for work.
Oh.
Kino
Oh,
says, "Hey Steve,
I-
have your lawyer watch the Uni show while Kyle is on there." Oh, my lawyer has the link.
Hey Kevin, do you want to be roommates?
I legit
maybe?
talked to my lawyer first thing this morning about all this, and if you don't believe me, you can ask Jess. I talked to her about it too.
Yeah.
You know what's happening in Uni's live stream?
Oh, but I'm a proven liar.
That's
Why
true.
would you want to ask me?
Yeah.
Manya, the steam, not the steam. Don't give
Stream,
and-
stream. There you
Anti-ordinary
go.
screaming in her live stream, in Uni's live
Just
stream. Go
don't,
figure.
just don't
Yeah,
give it
he's
to him.
just she's AO is just screaming into
Wait,
like
So we have a question. Travis C says, "Mind if I ask one question regarding one of the sections within the court documents?" No, go ahead.
Okay,
So, man.
but before that question is asked and answered, I'm just going to head out, but I wanted to say really quickly, Mikey, your speech earlier about like how this is not what the community should be, and it sucks that these things have had to come to light instead of us just being us and making this community amazing. I agree 100%. That was very well said. I've never spoke to you before, but I have to say I like you. This was a lot of fun, and I will see you all sometime soon.
Before you go real quick, Dick Kennedy.
Yeah.
So, just so people know, you guys are going to be an integral part of Non Sequitur's return. We are going to be working with you guys, and I want to work with you guys as well with the Great Debate community, just like we're doing now. So when we do these things, you guys can be brought on and use anything for your show as material, anything you need. But I want people to know that the shills are going to be something we support wholeheartedly. So.
That'd be
And right
fantastic.
back at
I
you.
really look forward
So
to that.
we're going to keep including your links. We'll be including your information. Yeah. We're,
Also,
Oh,
Kennedy,
this-
you do need to get in touch with me for meetup stuff.
This I want to point out this
Yeah.
real quick before we get Resin here. This community has always been about building people up, about helping people's channels, about helping individuals.
Exactly.
That's what this community was for.
Yeah.
We and Mikey alluded to this earlier, and he was spot on about it. We help people. That other side, all they want to do is character assassinate and tear down. They don't help anybody. Matter of fact, none of them have. They've never done anything to help anyone. They only gives a shit about themselves, the drama, and to tear people down. We build up, they tear down. That's it. That's the dichotomy. You decide what you want to be a part of. This community who's going to be helping people, building something, having great discussions, or that other side that all they want to do is do character assassination. Because what happens is you go against them, they'll go after you. You go against me,
Yeah, and-
I ignore you.
And I ain't got time.
For the most
I
part.
No
literally
shit,
don't have
man.
time. I have so much shit to do this
Poor
year.
Kevin.
I have so
Yeah,
much
go
fucking
back,
shit to
Kevin.
do.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
your 6 jobs.
It's all about you,
we
Mikey.
know.
Let Kevin leave.
Jesus.
Yeah, good night, Kev.
All good. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah.
Good night, brother.
Bye.
And by the way, there's
Everybody.
still a lot of people in the live chat said, "Yep, I contacted Steve and he answered me and gave me what I needed to know." Huh? Go figure how that works, right?
Bizarre.
And by the way, even Sammy Jenkins, who didn't agree with me at first, I gave him a wrench.
By the way, Unirock, who he has in his live stream right now, that person has been making such disgusting comments on Twitter. Yeah, I saw that like live when they made those disgusting comments, and they are crying victim
Oh, go
in
shocker.
Unirock's
Oh,
stream.
Travis has a really good
Yeah.
question. So let me address this real quick. It's a two-parter because I need a copy and paste from the document. So within the most recent order, on line 7, it says the complaint wasn't verified, so was no information. Read line 8. Read line 8. That's like what you're looking at in the electronic court filing number 14, I believe it is. That actually is an enumeration of events. I put in an affidavit signed with a notary on November 13th. Line 7 is November 12th. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 13th comes after the 12th, right? So, they were saying that the enumeration was on the 12th. I haven't had an affidavit yet. They're waiting for it. On the 13th, I submitted an affidavit, and the court has accepted that affidavit and is going to entering a default judgment to return the channel back to me because of that affidavit. So, does that make sense? So,
Yes.
I have a 4-page affidavit to the court. Exhibit A, it's called.
I can't wait.
And by the
until
way, it was
everything can
Unirock's
come out.
Discord that couldn't understand that. They had a picture of all that, and they're like, "Look at number 7. Steve never submitted any evidence." That's a lie. They're inept.
Well, if
Cherry
you don't know what
picking.
you're reading, it's like if somebody. So I used to work, and a lot of my job
You're right.
when I used to work, I don't work anymore. I'm kidding. I work all the time. I work more now than I used to. But when I was working in I was working in an office, and I worked doing something called locates, which is when you are going to dig in the ground and you have to get the wires and the like hydro and water and sewers. You need to get everything located so you don't dig into it. I worked in the office to decide whether or not someone should go out and mark, or if your work area was clear for Bell. And in doing that, you have to read a lot of maps. There's a lot of reading interpretation because people are giving you instructions about where they're working, where they're digging, and then also what equipment they're using. And then you have to be able to read regular maps, and then you have to be able to read the overlay maps that have all the wiring in it. If you showed somebody one of those wiring maps, they would not know what they were looking at, even if they were a cartographer, because they're so specific for what you're actually looking at. It tells you what kind of wire is there, what size the wire is there, locate. Like you would need, it would take time for you to learn how to read that kind of a map. So I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, listen, these are the directions to my house. Here's a map, and give them one of those maps if they don't know how to read it. So you can't go into a Discord to a bunch of random people and
Who are
say,
idiots.
here, read this legal document.
Right, and that's exactly the point. And they got everything wrong. I mean, they didn't even notice the fact that the very next statement was Steve that the plaintiff has given an affidavit to the court, and the plans of the judge is to enter the default judgment on that affidavit if not responded by December 9th, which, by the way, is over. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Just by a bit.
Oh, yeah. Can we say happy birthday to Just Brit one more time?
no.
Yay.
Happy birthday! I'm not going to sing it, but
Happy birthday.
Rez, you wanted to add something?
So
Oh,
I
sorry.
just
Shut up,
want to-
Manya.
No, Mania's cuter than
Hello,
Rez.
everyone.
Rez, you want?
I won't
Manya-
be as triggered this time.
I
round.
just want to say something like Shesh just so smoothly inserted like, yeah, she worked before and she did such an amazing job. Like, it's not easy to do what Shesh was doing. Like,
Speaking
and
of
I'm just
amazing
like, oh my
jobs,
god, I'm falling in love with this girl like again and again, all over again,
look at
every
this,
day.
Look at this amazing artwork. I wonder who did that. By Moons.
Can we
Gorgeous.
let-
Look at the detail
we
on
let-
that. It's freaking amazing.
Hi, Moon.
Delia.
I think it's all.
How
I,
you
you
doing,
know,
honey?
I bet this was computer generated. I bet she spent like 30 seconds on this, right?
Something like that.
Okay, Rez,
Shush, Steve.
what do you got for us, Rez, and then Moon?
Hello. I just wanted to clarify something regarding the Sleeping Warrior fake account hiding. Because Trina got really upset with me, but I clarified it with her already. I checked the channel first before I did that, and it was clearly not Sleeping Warrior's actual account because I had
You
no
mean you
content
did
on it.
the honest thing and checked to see who it was before assuming it was them
It's called
and
due diligence.
and starting to
Like
run
I
with
did
a
with the
narrative?
AP2.
And by the way, Trina doesn't get actually mad. Trina, like I
uh,
said, she doesn't really get mad. I know.
Once I saw it wasn't the main account, one of several possibilities exist. One, it could have been one of his fans just trying to troll, in which case, not really much point having them here. Two,
Yeah.
it could be someone just impersonating him. But if they had more of a sarcastic way of displaying his name rather than actually
Right.
copying it, I might have tolerated that.
I Rez,
Um,
you did exactly what I expect my mods to do.
Or the third possibility is that it's actually Sleeping Warrior on a sock account, but if that's the case, why would he not use his main account?
If
And
that's the case,
chances are
coward.
Yeah, no, he would have told me.
Well, that chances are, if he's not using his main account, then it might have already been hidden. At which point, Steve's already made the decision for me. So, regardless of those three
Good
possibilities,
point.
all three lead to that account being hidden.
Yeah, and Noel, Noli 420. Before you get Moon in here, he says, I think Kyle's defense was, why should he have to prove 50-50 when Steve allegedly didn't prove he had ownership? I don't care either way. For the record, I did prove that I have 50-50 ownership. There you go. I legit proved
Kyle
in court.
proved that he had 50-50 ownership
And
because
by
Kyle agreed
right.
to it.
And by the way,
on stream
go read the court papers.
or on video.
I have that video. That video is part of the evidence. Hello? I mean, legit even says death of a non sequitur show in the court records. Okay? So his own words were evidence that was 50-50. So this is what, again, I can't think like Unirocks of the world. My brain doesn't, that's why I have Cheshire. She's like the idiot whisperer, right? She can actually get in their heads and figure this shit out.
There's a reason why people have been complaining. Like I've seen, they're not like the people who are trying to troll and are trying to catch Steve saying things, have been complaining that when Steve says something, I jump in and sometimes explain it or I rephrase it because they want Steve to answer because they're trying to catch him
Yeah.
in something. And when Steve says something in a way that's easily misconstrued or going to be twisted, I'm basically on top of it
I will
already.
admit she does that, and I appreciate
And they're
it.
actively complaining about it in our chats. It's
No,
really
I
funny.
because I don't think on that level. Like, how is this going to be twisted? Like when I was talking about having a business structure, to me that's just accounting 101. And I didn't cross my mind, at the time that would be like, oh, we talk about structuring, which is completely unrelated. That's for actually doing payroll. But
I'd just like to say that's why the two of you make such a good team.
I know, right?
Oh, thanks.
She's stuck with me forever. She knows this.
Yeah,
legit.
there's no getting away now.
Yeah,
I'm
we're like
basically
joined at the
chained to the
hip.
floor.
Chesh, you just got so unhappy looking. What happened? I'm just kidding.
Moon. Let's get the moon real quick.
Hi,
Hi,
good
girl.
morning.
How are you feeling? You know, I'm surprised that you're in here. I thought you were taking a break because we don't want to, like, bother you.
I can't quit, you guys.
I know.
Yes.
We're so incredible. We're just incredible.
I can't quit
So
you,
anything you want to
baby.
add to this? I mean, you want to, like, weigh in your 2 cents? Because I don't know if you saw that screenshot. I don't want to trigger anybody, but you don't know if you saw that screenshot, what somebody said about Chesh.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
I
do you want to
did.
weigh on that and about what this narrative, like Demi and Sipping Tea with Joe and Nate Brody and Fiona, when they're running these rape apologetics narrative crap, how it affects actual people that have been affected by violent attacks?
Yeah, that's the reason I asked to join.
Right,
I
I
figured
figured as
it'd be
much.
better for people to hear my voice and hear my words very clearly on this topic. So when it comes to, first of all, what was said about Chesh, that is vile and sick to even go down that path. I don't know. I don't get what they're doing. It's like, stop. Just stop already. Leave us alone. Let us live our lives.
You know, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I love that sentiment. If Fiona exiled Nate Brody, Unirock, and Demi, said they will never mention me or my friends ever again, I will never mention any of them again. But that's not what they want. They want the drama.
We tried that already.
We already tried that.
made
I tried that for a
we
very long
actually,
time.
I actually went into DMs with an account that goes by Holy Spackle
And she's
and
one of the worst
agreed
provokers. Yeah.
and made an agreement that they wouldn't mention us, and 2 of their affiliates would not mention us,
They broke
and
that.
we agreed
Right.
not to talk about them. They broke it
They
immediately.
broke it. So
Yeah.
it doesn't work, Moon. But I would be really willing to do that. I don't want to talk about any of them. I think they're all sick, vile fucks, and I think what they're doing is only harming themselves because it's exposing them for the wretched people they are. It's solidifying the great debate community. This community has never been stronger because we see them for
Right.
what they are.
You can see it. You can feel it.
Well, that was one of the
Yeah.
reasons why we ended up deciding to talk about this and kind of show you guys sort of what we deal with, so that way it's not all happening behind the scenes. So there isn't any kind
Yeah.
of tension built up that you can hear coming from us for some reason, or you see us banning or mentioning things without proper context. Now you guys have the context. Now it's all transparent. Now it's all been exposed. You can see it all now. Whereas
That's
before
exactly why
you
we
had-
did that one episode on the Shills, because we wanted to show our viewers behind the scenes how unbelievably vile and despicable these absolute fools can be. It's disgusting.
And this is why I'm saying I love for one of them to actually come in and try to justify themselves, but they never freaking do. Ever. None of them. But anyways, continue on, Moon. I just want to throw that out there. I'd be happy to never talk about any of them. That's the reason why me, Bullinator, and Reds left that community 3 years ago. Whatever
Right.
it's been. It's because we know about this
Well,
about them.
I think the egregious accusations, the egregious targeted attacks have to be addressed. So I don't see any reason at all why we need to stay silent. I just think that
No, they do not have to be addressed.
I think they do. I disagree with Mikey.
It-
Oh, hey,
that's
look, I
just-
think
that's-
Mary Morgan's talking about me.
like that's my whole thing.
Mikey's
is
got a point, though.
that
And I'm not sure it's right, but he's got a point.
Well,
I do
I'm just
have
saying.
a point.
Mikey.
It's there isn't always a need to respond
I wouldn't say that.
to
didn't say always a
to
need.
I'm not saying that there isn't always a need to not respond, but if their whole gimmick is to get you to respond in these special cases, you make sure you don't.
Yeah, no, I agree with Mikey. Mikey's not speaks the truth, but what I think what crossed the line with me is when they started going after Moon.
That's why they did that, is because
I
they
understand
I-
that.
I
the more you
understand that.
ignore them, the more they
I-
try to get to
They
something else.
escalate.
I think talking about what happened with Moon was incredibly important to talk about to demonstrate the point. I think that Uni doesn't deserve any more of our attention. I think Demi doesn't deserve any more of our attention. I think Joe doesn't deserve any more of our attention. I think that they treat us as batteries, and they only get energy and content from us talking about them.
Absolutely agree with you.
So for
Yeah.
those 3, now talking about what happened to Moon wasn't about them. it was about her, and it was about that kind of toxic situation, and that those kinds of things were happening. We didn't need to necessarily talk about. Now, we did mention them briefly because they're the ones fostering this behavior, and because like that's and those kinds of toxic behaviors in communities. So the I agree, those three don't need to be addressed. I think the only person that can still be addressed at this point is Katie Joy, and I think the only reason she should be addressed in some regards is whenever she tries to grift to the next thing. So we go, oh, look, she's doing the same thing to that community. Hey, that community, you know what she's doing? Yeah, she did the same thing to us, and in a dismissive hand wave, because she's not going to do anything new.
I agree with you, but let me give you a little quick small pushback. Unirock does the same thing. He grifts from each one community. He'll ingratiate himself with the community. He'll screw people over, and then he'll fabricate drama for the views. He's done this before. Numerous times.
Yeah, but the thing is that you are feeding into that right now.
Yeah, no, I get that, but
it's a tough call.
It's a tough call.
It is. It is. I agree. I think it goes both ways. I think Uni needs to be addressed when he brings up something worth addressing, though.
Well, I think it was tonight. I think the lies that he had tonight were comical. I found them entertaining.
Oh. That was amazing.
Dick and I were talking the entire time, just laughing. We were laughing hysterically.
Yeah.
We're like, he kept. Is this really what he wants to run with? I mean, his sycophants this goddamn stupid. Yes.
Yeah. The comedy in that stream was beyond belief. Some of the classics like Eddie Murphy are sitting back going, "Wow, I wish I had those chops." It was unbelievable. I don't think I've laughed so hard in a month now. And I mean, I do comedy debunking. Come on, right?
No one is funnier than me, and I will continue to stand on that point until someone proves me wrong.
One of the best things, and that's something that I also like to take on board, is that I think I'm hilarious. And because comedy is subjective to what you think, nobody could ever take that away from you.
That's right.
I win again.
But yeah, going back to that point, though, there is a time and a place to address it, and then there's a lot of times not to. And you can get lost in which one is which because you do want to defend yourself. But when it becomes vile and hate-filled, it must be at least defended. And this is the Moon exception that Chesh is bringing up.
I agree.
Right?
And Deb asked, "Who's my favorite wrench?" I don't have one. I don't play. I don't play this. Who's Sensei's favorite? That's the Katie Joyce thing. They're all vying for Katie Joy's favoritism.
Actually, I'm fine to accept that question, Manya.
Okay, cool. I'll bring them back.
I am willing to take the second half of that question because I don't want to go in the first half.
No, I don't.
The second half.
I don't even want to deal with that bullshit. I mean, if you want to do it on your channel, that's fine. But that's going to foster the trolls, and I'm not going to have.
Well,
that.
I want to. Okay, fine.
I mean, you could address it. Go ahead, but I mean, don't unhide them.
Let her do that.
You could address
don't unhide them. Yeah, that's
don't
fine.
Unhide them.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that question is a reasonable question because it's a question about platforming. So it's a question about whether or not somebody should or should not be platformed. So is it reasonable to address somebody or interview or platform somebody about either one, the issue that they have, or two, about something else? So it comes down to two different things. First off, if somebody's convicted of a crime, should they not be allowed back into society in any way, shape, or form after they've already served their time? Like Kyle, yeah. Should Kyle be? Is it okay for Unirock to platform Kyle? Or does that mean that Kyle is, or that Unirock is accepting of that breaking and entering is okay and cocaine is okay? All right. The second part of that question is essentially whether or not somebody who has been convicted of a crime can be adept at doing things and talking about and educational about things that are not related to their crime.
And by the way, it's not just breaking, entering, and fraud. I mean, he's actually
fraud also now. Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually been found for fraud and fraudulent conversion, and so he's a fraudulent conversion apologist.
So at this point, it comes down to a question of platforming, and in some cases, I would agree you should not platform some people, but it's up to the creator. It's not up to me. Like, if Steve wants to have somebody on and I don't approve of having that person on, or I don't want to hear what that person has to say, I'm not going to watch it. Or if, and I'm going to, maybe I'll downvote it if I really don't like the person for some reason, but it doesn't mean that that person isn't a human anymore. And a lot of what this is doing is dehumanizing anybody who's had a previous conviction in any way, shape, or form. You're dehumanizing them. They can't do anything else. They can't be anything. They're not allowed to be part of society again, no matter what their crime is.
Yeah,
and you can't do that. People are people no matter what. It doesn't matter how heinous a crime that person commits. They are still a human being. Period. Now, whether you choose to have them on or not is a decision that person has to make. But whether you watch it or not is also up to you.
And let me make this very clear to everybody who's ever listened to this channel. I will have who I want on when I want, when to talk about what I want, and nobody
also mentioned anything about forgiveness of that person.
And nobody's going to tell me otherwise. And that's what I want these channels to be. I want these channels to be. I mean, look, I had David Silverman on, for God's sake, who I don't agree with hardly anything, but I want to talk about something that was unrelated to my agnosticism, atheism stuff. We didn't talk about any of that, right? Nothing. And so this is one of the reasons which this channel has actually grown and popular, is because they know I'll have those discussions with people that everybody else is going to just write off. That's what Non Sequitur is for, to have these types of discussions. I don't shy away from it. And the people that are running narrative, that I had certain people on my channel, they can fuck off, because you know what? They have nothing to offer to anybody. This channel has stuff to offer people, and so was the Non Sequitur show.
I have a question for Les. Who brought up forgiveness?
Mm-hmm.
When did anybody say anything about forgiving anybody?
I've never mentioned anything about any forgiveness.
Particularly with the little diatribe I just went on.
Yeah.
When did anybody say anything about forgiving them any person for any crime?
And there's multiple people in here that have been victims before. So anybody, and so anybody who runs this rape apologist bullshit is it makes no sense. We're all against rape. Every one of us is in here is very much against rape.
So are they?
I said you needed to accept them as human beings, not accept their crime. Those are two very different things.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And are they so like Steve said, there are victims in this chat. So are they dismissing our opinions, like the opinions of the people in this chat?
Better fucking not be.
Yeah, I'm clear.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Yes, they are, because we just happen to be inconvenient.
Yeah. You're not part of the narrative.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
That you if you're not in that narrative, if you don't accept the narrative, they not only, here's the worst part. If you don't accept their narrative, it's not that they just go okay and move on. They become visceral, and then they go after you, and they call you a bunch of names, and they go after you, and they say, "Oh, you're not a real woman. You're a gender traitor. You're a horrible fucking person. I know where you live. Watch your back." These are the things. I hope you get raped.
Yeah.
These are the things that we hear from that side. All of them are like that.
Yeah, and yet we've got people in here saying that we're being immoral or inhuman for treating people like they're human beings. Well, we've got people threatening us.
It's bizarre world. It's absolutely. It's 180 opposite reality.
We're the immoral ones. We're the problem.
Ones, right.
Because we dared to have a conversation.
I give somebody a benefit of the doubt so we can have a conversation, and I'm a bad guy. Okay. Whatever.
I would like to point out something real quick that I would like to point out again. The person who was convicted of rape treated me with more respect and treated me better than the people who are in the chat right now commenting about this stuff, and the people who are coming and trolling, and the people who are claiming they cared so much about victims.
Would that make you a rape apologist in their eyes?
Probably.
Yeah. Just by being in it. They've even said it. They've even said anybody who goes to Steve's channel is a rape apologist. It's like, really? That's okay. Well, go ahead, try to run that narrative, because I tell you what, more people have been coming to me than ever before.
Oh, and I would also like to point out that person was straight up incorrect. If they're not lying, he was not convicted of that. He has an injunction for that, but there's a lot of questions around that. I know that because I've been recently reading it, because people have been asking me questions. So I was reading over it again. Yeah. It's an injunction. It's not a conviction.
But here's the thing. I don't even give a fuck about this guy. I'm not like a cheerleader.
Well, it turns into.
Well, one sec.
If you've noticed.
One sec. I'm not making videos to defend this guy.
No, and
never
no point have we ever been.
Never happened.
There's also an additional thing going on here. What this person is being treated, the person we're talking about, the convicted rapist, is being charged with other crimes that he has not been found guilty of yet. These people are using those crimes that he's being accused of, which is raping of his own daughter is what he's currently got the injunction for. These people are using the assault that they think he committed of his daughter, treating him as if he's guilty before innocence, to attack Steve.
Yeah, what has nothing to do with
This is America.
And by the
Why
way,
is anyone surprised
is-
that people treat
Yeah.
people who have committed any
From-
crime like they are second-class citizens and like they're pieces of shit?
From what I understand.
Well, they're not treating him like a piece of shit because of him. They're treating him like a piece of shit
Right.
because they want to get at Steve.
Yeah, it's all about me.
They're using the abuse of a child.
Yeah.
In a completely unrelated situation to try to smear Steve.
So
I
let me ask you this,
promise you,
Mikey.
I promise you, it is a cultural thing. On top of this, hold on top of the Steve thing, in America, not so much in the frozen Maple North. They
Maple North.
refuse. They refuse to give redemption to people who have served time for things that they actually did and they actually said that they did.
Yeah, and
So if there's any gray area, then they're definitely not going to give you. You were accused of it,
and from what I
and they get all fucking crazy and ratchet.
That's not
And then it-
exclusive to America.
From what
That happens in Australia as well.
from what I
Okay,
understand,
upside down America down there.
from-
But it's just something that people do here, where they think it's totally fine to convict somebody on an allegation, or if someone cops a plea because they don't want to fight the case and they just take their 10 years and get out as opposed to serving life, they did,
Right.
it does not matter to them because they don't know it and
Right.
they don't understand the complexity of the American criminal justice system.
Yeah.
Or they
Yeah.
do, and they're trying to spin it and use it against
and,
Steve.
And so that's the thing. So now that Steve is involved, oh, the fucking boners.
let me ask you this, Mikey.
Oh,
Let me-
they're
hang
so
on, hang on,
hard.
let me ask
Get
you
out
this.
the
Hang on,
platinum wet.
Let me ask you this. I had the guy on one time. He's been on multiple different channels. Not a single one of these people, not a single fucking one of them, have said anything to those other channels.
Which is why I said the things that I said before, because it
Yeah.
plays into the bias
Right.
that they already feel for
It's-
people who have been convicted of crimes.
Yeah,
Yeah, and keep in mind that these people haven't even looked at his stuff. They haven't talked to him. They haven't looked at his stuff. They haven't asked him the questions that they're asking Steve. They're asking Steve to justify Warden's position for himself. Well, go talk to
go
Warden.
talk to
about
Warren. Again, I'm not his cheerleader. I don't make videos defending the guy.
it. No, they haven't gone after his channel. He does have other people that have gone after his channel, but they're not the people we're referring to.
Yeah, and this one narrative, somebody was like, "Oh well, Steve wanted Warden subscribers." I didn't get a single bump out of that.
The only
Hmm.
people,
Nothing.
the
I
only
didn't care.
people,
There was nothing to do with
the only-
anything.
the only thing YouTubers and YouTube viewers hate more than a convicted criminal is fucking Steve McRae.
Fact.
And if fucking a convicted criminal is on Steve McRae's show, holy shit, solar eclipse, everybody get out your cameras.
And by the way, I'm gonna have
Yeah.
more.
It's
I'm gonna have
happening.
more people, questionable people, on my channels. It's a lot more. And so if they want more, if the people want to go for it and bitch at me
But-
for it, that's fine. But that, you know what? These are the channels where people can come to have conversations, and I'm proud of that.
So here's the thing. Even if you guys hate Steve, that's fine. Leave this guy alone.
I don't care if they.
How
I don't
about
care
you
what they do with me. help
attack
me.
Steve on
Atta-
attack Steve on something Steve did,
Look at
and good luck.
Mikey. They cannot attack on the issues. They have to character assassinate. I don't care if they try to character assassinate me. There's nothing that can affect me on, right?
Yeah, you have no character. So what are
Exactly.
they gonna do? What are they gonna do? They
But
ain't got nothing.
I agree. So,
They got nothing.
but you agree that when they go after people like Moon and Chesh and they say the things that they say, that's when it
Oh,
becomes obvious
and
that they're
me.
full of shit.
And me, I didn't want to. I
Oh,
didn't want
really?
to
They've come
insert
after you?
myself, but
Insert-
yeah, I've gotten some. I've gotten
I've
some
been waiting for
flack
you to
here.
insert yourself a long time, Mikey.
Oh, disgusting! This is why I refuse to say those words, and I accidentally just said them right now.
So you got to watch yourself.
It happens, but I'm not here to like advocate for Steve's virtue. No, fuck Steve. Steve's a dick.
Doesn't need to.
But
He
but
doesn't need
Steve-
you to.
But Steve's a dick, but he's still my friend.
And I love this guy.
and-
See?
And but what y'all are saying has nothing to do with anything. So like if y'all came at Steve and said Steve is rude to people, yeah, I'll give you that. So am I.
I don't think I am though. I would push back on that. I really am not.
I'm just saying. Even if that was a thing,
Oh,
that's
okay,
fine.
if I was rude,
then,
okay.
yeah, then okay, then Steve's probably not the guy you want to watch. it took me a while to warm up to Reds because I stopped watching Reds videos because like this dude is a fucking asshole.
That's
God,
what
he's
attracted
such a
me to
dick.
Reds in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. That's
because
one of
you're
the reasons why I
Australian.
love Reds.
That's because you're Australian.
I love
You
Reds.
survive on kangaroo milk and fucking boomerangs. That's your
Kangaroo
whole.
meat's so delicious. Not even joking.
I've never tried it, but yeah, I mean,
It's
so
fine. It's
I-
fine
I-
if people don't have a preference towards you.
I totally get
But
it.
if you're going to attack someone, please know what you're talking about. And then having talked to you, I don't agree with the things that you're being attacked for. So I don't
Well-
agree with those people. And then I made my own judgment without everybody else influencing me because I am such a nobody on the internet,
What,
and I
so
kind of keep
you-
to myself, and I will turn this shit off for a month
Are you saying you have
and then pop
independent
back
thought?
up.
Wait, are you saying you have actual independent thought and you're not a drone?
It's weird. It's almost like white people don't control this black man.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
Really?
Kangaroo meat apologists.
What do you think your didgeridoo over there?
It's weird that they don't. It's weird that these people running these narratives don't see what they're doing to people, and the fact that they've actually solidified the great debate community because of it. They don't see it. They don't. They're not. I don't think. I don't know what their end goals is because they're not having the effect on me that they want. This is why they're going
Not
after
at
my
all.
friends.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a unification within everybody going, wow, we got a few rotten apples, and so we'll get rid of them and everybody can move on. And so, thanks.
But yeah, but see the thing, Dick, when they go after my friends, now my friends go, oh wait, yeah, this is just evidence that Steve's been right all along. I didn't have to. I didn't have to convince Moon of shit.
No.
I did not convince Moon in anything. Everything she's ever done, she's done independently of her own experience, and she came to a conclusion. I didn't ask her to defend me. I didn't. Matter of fact, I don't think we even had a discussion on any of this, if I recall. Moon, did we?
Never.
Okay, so
No.
I didn't have. It wasn't like I asked Moon to defend me or ask her to come on board with any of the stuff. She experienced all this, and then in her own words, talked about it. I had no influence on her
Yeah.
whatsoever.
So the moral of the story is I'm always right. Music is the best thing to talk about on the internet. And Chesh makes the best avatars.
And 3, Mikey, you're doing really good, buddy.
And Chester's our fearsome leader from now on. All hail the
Well, I, for one, welcome our Chesh overlord.
Right?
Can I just say something though?
No.
Say someone asks Steve something and he happens to answer it in a crass or rude or without manners way, and all they write back is, "Oh wow, you're rude. I don't want to engage with you," but they don't address anything he brings up. Does that not sort of highlight the fact that they're actually not looking for any kind of answers, but to be sort of validated in their own opinion of him?
Yeah, and I
What
usually
I-
start off with trying to be as fair as possible. Okay, I'm like, okay, what's your complaint? Let's talk about it. But look what happened with Skeptically Steve when he came in. We gave him multiple chances, and yet it was the same diatribe nonsense rhetoric. And has skeptically in his name. I'm like, that's just a misnomer at that point. Go ahead, Jess. Sorry.
There's something that I've noticed with Steve even before we started talking on a more personal basis when I was kind of started first coming around, and this is because some time ago. And something that I noticed that Steve, the way these conversations tend to go with him is somebody will start making accusations, and Steve will say, "That's not my position. Here's what my position is." Then they'll get into some kind of semantic argument. And then the person will start getting a little bit rude. Steve will get a little bit rude back. And then a lot of people actually misunderstand when Steve says somebody is stupid. It's not usually an insult. It's usually an assessment. It's two different things.
I agree with that.
He still does do it sometimes, but usually when Steve says stupid, when somebody's stupid, he's making an assessment about that they're ignorant
I usually
to
use the
this
words,
topic.
just as a clarification, I usually wear the words, I think I use idiot or moron more than anything else.
Yeah,
But yeah.
usually if you're using it, if you're saying an insult, you usually use idiot or moron or dumbass.
No, moron is an assessment. Dumbass is an insult.
Well, no, you could use it as a.
No, how I generally use moron is moron.
I'm a dumbass
Oh, okay,
moron.
gotcha.
It depends.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a matter of cadence, and I'm not excusing the cadence. It's easy to misunderstand, especially if you're not trying to have a conversation. But at the same time, they also are escalating, so it's a mutual escalation,
here-
and
Yeah.
then they
well,
don't
here-
have to address what Steve is saying, and they
Right,
just
because
go
they
off the
because they,
rails.
Well,
'cause
here,
they-
let's-
they
let's
avoid the
do the-
contents of the discussion, the actual argument. Real quick,
Well,
Just one
well,
second.
here-
One second.
go ahead.
Just Britt said, ask Steve a question about something sham. I don't know what that is, but he was very nice and explained to me. He clarified what he said, and I will always ask. Look, that's what I'm saying. I have 1,000 freaking videos. A lot of times I might be not clear on what I say. I get that, but that's where we have principle, charity, and clarification and context. And when people come to me and say, "What do you mean by this?" and they clarify it for them, and they go, "Oh, okay, that makes sense now," then we move on, and I'm happy to do so.
Say
Steve,
this
can I
thing.
ask you something
Yes.
here? Is this
go ahead.
Mr. T in your chat a misogynist twit, or is he just being like a bad joker?
It's just a troll.
Just a
Okay.
He's been banned off, or he's been hidden off of here before. I'm sure he
Yeah,
will again.
let's shut that fuck up. He's an idiot.
go for it. Remove him.
Mikey, yeah.
So, Chesh, on the point that you're still making,
Mhm.
that's kind of the importance of Steve to have friends like us who aren't all gushy in love with Steve
You're in love
to
with
say,
me.
hey,
You're in love with me. Shut up.
maybe don't call
Friendly
people that.
fire. I just timed out someone else. Can you please bring him back
You
on?
can't.
Sorry,
you can't
sir.
fix a time. You can't fix a timeout. It has to.
No, he's got to wait.
But real quick, Dick. By the way,
No, I deleted him. So
oh,
can you bring him back?
who was it? You deleted.
I didn't
Justin
see
Oh,
anybody.
Justin.
Not affiliated. Oh,
I got it.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I'll make-
no, it wasn't.
Yeah, I made a
Sorry,
mod,
I
so
got
it's
that wrong.
fixed.
Justin, no man, please. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I fixed
God
it.
dang it.
There we go.
Thank you.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, Dick, don't bother to time out. I'm gonna tell all my mods: if you see a person trolling, don't time them out. Just hide them right off the bat. Don't bother with the timeout. It's just a waste of time.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you have all.
Um,
Every mod here has the ability to just hide a straight out troll.
So
here-
I can actually
Hold on,
answer
hold on.
that.
Hold on,
I
hold
can
on.
actually answer Mikey. Yeah.
I wasn't done yet.
Oh, keep going then.
And
Yeah.
there's more.
Yeah, so like that's kind of on us because I fully expect you guys to do it to me. If I'm getting a little far afield and I'm talking out of the side of my mouth, yeah, shut me the fuck up, correct me. And Steve, maybe if you're arguing with people, don't call them morons because they just use that as a way to say that you personally
I
attacked
don't
them,
care.
and then they get all. I know you don't care.
Just
But-
straight up don't care.
but
There's
let's-
actually
Don't be a
something
moron, and then I won't
I
call you
might
a
be able
moron.
to actually. I might be able to actually
Wait,
address this a
okay,
little bit better.
Okay, you can't.
The
One
answer
sec.
is
We call flat earthers morons all the time, Mikey. By the way, there's a reason for this. They are morons. So go
I
ahead, Chesh.
know they are morons.
the
But as
thing.
soon as we
Flat
give-
Earth is
we
less.
give them the escape rope to get out of the dungeon.
Yeah,
you know
but I
what
don't
I'm saying?
care. Let them get out of the dungeon.
Well, that's the thing. Steve wants them out of the
Right.
dungeon. He wants get out of my dungeon. Is what that
Nope.
is.
That's why I say
There's-
this exactly. It's like you're a moron. Get away from me, and they leave.
I can tell you this because I've had this conversation with Steve at length when we first started talking, and essentially it comes down to that a lot of when Steve gets a little bit berating when somebody's not understanding something is because he's getting tired of the conversation and because he doesn't want people who are going to be whiny little bitches because they didn't like the language that was being used in their direction when they're being dumbasses.
She knows me so well.
So it's a matter
Mm.
he's using it as a thinning tactic to thin out the people he has to deal with on a regular basis
Right.
Yeah, I
right.
because
so much time,
he
yeah.
doesn't want to patronize people and he doesn't have time to patronize people now. I
Right.
don't necessarily agree with the
She doesn't.
tactic. It doesn't necessarily work as well as he thinks it does in some case, but something that you will notice that Steve and I both do without talking to each other, by the way, we actually play Switch. So
We're switchers.
when Steve is going off on
Nintendo
somebody,
Switch?
pretty much when Steve is going off on somebody, you'll know, like on Twitter, you'll notice that I will jump in and try and reason with the person to actually see where we can get the conversation to go to, and then when I'm going off on somebody, he'll come in and
It's
try and
true.
reason and see where he can
It's totally true. It
conversation
worked
get
out that
to.
way. We had no plans to do it that way. It just kind of became that thing.
Right. Right.
but-
But, there's no
but,
reason that
Mikey-
either one of you insane, super smart brainiacs can't do that for yourselves in real time. And that I'm not saying change the way you talk because people are stupid and morons and idiots. I get that too. But
But there's always a but.
However, it gives the
Mikey's talking about optics.
Yeah,
it
well,
comes
yeah.
across this
I
way
get
when
that.
other people
well,
look in.
and it gives it because whenever you're debating somebody, you're never really talking to the person that you're
I'm
debating
not
with. You're
debating.
always just
Hang on,
talking
hang on,
to.
hang on. We're not talking about
I know.
debating. I've only had 4 debates, man.
I'm
not talking about debating.
just, I'm not. It's let me
He's
finish the
talking-
analogy,
yeah.
and then you'll know what I'm saying. So whenever
I
you're debating somebody, you're not trying to convince the person that you're debating against. You're trying to convince the audience. So if you use idiot and moron and dumbass in your arguments, then the outside listening group paints you a certain way.
Can I pull a Red's rhetoric?
Yes.
Sure.
And I'm gonna
Oh, she's gonna scream.
I'm gonna
Wow.
pull a little bit of I'm gonna channel the Reds rhetoric and say, actually, you know what? I'm gonna fucking double down. I'm gonna call them fucking idiots and fucking morons because I'm gonna call them out for exactly what the fuck they are.
I do that all the time.
Because
actually.
why
I
the hell
love it.
do I need to cater to their dumbasses and their bullshit? If people don't like it, don't fucking come around.
That's
You don't like being called a
Yeah.
dumbass? Don't be a fucking dumbass.
Yeah, don't
but
talk
this-
stupid
but
if you
this-
don't want to be called stupid.
Chesh-
Fuck me, it's not my fault.
Chesh, I kind of learned that behavior from Red's rhetoric, by the way. I gotta,
Let it out.
to be honest with you. He was my role model and all this. But real quick,
Nobody.
but I will tell you this, Mikey. The people that have looked all past this and the later on came, you know what, Steve? I really looked at your argument. I thought you're a little, vitriolic or whatever. But once I looked at it and found out you're right, I can see why you get frustrated. And those people have stuck around for a very long time.
I'm not saying
Just deal with it. Just acknowledge it, Mikey. Just lay there and take it. Just lay there and take it.
hey, I'm not Steve McRae. None of this shit fucking affects me.
We're all
like,
Steve
the
McRae.
trolls that come after me, they learn very quickly that is a dead end, and
Yeah,
they
they're
should
all-
try somewhere else. They've all found out very quickly that is a dead end.
Because you're an emotional
Because I
Darren
deal with
Wasteland.
them.
They don't care about anybody.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially, what it also turns into is that if you're talking about the debate analogy doesn't entirely work. I get what you're saying. You're talking like lots of people are watching Steve. Therefore, if you are having a personal conversation with somebody, even if it is just one-on-one on Twitter, everybody can see it. So you should keep that in mind when you're having those conversations. I don't entirely disagree with you. And in some cases, sometimes Steve goes off the handle earlier, but at the same time, you have to accept that Steve's a human as well, and it's an unreasonable standard at that point.
But Steve's not a stupid human. He's very smart.
That's
How
not
long does a
relevant.
person have to listen to bullshit before they get pissed off?
You know what's funny is I really don't even get pissed off. Like on Twitter, people read into things and they think I have an emotional content. That I
Yeah,
don't
that's
have.
the other. That was actually the
not.
other thing
I
I was going to
really
go
don't.
into. Steve doesn't come across very well on Twitter. Like his speaking voice does not come across on Twitter very well.
No, it doesn't.
He started to get better because I told him how to use smiley faces. Send that bitch a smiley face. Bitches love smiley faces.
Bitches love
Smiley faces make everything better.
So when you say there's a cadence, and like it's really easy to tell it's me when I'm typing because I type the way I speak. Steve doesn't. He still types the same thing that he speaks, but it doesn't come across the same way
It
because
loses
Steve
the,
has a very specific way of saying something.
Yeah,
Because
no
usually when
inflection.
he's like, "Oh my God, you're just stupid," he's not saying you're stupid. He's saying, "Oh my God, you're just stupid." It's a realization. It's not a.
Well, I mean, look. Okay, we got still have a flat Earth debunker in here, Dick. So, how frustrated does it get when you talk to a flat earther that doesn't even understand the most basic of concepts and telling you that you're wrong, and you're just like, God, are you stupid? It's just like at that point you realize you're not talking to somebody who's really going to have an honest dialogue with you.
That's
point
when
that I
you
make.
start getting a little bit, that's where the attitude comes in, because when you're discussing something with somebody that literally comes to be fact in your brain in grade 6 science, that kind of thing, it can drive you mad when somebody says, oh, well, I've never seen curvature. Well, you've seen pictures from the ISS. Oh, that's not real. Well, what? All you do is rage, because how can you say that? I mean, I have a nice telescope, and if I set it up properly, I can photograph a transit of the ISS going across the sun. Come on, seriously, you can't move the goalposts just to feed the narrative so that you can feel safe in your little Dunning-Kruger zone of I'm so right, I've got one up on everybody. You're a moron, face it, and it just pisses you off.
So there's two parts of Dunning-Kruger, and we always talk about one part, and we always talk about how the stupid people think that they're smart, smarter
Mm-hmm.
than everybody else because they did so well in the test, or they believe they did so well in the test. But there's also the smart people who assume that everyone else is smart.
Yeah.
And we have to take that into account. So this is a dumb person assuming that they're smart. So the way to get them to know that they're not smart is not to insult them, even though they're wrong and they're stupid and they're moronic and they believe the ideas that they believe. It doesn't work doing that way. And I get being pissed off.
But
and
we're
going
not trying to
off on
convince
people.
with that
It's
point, Mikey. Look
fun.
at you.
It's fun.
Okay,
It's so much
Mikey, hang on,
fun
Mikey.
to
You,
Well, this is the
volleyball
debater.
spike
This is where the
somebody.
debater analogy comes back in because you're not trying to convince the
You're not
person you're
trying to
arguing
convince
with,
them,
are you?
yeah, exactly.
Right, but
Mikey.
but that's where the optics come in, which is what Chester's
Okay, so let me ask
Yeah.
you, Mikey.
you don't look like the best
hang on,
convincer
Mikey.
when you're just volleyball
Mikey.
spiking somebody into
Mikey.
the fucking pavement.
Mikey, do you agree that Unirock is a moron?
Oh yeah, for
Well,
sure.
there we go. Then I call him a moron. That's
I have.
welcome my
Wait,
world.
I
Yeah,
actually.
but how many
can-
times? Go ahead.
Hey, Mikey,
Yeah,
do it for a week.
do what for a week?
Good luck with that.
Debate flat earthers for a week.
Oh,
I've tried.
Oh.
And how long
not-
did you last?
I'm not big in. I didn't get anybody to debate me.
Oh.
Oh, you
I-
want us to set
that
something up
makes me
for
feel
you?
bad, actually.
I
What I'm
didn't
saying is
get
that-
the attention necessary.
Dick's got connections.
There's two parts to this.
I got
One part is that Steve and Dick Dawson, and I guess Ilya is going to have to deal with it now too, are dealing with this kind of bullshittery, dumbfuckery on the daily
24 hours a day, 7 days a
from
week. for
from
years.
multiple
Yeah.
points. From multiple points, like they're not. It's not just one person once a day. It's sometimes it's 5 or 6 people
And
in a couple of hours.
yeah.
The second half of that is that, oh, sorry, go ahead. I'll jump on
No,
my
no,
second point
no.
afterwards.
I didn't know you had a second point. Please finish.
How
the-
dare you?
The second point is that it's really obvious that the Earth is not flat.
Yes.
When you're talking about philosophy and you're talking about language and you're talking about communication and you're talking about more difficult topics, it's less obvious to people when something is amiss. It's
Right.
that's one of the things we're trying to do on Capping Corners, to make narratives more obvious, to make people give the people the tool. It's the same thing as Dick Dawson teaching somebody that you can do these measurements to get this example, or let me show you why the level isn't the same as flat.
Right.
Right.
So it's the same thing. It's just different.
But does it help or hurt the cause to use insults, which you know that they're just going to say, "Oh, ad hominem attack," blah, 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 and then just go off into their bullshit, and then just use that as an easy out. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
the evidence
yeah.
clearly isn't working either.
But here's
hold on.
hold on. But the thing is, you can't give them an easy out. If
Why?
you literally
Right,
just
but
That's
if
my
you
whole point. Is
hand
give
them
them
the
an.
easy
That's what
out-
Mikey, stop. Listen to me. This is what I'm trying
Hold
to
on.
do. Is give them an easy out. If they take that bait and they go and they take that easy out, they're not the kind of person I want to have a conversation with. That is
Right,
my
but
my litmus
but
test.
But the people watching don't
I
know
don't
that that's
care
an easy.
about the people watching, Mikey. That's not my
You
concern.
do.
No, I don't.
You do.
No,
You
I legit don't.
do.
That's
You do,
actually
because
a
you
little
want-
bit
Look
of
at it this way. Look at it this way, Mikey. I'm a single parent with a 12-year-old son with autism. So, and now that to me means that because he's a bit vulnerable intellectually in certain areas, stuff like flat Earth that's being taught, not discussed, but taught, must be defeated. Absolutely, because my son is not going to be taught that fucking crap. Now, the other side of the coin is, if you're slamming them with a couple of insults, but you've already shown their argument to be weak and shown that they're running a narrative just to, perpetuate the ponus of their channel, please give me a few bucks, I see no problem with the slam. It does depend on context.
Sure.
Hey, I have a question.
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
a question. So my question is, Mikey, I completely
Yes.
agree with.
Miss Moon.
With-
Hey, how you doing, girl?
I'm good. So in regards to the addressing versus not dressing situation, I completely agree and see where you're coming from. And I don't disagree that when it comes to the tit for tat, we just need to leave a lot of that alone. Completely agree.
Thank you.
My question, though, is when I received a threat that was a viable threat, and they actually did research and gave me my name and my location and told me to watch my back, bitch, was their exact words. Is that something that I ignore or address?
That's something that you don't address publicly and you send to the local authorities. And you
I
get
did
that
do-
and you get that motherfucker arrested, or you get somebody to fucking drive by their house and say, "Hey, yo, can you look into this?" Cool.
And for clarity, I did file a police incident report. So I did
Which is
take
what you
care of
should do.
myself. Yes, I did do that because I felt it was a viable threat. So yes, I did file an incident report. So for everybody who's been messaging me saying, please file a police
Don't
report that I
address
haven't
them.
responded to.
Don't address them.
I'm gonna put
It ain't
Mikey
none of their
pushback on here
fucking
real quick.
business.
I think Mikey, the reason why I think Moon should, well, not should, but could, if she wants to address this, one is definitely her choice. Is it two? It brings to the forefront the problem that is in our community, this cancer that exists. And because of that experience that Moon has, she's using that to warn other people and to show other people that this toxic, cancerous groups of people out there, like Demi and Fiona and Heretic and all those Unirock, they exist. And because of them, and by the way, sipping tea with me, Joe, because of them, because of what they're doing to try to get at me, it is harming innocent people like Moon.
Right.
So that's
But
why
you
I think
you shut them down through proper channels, and then you say,
it doesn't.
It doesn't
It
work
doesn't
like
work,
that.
Mikey. I can tell you right now, it doesn't work that way.
That's idealism.
Yeah,
I
it is
agree with you that
idealism.
it would be great if it worked that way, if it functioned, and because a lot of the time the police do not take these kinds of threats credibly because they're online.
Yeah.
And two, if it allows the people who are bullying, the people who are cyberbullying, to isolate you if you don't speak out about it.
I'm not saying don't speak out about it. Just be like, yo.
You just said that. You just said don't speak out publicly.
Well, and that's
go ahead.
what happened. That's what happened to me. Was I was isolated. The first message I received wasn't a threat, but it was definitely a character assassination, questioning my integrity. And when I addressed it, they had everybody blocked. They had Chesh blocked, Steve
Except
blocked.
me.
They had everyone
They missed a
blocked.
couple, yeah.
They had everyone blocked except for a handful, pre-blocked, 0 followers, a very clear sock account specifically made to come to me, blocking everyone ahead of time to isolate me.
Yep.
And the second message I got was the threat from a sock account. Their handle was at I Hate Ilya Moon. Then the third message I got right after the death threat was from Nate, Fiona, their camp. And the person, Dee Dee, who reached out to me very specifically in that message said, "We heard you received a death threat. We don't condone this. Will you share the screenshot?" And my response was, no. They listed my name and my location. I don't trust you. I don't trust Fiona. I don't trust Nate. I'm not sharing the screenshot with you. If you don't believe that I got it, that's on you. I shared the screenshot with Cheshire and Cheshire alone and gave her permission to talk about it. But I don't owe them anything. And then the next day I get up and I'm getting messages from people saying, hey, Joe did a live, Sipping Tea with Joe did a live saying that Steve and Chesh are using you. And they're using you and they're using what you're going through in order to bully and have people come after her. And I got my belly full and I spoke out publicly because I don't feel used by Steve and Chesh. I don't feel used by the Shills. I feel protected, loved, supported by this group. I feel used by them. They are taking what I'm going through, completely diminishing it, and responding in a way that is painting Steve and Chesh and the Shills and everybody else in a bad light. Oh, they're using Moon. Oh, they're using Moon because Moon is well liked. Everybody likes Moon, so they're going to use her because they know it's going to incite a riot and people are going to come and bully us.
Whoa! I
diminished-
don't like you. Just throw that. You said everybody likes you. I don't like. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay, well that's fine.
Well,
I had
You
to
don't
break
like
the tension.
well, actually, no. I wish you hadn't have interrupted her. I'll be honest with you. But Moon, what you just said. Will somebody clip that and do something with it?
I actually have a clarifying question
It's-
for
it's- I
Moon
think
if she
it's-
doesn't mind.
No, real quick, what she just said was very powerful to me. I mean, the fact that we were the ones that are supporting Moons, we're the ones that's supporting people that have been bullied, we're the one that's been fighting against cyberbullying, we're the ones that have been fighting against the toxicity of these people, like Holy Spackle, and Exiled and all them. By the way, they are toxic people. We've known this is why we left them, and yet Moon felt like she was not able to trust these people. There's reasons why you can't trust these people. And by the way, Moon, Chester, I never shared that screenshot with anybody except for when we went live and it was redacted. But I didn't even see it, so it was.
Well, I trust Tesh.
So do I.
Trust her. She has been very consistent and a good friend of mine. Actually, I sent her just a random message today, and all it said was, "Thank you for being such a good friend."
And by the way,
because
they are toxic. These are the most toxic people I've ever met in my entire fucking life. I mean, in my entire life.
I can actually. I have a clarifying question for Moon, which could shed some light on some things. Did you get that message from them before you said you got threatened publicly?
I got the message from them. I never put out the tweet in a standalone conversation that I got the threat. It was in a thread. And what I said was, nobody but Dead Kennedy, because I had been talking the night before when everything was happening. He reached out to me just to check on me. So he and I were talking, and I got the threat when I was just chatting with him. And so he was the only one at the time that knew about the threat. That's it. He was the only one. I didn't even reach out to Steve or you, right? But in a thread, I mentioned that no one but Dead Kennedy in Space knew that the night before I had gotten a threat and that I was sick of it. And it was literally within 5 minutes of me posting that in a thread that I got the message from Dee Dee.
Yeah. Well, Dee Dee's in that whole group, that whole.
Well,
quick,
hold on. Can I?
Yeah.
I really need. This is really important. Do you know who was in that thread that you had said that?
I can pull it. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, if you could pull that, because that's really interesting, because that essentially means one of two things. Either they knew about the threat before you really spoke about it, which is interesting, to say the least. I think anybody with two brain cells that they can run together could insinuate what that would mean. Or two, they're watching you very closely without ever actually interacting with you.
Yeah, no, and I've got my Twitter now on private, and I'm getting a lot of follower requests now. And unless it's someone I've seen interact in the community or I've talked to here and there, I'm not going to approve a follower request. But prior to yesterday, I was not private. So
I'm not spinning anything. I'm questioning things to find out if perhaps maybe they didn't send it individually, but they might know who did. And the only way we find that out is if we follow this line of questioning. I don't think it will be conclusive, though. I don't think we'll be able to say definitively, but this is. I am curious.
But here's the thing: the fact that Dee Dee, who's a member of that group, the fact that she reached out to you to try to say, well, me and Fiona and the rest of us, we don't condone that. What's their interest in it?
Why?
Why did they?
Why
did
they think that they needed to do that when they weren't related to it in any way, shape, or form? Yeah,
right. I don't know. That's
bizarre.
Same
there you
reason
go. That's
why
my question. Why did they feel the need
the
to
same
defend
reason?
it?
Yeah, and I have the same question for Science First. Why did he throw my name out in that thread with Egghead? Talking about, well, what's being said to Moon is deplorable, but it's like, what's being said to me is deplorable, hard stop. There is no but.
Yeah.
What's being said to me is deplorable, and that is a hard stop. And, I tried diligently last week, and anyone who was in that stream with Sipping Tea with Joe last week, when she did that video, can tell anybody, I went in there and begged her to stop. I was like, please, you don't understand. You are spinning a narrative and you are reigniting this rape apologetics bullshit, and it's going to affect my project. People know I have put it out there. I am working on this special project, and it means a lot to me. And the fact that you are doing this, please stop. It's going to have an effect on this project. That means a whole hell of a lot to me. to get completed, get put out. I begged her to not do it. I begged her to retract, went through the evidence, talking to her about it, explaining what was debunked, explaining everything as best as I could, and giving her enough information to retract her video. But instead of retracting, she doubled down. And my response to that was, you know what? You have completely lost my support. I, was supportive of you up to this point. I have cared about you. I have tried to be friendly with you. I've tried to give you, a different viewpoint by giving you information to help you steer away from coming down this path. But instead, you're doubling down, didn't retract. I feel like I've been shit on at this point. I no longer support you. Blocked on Twitter, moved on. And then bam, all of this happened. I get the message. If you support Steve, you can't ask people to come forward and share their stories for your project.
Yeah, that's one of
not
the biggest
okay.
bullshit things I've ever seen anybody ever do.
And
it,
I'm
it
like,
derailed it. It completely derailed your project, which, by the way, I hope is back on track. I know somebody else has picked up the reins as well, but I'm not going to give
Yeah.
that. Even though the person has given out their name and said they're going to do it, I just prefer not to. But
Mhm.
that the fact that they shut that down, it tells anybody who thinks these people are not toxic, you're just fucking wrong. Just
Well,
absolutely wrong.
you're talking about somebody you've got somebody like Ilya who's relatively new to the community, at least in public, who is willing to do a project for victims about victims.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got these people who apparently care so much about victims that they have to attack Steve constantly just for having a guy on. And now they're telling Moon that she can't do this this thing that would be super helpful to victims because of Steve, who's completely unrelated to her project.
Absolutely unrelated to their
Right.
project.
Yeah.
So
Steve has not been
whether
a
or
part
not
of my
they're-
project whatsoever.
Nothing.
Not
Even-
even a little bit.
Nothing.
and
And I know
if-
he's
even
go
if you
ahead, sorry.
weren't brand new, and even if you were very close friends with Steve, what Steve is doing does not make Ilya's project not good for victims.
Right.
So they're so concerned about going after Steve that they're going to shit on victims and projects that will be good for victims.
And which, as I've said, they don't give a shit about anything other than
Through
going after me.
threats.
That's it. They don't give a shit about the victims. And worse is, Moon did go to Joe and said, "You running these types of narratives is harming this." She did not care. Her vitriol for me, because I said she was supposedly was a critical thinker, which, by the way, she isn't. But I don't recall saying that at the time. But it's truism either way. But you begged her, and she didn't care. These people's hate boners are so strong that that's all that matters to them. And I've been saying this for so long. And Moon, my heart goes out to you. It really does, because I'm not that much affected by this shit. I've been dealing with it forever, and it just rolls on my back. It hasn't affected my numbers, but it has affected my friends, and for that I am sincerely apologetic for. The only good that can come out of it now is that people recognize that the actions of these people, the reckless actions of people like Sipping Tea with Joe, Anti-Ordinary Demi, Heretic, Fiona, Exiled, Moderate C-Word, their actions have led to these types of ramifications, because their hate boners are so strong that that's all they give a fuck about. And I hope to God people start realizing it. Well, they already have started realizing it, but I hope to God more people do. But a lot have.
It's more of an issue of it's what they're saying is what was the word you were using, Manya? You said it irresponsible. You said it a bunch when you're talking about Unirock. It's irresponsible, but on top of that, it also fosters this kind of behavior, even if they're not meaning for it to do so. I understand that a creator is not responsible for the things that followers do unless they're not responsible directly. However, there is a caveat to that. And the caveat is you're responsible for creating the community and building the community that you do, and maintaining and controlling that community. So is PewDiePie responsible for somebody shooting up a school? No, of course not. However, is his reach and fan base gotten so big that it's uncontrollable? Yes. and that
Yes.
that is a
Well, I
problem.
think a
And
big-
he is partially responsible. for that.
Hang on. I think a bigger. I don't know if I'd use PewDiePie. A bigger example would be like Richard Spencer or White Supremacist or something like that.
Sure.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Are they definitely? Are they directly responsible for somebody to go and shoot? Like a black church. Not in the direct sense, but do they foster an environment that leads to those things? Absolutely.
You could say the same thing with Donald Trump. You could say Donald Trump on a whole. Does his rhetoric
Yes.
inspire
Yeah.
or embolden people,
Yes.
and does he have some kind of responsibility to that?
I think absolutely his rhetoric.
He
emboldens
can't
people.
stop them necessarily, but is he creating an environment where these people feel emboldened and that it's okay to do these types of things?
Yeah.
Do they
And when
feel-
you're in a
do they
position
feel
with that much
justified?
influence, you've got to be mindful of this. When you have influence like that, you can't be spewing off like that. No way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
and
you're
that's
exactly
why,
right.
and this is what we like to do
irresponsible.
with Caffeine Corner and with these kinds of things. Yeah, there's this
Exactly.
toxic behavior, and yeah, there's this drama, but these are the conversations that are important that come from it,
Yeah.
Right.
which is why it is
Exactly.
important sometimes to address this kind of shit, because these kind of conversations and these kind of topics only really happen if something's going on to trigger them.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
let me ask Moon specifically, because you kind of mentioned or alluded to it before, the fact that we came together as a community, the fact that we've been supportive of you, has
From people who are trying to isolate her in two different ways.
but does
First
she
off,
feel
the
isolated
person doing the
anymore?
threat. Well, three different ways. Sorry, there was the person who was trying to isolate her in a public forum, which doesn't really work very well. Second, there was the attempt to isolate you in DMs.
Yeah.
Thirdly, this group, the Fiona, the whoever the hell was in the whoever was listed. I'm not saying that they're responsible or they're the ones who directly threatened you. However, they also were trying to get you while you were isolated and vulnerable.
Yes. And
Yeah.
and you're right, Dee Dee especially. They were like, oh, here's a wounded animal. I'm going to try to get with her, try to be her friend and get her to go against Steve eventually.
And I guarantee you, the line of reasoning they would have gone down is this has only happened to you because you're friends with Steve, and try and sow that
Exactly.
seed and start fostering that
Yep.
and start fan that flame into a hate boner
They've
yourself.
done it with other people. Or they've
Yep.
tried.
I've seen it happen.
The vast majority of them, the vast majority of my friends have came to me and just said, yeah, they tried with me, but my friends aren't, my close friends, they're not idiots. They see through this shit. They're going after the people that are not bright enough to see what they're doing.
Or who are new enough and they're
Or
too
new
dumb
enough.
to realize they're
But
too
those are the
smart
people I
for
don't have
that.
around
Like,
anyways. Yeah, I mean, whatever.
I might
Fuck
be
it, man.
vulnerable, but I'm not stupid. I mean,
Exactly.
and that's the truth. I am in a vulnerable place, and
You know.
I have been. And people in my close circle know what I'm going through in my personal life. It's not something I'm going to talk about publicly, but there are things outside of Twitter and YouTube that I am currently dealing with that are big things. We're talking life-changing, big deal. So, I'm dealing with that, and I'm trying to navigate things in my personal life the best way I know how. And then all this stuff happens here, and it does affect me on a real level when they use my real name, and my real location. How is that not going to affect me in my real world? I can handle all day long the people telling me on Twitter that I'm stupid for being friends with Steve and Chesh, or whatever the case may be. I don't care. Come at me with your insults. I don't
Hey,
care.
can I read something real quick when you're finished? Lou?
Yeah. But when I got that threat, that was a straw for me. And I
to be.
understand that some people don't know what's going on in my personal world, and that's fine. It's none of your business. But you don't know what's going on behind the scenes sometimes. And I was already in an extremely emotional, vulnerable place. And when I got that threat, it was enough that it literally incited a mental breakdown for a full day where I just was completely depressed. I didn't eat. I couldn't sleep. And it's not because I was necessarily afraid someone was going to come knock on my door and say, hi, I'm at I Hate Ilya Moon from Twitter. It wasn't that. It wasn't fear. It was that I've had enough. You don't know what's going on in my personal life. You don't understand the things that I am dealing with that are bigger than your internet hate fueled drama. I did not deserve that. I did not reserve retaliation for your hate boner for other people. And I wasn't going to sit and let these people then, after the fact, run this narrative that everybody in this community is using what's happened to me because people like me to incite other people to go and give them threats. If you're getting threats from people, it's not coming from us.
Never.
There is no one in this
Never.
community. I
If-
myself have not. Chesh and Steve, I trust, implicitly to know they're not sending people to come to your DMs and say things about how you've treated me. People are making their own choices to do that, and I don't condone them retaliating in that
If
way.
we
Let me make
found
that
out-
very clear.
If we found out that anybody in this
We would
community was
excoriate
doing
them.
it, they would be gone.
We would excoriate them, and
Yep.
Right.
But here's the thing, like that whole narrative of being like, oh, well, Steve's using it. They said the same thing about me and Leslie Bass. Remember, that was
Yeah.
KJ's thing. Oh, Steve's using Leslie. I don't use people. I have people that agree with me,
No.
disagree with me. We talk, but you've known us pretty well now for a little while at least. We've never done anything that the other side has ever accused of people with, and what they do. I mean, like Sipping Joe with Joe,
No.
Unirock, they sit in discords and they sit in their little chambers and they actively say, "Let's go target these people. Let's go after them. Let's do that." This is what they actually do, and they admit to it. They're happy to do so. We
Yeah.
don't do that. I would never ask anybody to go do that. By the way, the private conversations are being shown. If you're typing in here, I can't see. Just so the
Yeah.
the internal chat is live. Helios,
Yep.
$10. You have to bring these types of DMs into the public. Otherwise, how can your community help you? Sadly, the law doesn't take the internet seriously, so we have to act as each other's shield and support. And I do agree with that. When it comes to something like that from a fake account that's clearly nobody that you need to have any ethical considerations as far as showing DMs, yeah, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
You could also, if somebody did it later, only show that portion and not show the rest if you were having some kind of ethical consideration as well. And
And
Kawasa said something as well.
Yeah, Kwasa 5000. Luckily, I'm both stupid and invulnerable. I wish I can give some of that to Miss Moon, the invulnerable, not the stupid. She's
love
she's a
Kawasa.
shill now. You can't be stupid in shills. It's kind of a requirement. They made
So
an
I just wanted
an
to-
exception for Dick. But
I just
whatever.
wanted to address this real quick and just kind of talk about a little bit of the callousness that people tend to have. So Kawasa actually also had just retweeted the screenshot from that Dick pulled off well, and that Steve had tweeted out, talking about the troll account names, right? Talking about me getting raped and stuff. This comment that they got from someone was, "Not a fight with you, Hart, but where is Steve's ethics in my case? There is no fairness. I have been told to stay silent, but him not, and they justify it by one tweet is sent wealth upset. Two critical thinkers not have hearts, because I'm not dumb at all, and I definitely have one."
That was Dom's, right?
What does that have to
Nothing.
do with this tweet?
Nothing. And this is the problem I have with Dom's. I don't know her very well. She made it appear that I'm a lot more friendly with her than I was. And she went in a live chat on Leslie Bass's Instagram, and she said that I somehow told her what she can and cannot say. Well, you know the environment nowadays. Oh, well, look at Steve's telling people what he can and cannot say. And so I wrote her. I was like, what is it the hell are they talking about? I've never once told you what you can and cannot say. And she ran this bullshit on me going, well, I asked you about if something was doxing, and I said, yeah. And I said, no. I didn't tell you what you can and cannot say. You asked me a question. Can you use somebody's Twitter handle on YouTube? Is that considered doxing? I'm like, no, that's their Twitter, right? But I said, look, can you just clarify this for people? Say that, and let people know that you made a mistake, because I never told you that what you can and cannot say. That's bullshit. She just wouldn't do it. And I said, look, I'm going to give you another opportunity here. If not, I'm going to go ahead and make a tweet on this. And she still continued, well, this is depressing and you're hurting me and you're bullying me, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, you're done. You're done. And then she said, leave me alone. I'm like, okay, you're blocked. That's the last thing. The last thing she said to me was just leave me alone. And I said, okay, blocked. That's it. I'm not going to bully anybody. Never have, never will. And I tweeted out there the correction. And then she goes to Joe and says, Steve was forcing me to make to say something that wasn't true and ask me to lie. I'm like, bullshit.
Oh, yeah,
And by the way,
saw
I haven't showed Cheshire the entire thing, and I haven't shown Moon or anybody else. I'll show you the entire dialogue I have with Doms. I have no problem doing that.
I saw the conversation she was having in Joe's live chat. Did Joe also? I'm pretty sure, or sorry, not. Was it Joe? I think Ilya had the same kind of situation happen to her as well, but I'm not 100% sure. I might be
She did the same
remembering
thing
that
to a
wrong.
few people. She did the same thing to Ashley, the same thing to TT7875.
No. About, I think somebody was talking about a conversation they had with Ilya, but I'm not sure. I might be remembering wrong. She can jump in and correct me.
It was probably earlier today when you and I were talking, and I mentioned that before I made my public post this morning, I had actually decided, because I was getting a bunch of messages from people saying, hey, Sipping Tea with Joe went live, said that Steve and Chesh were using you. And of course, I'm not just going to go, barreling onto Twitter about that without actually going and looking at the live stream, listening to hear what she said. So I went to the live stream. I wanted to address it appropriately, so I wanted to hear what she said. And when I was in that live stream listening and I was watching, the chat, people were saying, well, has Moon said that it's your fault? Which, by the way, I never said that anything was Joe's fault. Those words have never come out of my mouth.
That was my words, not yours.
Let me just make that very clear. I've never said that it was Joe's fault, but she said, well, I don't know. I just talked to Moon the other day. What she didn't clarify, and I just talked to Moon the other day, was when she and I spoke, it was my rescinding my support of her based on her videos and how I felt like I was shit on because I had gone to her to talk to her about that and to beg for a retraction on what she said because I knew that it was going to have a greater effect on my project. So maybe, Chesh, that's what you're referring to because
yeah, that's it.
She had thrown out there that we had just talked like it was no big deal, but no, she didn't put context to what our conversation was.
Moon, do you know who does that? Do you know exactly who does that?
Who?
Katie Joy Paulson does the exact same fucking thing.
And so I
she's
would
done
like
it
to ask a
before.
question real quick to the panel and to the chat. Yeah, a quick yes or no, guys. 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. With the story Moon just told, would you consider that lying?
1 yes, 2 no. Right? 1 yes.
Panel, what do you guys think? Yeah, do you think that's lying or
Yeah,
no?
I
Do you not
think
that's
it's
lying?
called a lie by omission.
Yes.
I think it's a little bit more than a lie by omission.
Yeah. Well,
She said
lie
she
by taking things out of
presented it-
context. Yeah.
It's removing context and replacing it with your own without and then omitting details.
To be deceptive. But like I said, this is what Katie did with Leslie too. Remember?
1 is yes, 2 is no.
Yeah, remember when Katie said, "Oh, I spoke with Leslie and we're on the same page." If Leslie agreed with her on one small point, all of a sudden they're on the exact same page across the board. And I spoke with them, meaning like, "Oh, we talked it out and we worked it out." Bullshit. That's not what happened back then. But I see that quite frequently when they don't give context. Now, I have the entire discussion I had with Dom, and it is me very clearly telling her, you said something in Leslie's chat which was not true. What are you talking about? I never told you what you can and cannot talk about. And her thing was, well, I asked you about Twitter, and you said no. Well, yeah, that's not what you can and cannot talk about. That's you asked me my opinion on what if something is doxing. If you mentioned somebody's Twitter handle on YouTube, and my answer was no. By the way, the only answer I gave her was literally no. Period. On that particular question, and she made it. She ran the narrative that I approved everything she was talking about in her video. Which, by the way, I didn't watch the first half of the video. I got her late, but it was like no, she never talked to me about what she can and can't talk about. I didn't know half the time what the hell fuck she was talking about when it came to half these people. I just didn't. I was like, you're telling me that Ashley's a bad person, and you're telling me not Sweet Heathen, but Ashley Hill. To clarify, and you're telling me that Ready Freddy is a bad person and all these other people are bad persons, but you didn't give me any evidence to support any of this. It's one big paranoia thing. You say you're doing these investigations of the people, which I find creepy to begin with, and you're expecting me just to throw people under the bus have been nothing but honest with me. And she's like, well, do you know that Ashley Hill told Leslie not to give the email and that she told Leslie not to trust her? I'm like, yeah, I do know that. You know why I know that? Because Ashley was honest to me about that and told me about that. Those are the people I trust. I don't trust other people that want to me to throw people under the bus just because they have an issue with them. And when I told Doms this, that I wasn't going to be throwing those people under the bus, it was just like, oh, but they're bullying me, cry, unhappy faces, sad faces. And I know she's done this to other people. And I was like, this is just nonsense. And I'm like, all I'm asking you to do is just correcting this thing that you said. And she just wouldn't do it. And I know TT7875 could back up everything I've said, that she's done something similar to her. So I don't get it. I don't want to have anything to do with her, you know. And so she's continuing to talk about things on my threads. Stay the fuck away from me. I mean, the reason why I block people is I don't want anything to do with them. So why is Dom's continuing with this? I don't get it.
No means no.
No means no. And she's the one saying that I bullied her.
Notice me, notice me, Steve Senpai.
I legit said, the last thing I said to her was, okay, blocked. After she said, here, I won't show it, but I'll read it off to you, but I'll show people in private. I don't care. Because if she continues on, it's getting to the point where I've got to like do something. But
no, you don't. That's what Mikey was saying.
Yeah, well, I don't have to do something, but where's your message?
I don't entirely disagree with Mikey. I think Mikey has a point.
I'm not entirely disagreeing with him either.
Yeah. Well, I don't think any of us are. But I think that because he's gone. I don't want to talk about him while he's not here.
But we're fun to talk about Mikey when he's not here.
It's the best time. What are you talking? I'm just kidding.
I just think that he's right, especially in normal day-to-day stuff. However, we don't exist in that space, and I don't think Mikey exists in that space the same way we do.
Right.
Probably like to a lesser degree. Like, so he sees it happen, but he doesn't live it. He's not in this sort of situation that we're in on the regular. Not that to say that he doesn't understand, but I think it's idealism.
Yeah.
Ideally, yeah, that would be great if we could handle things that way. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
My end of the conversation went like this. I told Doms, I said, and I showed her the picture that's been going around with Doms saying, TT, I checked with Steve. What can and I cannot say before we went live? And TT7875 says, do what? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Let's ask Steve about that. And I'm glad people did. And they did. And I said to her, you used my name to imply I told you what you could and could not say. People asked me, I came to you, and you refused to clarify or correct. She says, Steve, I'm done. I said, would you like to clarify for people now? She says, I did nothing wrong. I asked you. They are attacking me. Why not see that? I'm done. And I'm like, read what you wrote. And she said, leave me alone. 5 cry faces. And I said, quote, okay, period, blocking. I don't continue on when people want to be left alone.
I'm gonna answer Jason's question for 2 real quick. Go ask Warden.
No doubt.
So
he would have the information, wouldn't he? Just
they don't care about any of that. They just don't.
They said serious question. If it's a serious question,
I don't even see the
go
question.
ask him.
I was reading my tweet.
You don't need to ask us. Go ask him and make that decision for yourself.
I don't know what the question was, but I trust your answer. But can TT7875, does that sound like something similar that would happen with you, Doms? Because everything was about her. It was like bizarre how everybody was bullying her, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You can tell that just from the Twitter interaction that I read out. People are talking about saying that essentially, oh hey, people are coming around with these accounts that saying that Chish should get raped, and she's like, okay, but what about Steve not wanting to talk to me though? Who Doms?
Yeah, that was the tweet that I read out.
What do you mean not want to talk to her?
Wait, she actually said that?
But
no, I read out the tweet.
Yeah,
it was.
But I clarified that, and I said to her, "Will you correct this?" Because TT had asked. She said, "Oh, let's ask Steve about that." And numerous people did. Numerous people was like, "What the hell?" Well, they were.
That's what I'm saying. She said that Steve told me to stay silent.
I did not tell her to stay silent. I
know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, why is she bringing that up in regards to people making accounts saying, I hope Chish gets raped?
I have no idea.
That's what I mean. You were asking, Jesus, Steve, follow the conversation. Come on, dude.
I understand. Yeah, that's
it's on Twitter again.
I'm agreeing with you, Chesh. It has nothing to do with the conversation.
No, but I was saying, because you asked, you were saying that it's all about her. And I said, yeah, like I had read out, you don't need to go into a ton of DM examples. She does it publicly.
Jason asked, Steve made the claim. I'm asking him, why did he, what claim?
He was asking, okay, the one he said before was, is Warden innocent? Consensual assent,
I have no idea what he's
sex,
innocent.
real
Well,
question.
legally he's guilty. By
Yeah,
law,
so
he's guilty. So I would never say that he's innocent because that would make no sense. He was found guilty in a court of law.
yeah,
Innocence means that.
it's a.
Are you talking about
it's a
legally
confusion.
or is there yeah? I mean, that's a weird.
What Steve has is suspicion
two-sided
and
coin.
doubt.
Yeah.
It's not a legal matter, and it's not necessarily even a matter of innocence. He just has his own reasons and his own
There's a lot of
conversations
questions
that he's had
surrounding it,
with
yeah.
him there is reason that Steve questions the situation
Yeah,
on
simple
a
as that.
whole.
Yeah, not complicated.
It's really not.
But whether what really happened, I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean,
If you want to know the answer to that
Ask
question,
Warden.
you're going to
His side of
have
the
to
story.
go talk to Warden and
When-
look into it yourself and decide for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, and I
When
don't, I
did
don't care.
conversation become wrong, even if
That's the-
somebody did something wrong? Why is talking
don't
to somebody
know.
wrong?
Well, because they have to use it as a weapon against me, and again, I'm glad that they have because it's backfired spectacularly. It really did expose their soft white underbelly. Because I could not be more clear about this. I'm not making videos to support this guy. I'm not making videos going, oh, he's innocent, blah blah blah. That never happened.
No.
Also,
And if
just
I did,
because
so
someone's
what? But
proven
that's not my
guilty,
position.
just because someone's proven guilty in a court of law doesn't necessarily mean they can't be innocent of the crime they're accused of.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, there's
Now,
been
whether
somebody whose father
whether or
went,
not that's true in this case doesn't matter.
yeah, somebody's
Correct.
father went to jail for 5 years and they were innocent. I said, and by the way, Steve says he believes it's consensual. I said I believe that he believes it's consensual, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, which I've clarified 1 billion times.
Yes.
I would.
So.
Which is a big difference.
I would.
Oh
like
wait,
to
Jason
make-
says I've seen the. He said Steve said he was innocent. I have seen the clips. Really? I don't recall ever saying that I said he was innocent.
Can you tell us what video, where to find it, and what the timestamp is,
Yeah,
please?
let's take it in context, please, because I like to know.
So we
what-
can go and look
Where-
and,
where
and
is that
probably.
video?
And I have a question. If he said that
I'm
in
gonna
the
go get
past,
coffee while we wait.
if he said that in the past and he's clarifying this is what he meant now, why does what he said before matter?
Nothing. Yeah, I've made it very clear that he has always maintained his innocence. What I said. He has
Correct.
always maintained his innocence. There's a huge difference on that, and so
Kawasa for 5
yeah.
said, if anything, the videos that they constantly put up about you would actually be more spreading that shit by their own standards. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to. I'm going to hop off in a minute because I do have to work today, and I want to try to get a little bit more sleep. But before I go, I want to make one more public statement, and that is, when I have been going through a lot in my personal world, and this all happened, there were some people spinning this narrative that I told mom and dad, quote unquote, and why did I have all these people suddenly white knighting for me? I did not ask anyone to defend me. I've never asked anyone to speak for me on my behalf or defend me in this. I'm a pretty strong person and can defend myself. People chose to speak out against what was happening to me of their own accord. But anyone who is going and DMing people and bullying them for what happened to me, I do not condone that. And I'm asking anyone who cares about me to not do that. Do not do to them what's been done to me. I do
Right.
not want anyone to feel how I have felt the past few days. I would not wish that on anybody. So if you care about me at all, even just a little bit, do not go do that. Do not go in my name and bully other people. I do not condone that. I do not stand by that. And if I find out you're doing it, you're no longer my friend.
I totally
That's the bottom line.
absolutely concur
And-
with that.
And also, Stephen Cheshire not using my experience to attack and bully other people. Chesh and Steve care about me. I don't believe for 1 second that they don't care about me. And to take it and spin it in such a negative way completely diminishes what I've been going through. And I don't appreciate that. I'm the only person who gets to decide if someone is using me or not, and if I allow them to use what's happening to me to speak on. Chesh came to me. She had my full permission to speak on it, to speak about it, and to have the conversation. She's not using me for a storyline. You guys are the ones using it for a storyline. You are taking what happened to me and using it to spin it back around to paint Chesh and Steve as these horrible people who are using me. You are the ones using it, not the other way around. And I think you need to take a step back and take a look in the mirror and see what you're projecting and what you're putting out into the world, because you're the ones that are continuing to hurt me, not Steve and Chesh. So
Murder by words.
Moon, out of curiosity, did I try to convince you to give me anything?
no, you even asked me when you came to me and said, hey, you didn't even ask for screenshots at first. When you came to me, you came to me and said, hey, Steve and I would like to address some of the things going on Caffeine Corner today. Are you comfortable if we talk about what's happened to you? And I said, that's fine. And you said you can even come on stream and speak for yourself if you want. And I said, I don't want to go on video today or talk. I'm not in the mood for that, but I'll watch the stream and you have my permission to speak on it. Chesh even invited me to come on to speak for myself. But I said no, because I was in an emotional place. I had been crying all day about stuff in my personal life. I was in no position to come on live in that moment. And I said, no, I'm not coming on live, but I'll watch the stream and you have permission. And she came back later and said, hey, if you're comfortable, do you want to share the screenshots with me? And we can make sure that, you know, the information where your name is and all that's covered up good. And I'll run it through a program to where no one can like go in. And she was explaining to me, you know, she would do things to it so no one could go in and uncover what was said underneath or whatever, which I don't know anything about that, but I trusted her. So I said, I don't mind to share the screenshots with you. And so I shared them with Chesh. Now, she did not demand that I do it. She did not demand that I give her permission for her and Steve to chat about it on Caffeine Corner. She asked. And I believe with every part of who I am that had I said, I'm not comfortable right now with you addressing it, they would not have
Absolutely
addressed
not.
it.
Not
Yeah.
a chance in the world.
Now, when you said you didn't want to, when you said no to coming on, did I try to convince you or coerce you
No.
in any way? Did I try and be like, oh, well, are you sure? Or did I just immediately go, yep, no?
No, nothing. When I said to you, because you said, you're even more than welcome to come on and speak for yourself on this matter if you want to. We don't want to speak for you. And I said, I don't want to come on live, but I will be in the chat. And you said, understandable. That was the end of it.
Yeah,
Literally
we would never
the
push you
end.
to come on. There's no, you know, if you wanted to come on to talk about anything, that's you wanted to come on and talk. We have no desire to ever force or push or even bully anybody to come on and talk about anything, especially of this nature. It's like,
And
that doesn't do us
yeah.
any good. We want people to come on their own volition because they have something to say.
And when I say I was in a mental breakdown, I was legit in a mental breakdown. I was nonstop crying the other day, and I was in no position to come on live. I was too emotional. Nothing I said would have made any sense in the moment. I needed to catch my breath, and that meant I'm not coming on live. Not at any point during mine and Chesh's conversation about anything when it came to Caffeine Corner did I feel like I had to do anything. It was her asking the question, me responding, moving on. And I could have said to her, hey, can we not do it right now? Can we wait? Can I, you know, and I have no doubt that had I said that, she would have said, absolutely. And we can put this on the back burner until you're more comfortable about it. But I was comfortable with letting Steve and Chesh take the reins on having the discussion. I just wasn't in a position to be a part of the discussion that day. And that's all there is to it.
Is that exactly as I remember it as well?
And as far as everything else is concerned, I'm just going to publicly state this. Fiona, Nate, XX, DD, Science First, Sipping Tea with Joe. I'm going to address you all for just a moment. I do not care why you hate Steve. I do not care why you hate Chesh. What I care about is how you are reacting to that hate. And what I care about is the fact that you are reacting in such a way that it bleeds out to other people with no disregard to how it affects those other people at all. And not at one point did you all speak out publicly about what was happening to me. You came to my DMs to tell me you didn't agree with it, but not once did you step up and say, we don't condone this. Don't do this to people. We don't condone it. Not once did you do that. So you can't sit over there and pretend like, you know, oh, this is just awful what's going on, and not speak up about it and expect me to want to hear you out and hear your side. You're not speaking out about it publicly at all. Not even. And if you really believe that what happened to me was wrong, you should have spoke out about it publicly and completely rejected the premise that it was okay, but you did not. Instead, you came to my DMs, a clear isolation attack. And yeah, I mean, you guys are just hypocritical assholes, and I don't appreciate it at all. And I would appreciate it if in the go forward, you guys would happily fuck off and never mention my name again.
We all wish that, by the way, not just your name, but everybody's names in here. We don't want nothing to do with these people. I mean, this is why Cheshire tried to arrange something with them and say, hey, look, we don't give a fuck about your drama. We don't want to be a part of anything that you guys are doing. We won't mention you. Don't mention us. They broke that within. They can't live without us.
The thing that irritates me the most isn't that they broke it; is that they keep using they keep using phrases wrong, like turn of phrases. It's really fucking annoying. Like, so what I had told Spackle was, okay, listen, you guys stay in your lane, we'll stay in our lane, and we don't have to worry about it. And now they're left, right, and center getting it wrong constantly, using the phrasing wrong. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, maybe they don't know what
So annoying.
Stay in your lane means. But anyways, thank you, Moon, for that very much. So, you know, like I said, as a community, our heart goes out to you. I just wish people would understand how much affects these people. How does it affect you? And
Yeah.
it just sucks. They don't. And like, I think you made a really good point is that, you know, they wouldn't say anything in public because of their hate boner for me, but they're happy to try to go to you in private to try to isolate you. And that I find to be egregious. I find to be morally reprehensible. A couple super chats. I'm going to get Mr. Serious in here, who I haven't seen for a while. Zeshi for 100 Sex. How do you guys think Katie believes you have to be when you can sexually harass young men and women? 60, 70. I'm still waiting on the answer. Age limit on victims. And have a good night. Thank you, Zeshi. It's been a while, buddy.
If I had to guess, it's the age when you start getting senior benefits.
Let me ask people. Let me read this one first. Let me ask a question. So Jeff says for $2, preach on, Moon. Yes, very much so. So look, if I would have said something like exactly verbatim what like Katie Joyce said, what would have happened?
You would have been crucified.
Cheshire probably would have taken my testicles off with the pair of tweezers. You know,
I would have been like, I mean, you're joking,
I would have left the
right?
community at that point.
I mean, I couldn't even imagine anybody in their right mind saying something like that. I mean, the look on her husband's face was like, "What?
Yeah.
What?"
Her husband's really no
but no. I know she has a but nobody said shit to her.
That screenshot was
Nobody
priceless.
started calling. Nobody went after her for that, except for people that already disliked her. But nobody was just like from that side of the fence. These people that are running rape apologetics narratives, they didn't go after her for that. Double standard much? If not,
I
you know
feel
what?
like the
Hang on one
title
sec.
of
Let me
this.
rephrase that. They don't even have a double standard. They have no standard. Go ahead.
I feel like the title of the stream needs to be changed.
I thought the exact same thing. I know. I was legit thinking the exact same thing. So while Mr. Serious talks, I'm going to be doing that because I think it needs to be changed too. Because this wasn't what I expected. Hi, Mr.
Well, I'm
Sirius.
going to head off,
Thank you, Moon.
Mr. Sirius. Hi. But I'm going to go ahead and head off. I do have to work in a few hours, so I'm going to try to get a couple more hours sleep. Thank you for having me join for a little while. Much love to you guys.
Love you.
Blowing you kisses and sending hugs.
Bye, Moon.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thanks for inviting me on. That was a good segue because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about is this whole rape apology stuff, which is something
you're
I've been dealing
leaving
with over
too?
the last few days. Well, not yet. But I find that it's like a ability to be honest with your like methodologies is something that I've found to be like a crux at this, where somebody
Mhm.
would like they'll say, "Oh, Steve's a rape apologist," and I'll be like, "Okay, where's your evidence?" And they'll be like, "Okay, here's this video that's been chopped to hell. That's all the context has been removed, and that's sufficient evidence for them." The reason why nobody has a rape apologist a narrative for Katie, I think, has a lot to do with the fact that I haven't seen any Katie videos where all her phrases have been taken out of context to try to show that she's a rape apologist, like that's been happening for you. But they'll take that as okay evidence. They won't even ask you. They'll just pop in the chat and tell you what your views are and tell everybody here what your views are. Won't even ask because it's not about being honest. It's about pushing a narrative. And I don't think you should even give them the charity to even correct them, because what they'll do is they will say that you're now flip-flopping and that they were right all along, but now you're changing what you're saying because you knew that you were wrong.
Yeah, no, I think you make a valid point. You know, a lot of that stuff we just don't even address anymore. Chesh made a list of videos and there's things out there that have addressed all this stuff. But I think again, it only came to the forefront because it has to be spilling over to people like Moon and stuff like that. And I can't, in my good conscience, I cannot sit back and not defend somebody like Moon. And I know they're looking for a response. I know they did it. I know they went after Moon because they probably figured it would bother me. I get that, right? They don't give a shit about whether Moon's upset by it. They don't give a shit if people are emotionally traumatized by this stuff. They don't care if they're victims. They want to trigger me or try to trigger me into a response.
Well-
and sometimes, like the whole thing with Moon, I had to stand up for her. I had to say, this is fucking enough. This is bullshit.
There is something to be said for, you notice that the people who messaged her in private, they thought she was isolated, didn't and said, "Oh, we don't stand for this kind of thing," didn't say anything in public.
Nope.
They didn't say a damn thing.
No, they didn't stand up for her. They tried to reach out to Moon when she was in a vulnerable state and try to isolate her and say, look, we don't condone this, and just kind of...
We don't condone this, but look at what happens when you're around Steve.
Yeah, well, and by the way,
they were gonna blame Steve for it.
Yeah, why did they reach out to her like that?
Because they're trying to manipulate her.
Because they
she's
realized
isolated and vulnerable.
That's exactly the case. Yeah.
They can't be against you in private.
Spackle didn't reach out, Blue. Spackle is not the person who reached out to Moon.
Yeah, and by the way, Blue, I know that you're full of shit, by the way, and I know that you're full on into that crowd. I've only kept you around because I was hoping you would eventually try to change your position. I removed your events for that very reason. And I'm not going to hide you, but I know you're full of shit, and I know you're just an apologist for these people, but I want to use you, Blue, as an example, because all you do is come over here and you try to apologize for these people. And I know what you say in the other chats. I know you have no like for me. And,
How
let me
long
finish.
do you...
Let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
And I know that you agree with these people 100%. I'm not an idiot, okay? But I've kept you around as a kind of a sounding board because every time you run this kind of crap, I want people to see. But you're starting to get to the point where you're just absolutely even lying now, because Spackle was not the person that contacted her. But I think I've had enough of you, Blue. I don't really think I want you to have you around here any longer, if that's okay with you. And I know what you're going to do. Mark my words. I'm going to hide her, and she's going to go run over to the other side like she's been doing, and she'll be like, Steve finally blocked me. Ha ha. Want to bet, Blue? Do you, before I even block you, do you want me to doubt that is exactly what you're going to do after I block you, Blue? Because
I also have a question. Sorry.
I just want to get Blue's response because I'm not an idiot.
If you're constantly apologizing for someone, how long do you need to apologize for the same behavior before you realize that there isn't an apology to be had?
Exactly.
It's
consistent. People are toxic, and if you want to do apologetics for them, Blue, go do it somewhere else. I've had it. I literally had it. You heard what it had done to Blue, and you're still running these apologetics. you can fuck off. I mean, I don't understand how you, who've been around the community for a long time, right? And by the way, we called I removed your wrench because they didn't trust you, and you're still trying to apologize for these people.
And you still didn't get blocked just because you disagreed with Steve.
Right.
You've been around for a long time.
Right, but now it's the point where you're running this narrative, and you're just changing the stories, and you're just apologetic for them. Bullshit is enough.
We should clarify. Blue was asking what narrative meant because they used the term incorrectly. And let's be charitable and give it before we kick them on out of here. Do we want to explain what a narrative is?
Sure. There's a couple of things for narrative, but mostly a narrative is somebody trying to change a story or spin a story to make it sound more convincing than the actual truth.
Mr. Sirius, do you want to touch on that?
That's a dirty, real quick and dirty thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, what I've found in my experience, because I mean I don't know anything about philosophy, I just can say what I've experienced. Narrative is kind of the stuff that you fill in between the facts to like just spin the stuff that you don't know, or try to convince people like I have these two facts, and between that I'm going to maybe you're over here, and you're over here on this next fact, but I'm going to take you on this wild ride to connect the dots to make it better for me, or try to convince you of something.
Yeah, it's spin. It's basically spin.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. It comes down to when somebody is going to fill in either gaps, or they're trying to use something to correlate, like to draw lines between two things that are not connected. And so the narrative is that thing that is connecting these 2 points. The rhetoric that's used to connect these 2 points, I should say. It's usually rhetoric.
Yeah.
Also, I find it interesting that they can come out like immediately in public to speak against Steve every time, but when it comes to somebody who's standing with Steve, they got to do it privately. And I mean, have they come out publicly at all yet?
And by the way, Los Angeles, you're not welcome around here either. By the way, this Los Angeles is one of those uni rock sycophants, and I'm just not going to have them around any longer. I've given them all ample opportunity to defend themselves, and I'm not going to any longer. I think it's only thing is doing is exacerbating shit. And Los Angeles.
You just explained that's just chat catching up.
Yeah. Los Angeles is over.
He's doing it anyway.
She's a uni rock sycophant, and it's just I don't need that kind of crap around. But go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Sirius. Can you repeat the question for me?
I was asking if they've ever come out in public denouncing what happened to Moon, or have they only talked in private?
One person messaged her speaking for themselves and 2 other people in private only. And nobody else of that group has spoken about it.
It's weird whenever it's like trying to denounce somebody over here
that I've seen.
Nobody comes over here in private to like try to make sure what they're about to say is accurate. They just publicly say it all day, but then when it comes to like defending somebody from getting a death threat, that can't be public.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But anyways, Philo didn't respond, and I've had enough. I'm not going to be able to put up with these people any longer. This shit. It's
well,
just ridiculous.
Philo is what's the word? She's being. Oh, there's a word for this. Not patronizing.
I don't think Blue even heard your question, Steve.
Why wouldn't she have heard my question?
Well, because now she's saying, has my telling off finished? Probably meaning they were AFK while you were ranting.
No, it means that they're not addressing the question, or they're just being dismissive.
That's dismissive. Bye, Blue. You're done. Go back to you like all that other side. Disingenuous. No, disingenuous is good.
Well, it is a good word. It's just not the word I was thinking of. Yeah. Sorry. There's a specific word. It has to do with like when a kid is being like defiant, but it's not defiant when they're not they're not addressing whatever the parent is saying, and they're just. There's a word for it, but I can't.
Dismissive?
Petulant. Thank you.
Petulant,
Yes,
petulant.
petulant.
But,
Thank
but,
you.
but mark my words, you'll see
Bless you,
see
sir.
Blues on other people's channels in live chat going and mad talking shit about me, and she'll be like, Steve blocked me because he couldn't handle criticism, and she'll be running this narrative because that's what they do. And I don't care because I don't want these people around.
Because nobody cares what they say. We only bring it up when we never talk about them because they're talking about us. What we do is we talk about them when their narrative starts hooking onto people that otherwise know better. That people that deserve to be addressed, people that deserve to have answers to questions. And now that these people have been so broadly exposed, that hopefully now we won't really need to anymore, because people can be like, oh, well, look at this Fiona Robertson's video that was debunked in summer. Here, go watch the debunk video for it. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's like no one won't know the debunk video even exists because they're not actually going to come over here and ask, has this been addressed? That's not even ever going to come up. They're just going to push whatever they want with the context they like because they can't have an honest argument. I swear to God, this is something I've learned over the last few days, that honest arguments are beyond them.
Yeah. No,
seen that.
By the way, Miss Sayers, okay, first of all, I agree. I admire your tenacity. I really, honest to God, do. You have extended principle of charity to people that I wouldn't spit on if they were on fire. Okay, I admire that in some ways, but at the same time, it just gives them legitimacy. But even you, who has been so charitable to these people, you even reached your point where you said, "Oh, fuck it, these people are legit not willing to have an honest discussion. They are bullshitting." And they're running narrative, and I've seen you say it. I mean, they pushed you of all people past your point, and you're pretty goddamn, wanted to have a conversation with people. You give charity.
Helios just said, Lost Anna just now posted, LOL, Steve blocked me on the GDC. Yeah, no, these people are coming here not to have conversations with us, not to hear what anything has to say. They're coming here to get blocked so they can laugh about getting blocked.
That's my point. This is why I got rid of Blue finally and stuff like that. I'm not an idiot. I know when people are doing that, right? So, I mean, Helios 575, doesn't it just prove my point? And now when people say, well, Steve blocked somebody, it wasn't because they were disagreeing with me. If they're an honest interlocutor, I'm going to ask more questions. Matter of fact, we gave Skeptically Steve how much time to have an actual conversation, and he just refused.
He was here for a good 10 minutes, just spamming chat with nonsense.
But people are seeing this, and I want people to see it. So.
Oh, and also, honesty comes in a lot of forms. Like, if they go, oh, they're saying I was being dishonest, find the lie. I mean, a lie can come in, like, literally the omission of malformed question. Like, oh, Steve, how long have you been a rape apologist? It's like, that's not technically a lie, but it is very dishonest.
Yeah, and she's over in Unirock's chat, because I just looked over there a second, because somebody mentioned it. And she says, I know I'm so important right now. No, nobody even knows who you are.
People were legitimately asking. The answer is you're a Unirock sycophant.
Yeah, that's all. And
now you're using getting blocked over here to try and suck up and get attention from Unirock.
Right.
You're not important to us.
You're not important to us.
You're trying
Sorry.
to be important to them.
Sensei, notice me, Unirock. Sensei, me virtue signal to you, Sensei. I got blocked over in Steve's chat. Please love me. That's what I see. It's like, for fuck's sake, people. It's like a badge of honor to get blocked by me to these sycophants.
Steve, this is half a joke, half serious. I almost feel like we need to put together like an FAQ for you. Like, is Steve a rape apologist? And then have like links to like videos and timestamps where you've clarified your position on this. Just so like mods, anytime someone asks that question in the chat, mods can just spam
just send him column and obloquy. The video that Shush did.
Yeah, Calumny and Obloquy covers all of that pretty well. The only thing that it doesn't cover is the confusion between somebody saying somebody's honorable and somebody saying that somebody is innocent or guilty. Because people not understanding the difference between a belief claim and a knowledge claim, or people not understanding that you can believe one person without thinking the other person is lying. or like it's just the thing is like it's grasping at straws. But yeah, you could just link them calumny and obloquy anytime somebody says Steve's a rape apologist. Send them that video. I'll leave that as a standing challenge. I left that challenge to Joe. I'll leave that as a standing
And by the way,
challenge.
Joe didn't watch it.
If-
Told you.
If of course you didn't. If anybody, I don't care who it is, if anybody can debunk the calumny and obloquy video, including the comment that has been the pinned comment that's there, if you can debunk that video, I will call Steve a rape apologist, and I will stop working with him.
The also when it comes to the honorable thing, that's I've seen examples of where people have so little charity that it like equals dishonesty. They try to say that he says that he's charitable and trying to connect that to even the rape apology thing is completely dishonest. He didn't say it was, or not, sorry, he didn't say it was honorable. He didn't say it was honorable because he was a rapist.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and Gabriel said something like the issue is Steve doesn't like rape. Who does?
I mean, you could say, like, if your son kills somebody, you could say, oh, yeah, he's a murderer, but I still love him. Oh, you love murderers?
Yeah, thank you. That's a brilliant observation, actually.
That's something that I found that is bizarre, that people are saying, well, if it had happened to you or someone close to you, you would never forgive them or you would never do this. It's like there are people in court who go and deal with the person who like killed their brother or killed their kid, and they sit there and they forgive them in that courtroom.
Yeah, it's called reparative therapy.
That's a ridiculous statement to assume that nobody is going to ever be forgiven for something horrible that they've done. You might not think that they deserve to be forgiven, but that's not up to you. That's up to the people that they've harmed.
Yeah, and it's so funny is people have said to me before, oh, Steve is like has vindictive things and stuff like that for like Katie Joy. I don't even really agree with vengeance justice, like what's called retributive justice. I'm not a big fan of that. I believe in restorative, and I believe in imperative justice. I think has a bigger effect. So to say that I'm obsessed and I'm vindictive goes against my very core ethical considerations. It makes no sense to run that argument. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't like retribution justice.
It would apply if you were hypocritical, but you would have to show that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, prison systems these days, they're not rehabilitative.
Correct.
Fuck that word. They're like you said,
hang on
based
one
on
sec.
retribution
I'm going to
punishment.
clarify this one more time, and then I'm going to just remove this person who doesn't get it. Gabriel, you said it was consensual. No, what I said was he said it was consensual. And what I said was I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll say that 15,000 times. I was not there.
See, he's doing exactly what I said that they would do. He's now saying that you're changing what you said because you knew what you said was wrong, which isn't what happened at all.
It isn't. It's just clarification. Now, Gabriel, do you accept that, or are you done? I always give people a chance. I really, honest to God, do. But I mean, if they don't want to understand simple clarifications, then there's nothing else I can do, and I just want to have them around.
Yeah, no, Gabriel is trying to say that, not that they're saying this, they're saying that people think that you've said this, and so in clarifying it later, the damage has already been done.
No, and he says, I'm not doing anything harmful, but he says, but you said it was consensual, so that image is out there. No, again, I just clarified it for you. I was not there, Gabriel. Do you understand this? I was not there. He claims it was consensual, and he's maintained his innocence forever, like from day one. Are we good? Does that clarify?
This isn't the main reason. The main reason I put the FAQ idea out there earlier was because I was feeling a bit bad for Jason Bourne, because who's here a lot and super chats quite a bit. Because when he asked a question earlier, you're a bit flippant with it, and I get it's because you've answered the question over and over and over.
He's actually super chatted questions numerous times like that before, and things.
Yeah, this isn't the first time we've answered even that question from
him. But Jason, yeah, this
no,
is not.
This
is not. Hang on, this is not isolated incidents, and I'm sorry, but I'm not about the super chats. And so, I mean, as far as if people want to ask honest questions, super chats, great. I love super chats, but he comes across as dishonest in asking his questions. I've already been answered multiple times before. He's asked the same questions before. I don't want those super chats. Does that make sense?
I've personally not seen anything dishonest from Jason Bourne, because I'm not here all the time.
Right.
I have other shit to do. But
Shocker.
I've been here every time.
but
No,
well,
you haven't.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
would-
right. Some chesscraft. Yeah,
I've never seen Steve and Cheshire in the same room before.
there's a reason
Steve
for that.
just fucking lied.
Steve's a liar.
Mind blown. But my point is that actually I don't even know what my point is anymore.
You were saying, Jason, you felt kind of bad for
Yeah,
him.
I
because
I kind of felt bad because like I feel like because you've been asked these questions multiple times, even if people are innocently asking the question for the first time, it comes across as dismissive
Yeah,
the way you answer the question.
it
So
is.
it can end up feeling like they're being attacked. So
Then they didn't learn the difference.
There's-
'Cause he
yeah, I
wasn't
get that,
attacked.
but at the same time, not everyone is as I don't want to say intellectual because that sounds like an insult, as emotionally detached as some of us are.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
get
not
that. I
that
get
we
that,
don't have
Alice.
emotions, but
I think then that's up to at that point. I think then it can't be on us if this is a regular occurrence. We can't cater to that.
Right.
well,
every
that's why I
single
said the
time.
FAQ idea might help
Yeah, I see what you're. I see what you're saying.
alleviate that
yeah.
situation.
The thing
Because
is
I
I
that
don't think I don't.
it-
I wouldn't do it. No.
I get what you're saying, and I like the idea, but I honestly don't think it will apply because we're talking about things that and streams that we know Jason has been a part of.
Yeah.
We're talking about where it's been clarified, and we know that people have seen it and people have been there, and people are coming in and asking these questions anyway. They're not going to go and read an FAQ because that FAQ would actually be really long.
Well, okay. Well, dismissing this specific example of Jason, it would still help with newcomers to the channel or
Potentially, yeah.
people just coming from the other side asking honest questions.
I think the problem is doing a fact, and it lends some on optics, which I don't care too much about. It lends legitimacy to these people, and I don't want to give them that.
Well, I also
I
think
don't-
it
I
would
don't
cause
know
another
illegitimate.
problem. I think it might end up causing more questions.
Possible, yeah. There's nothing else need to be said about any of this stuff. It's just
I see what you're saying.
yeah.
Like I get the point. Maybe there's another way to do it, but I mean we do Q&As all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's nothing permanent about those because it ends up on the channel, and then
I get
time
you,
moves
Liz.
on, and
I-
people don't go back to those Q&As.
Well, that's why they should be getting linked in the chat.
Yeah.
That's why we don't address
Well, that's what I'm
Fiona
saying.
every
We can
single
use
time.
the
We just...
FAQ to link those videos with the timestamp of those specific
mhm.
questions. Is what I'm saying, where
Yeah.
those things get clarified or
Way
answered.
too much effort, to be honest with you. I
Well,
get you.
I mean,
I
we
get
have
you.
a whole
Liz.
community to help with that.
I'm not
it doesn't
stopping
have to
people from
be-
doing anything, right? I mean, but I'm just saying I wouldn't waste my time with it.
I mean, to be fair, I think I like the idea. I don't know how well it would. I'm not convinced it would work in practice. But if somebody's willing to put the effort in to do it for us, because I'm not, I can't.
Yeah, I
I
don't
can't. I
either.
really can't.
I don't
But
have the
if-
organizational skills, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd do it myself.
I mean, I can organize it if somebody wants to just give me what the question is, give me what the thing is, and give me what the timestamp is, and I don't know, give like each mod a question to find the answer to, and then everybody can send me their shit and I'll organize it. But
I was just sort of thinking, like, put the FAQ in the description of each live stream and video,
Oh, God.
and then
No.
that'd be
That-
too
I
big.
don't know.
Yeah.
That'd be a bit overkill.
Yeah,
Posting
I-
it somewhere is not a bad idea, but maybe in
We
the
could
about
post a link to
page.
the FAQ in the
No,
description of each video and live
I
stream.
just
and
I
then-
don't want to go that.
I don't know.
To be honest with you, but I appreciate the
It was
sentiment.
an
but-
idea.
Yeah, it's an idea. We consider
You know
it.
what should be happening is that people who should be being honest, and they should actually clarify when something they've said is proven wrong, and they should make a retraction and take it back, so their followers don't keep coming over here asking questions as if we've never answered them
Yeah,
before.
yeah, and that's something to be said. If people
Mhm.
really want to make a difference, they need to stand up to these people and tell them, "This look, this has been addressed. You're lying. You're whatever it is. They need to stand up for them if they want to do something like that."
Well, that's one
And
of
that-
the.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
But you don't have.
I was just saying, like,
what quick?
I
Liz,
did tell Jason to go back to the rum and coke from a
Yeah,
few
I
nights
saw that.
ago
Yeah.
because that question did get answered there a few times.
Yeah, I don't think that's a
So-
real account though. I think that's. I mean, it's hard to tell, but there's indications.
I've seen Jason being really flippant
Yeah, me
before.
too.
The other issue is more of like, fine if they want to ask the question, but these people and Jason also didn't address our answer.
Right. They're not looking for the answers.
They ran away. They said they were attacked and left.
Yep.
So we're dealing with a situation where we've got people who come in and ask us every single time these questions. We tell them where to go get the answers, or we answer briefly. They take it as, remember how Mikey was saying, oh, you said they were stupid, so they run off. They take it as, we answered you briefly, so we're attacking you because we were being short with the answer. Well, we're short
Yeah,
because
I get
we've
that.
addressed it a bajillion times, not because we're attacking you. So it ends up in a lose-lose situation where there's really nothing we can do about it. And even when we do take time and address these things thoroughly, the same people will come back and ask the same question, or either on a different account, on the same account, assuming that we're not paying that much attention
that
to
the
the chat.
Is that the same Mikey with the beautiful avatar?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
just checking.
But
Jeez.
but they also they don't acknowledge that we've answered their question and say, oh, okay, thank you for the clarification. No, they're
I
usually
guess it
quite
does come.
rude.
and people have actually, like on Demi's videos, I know that people have left comments telling her she's just full of shit and wrong, and she deletes them, by the way, which is again, which is we can modify. I mean, I don't care that, but
Hey, do we want to pull a clip of Demi saying that she doesn't
Delete comments?
she corrects her shit when she gets stuff wrong?
she never corrects her shit. Yeah, never. No, ever. And by the way, yes, Zebulon, Tony Designs was a non sequitur mod. Hangs out with Kyle. He has mods for other channels. He's not ever welcome around anything relating to any of my channels. He was Tony Design was a mod for Kyle, yes, and he's also a mod for some other channels, but he won't be anything relating to my channels.
Oh, I meant to ask. Assuming the move over to non sequitur happens, how long do you think it'll take to get the partnership thing up again that you have on your channel?
Like the members?
I have no idea because it's
see.
a pain in the ass. Justin says I got banned and deleted by Demi for calling her out. Yeah, and by the way, didn't she say she'd never do that? At one time, I think I heard her say
Yeah,
that.
she said she never deletes
Yeah,
stuff and
but-
doesn't want to ever delete it. And what did I tell her? I had this conversation with her directly. I had it on over Skype. We had a conversation where I said, "Hey, you've got a lot of trolls showing up in your Discord. Be careful. I'm not going to tell you not do what you're doing. I understand what you're trying to do." And she's like, "Well, I want to do this." I'm like, "No, I know. What you're trying to do is you're trying to have a space where anybody can say whatever they want. And I'm telling you right now, the people that you've got in there will destroy that."
Yep.
Because nobody's going to be able to say whatever they want because they're all going to be jumped on by these people
and by the way,
because they're trolls.
I've said the same exact thing with In Time, by the way, and I
Yep.
was public about that. I told Nick very clearly and Ansgard that
Mhm.
the way they want to run their channel is of course their way, but it was never going to work in reality. It's a fantasy that you think that you can have a channel where you don't need moderation. It's just ridiculous. And yes, Tony Designs was a huge Kyle supporter, and that should explain a lot for things. And I didn't know that he lost his mods on MDD, but fuck him. I'm surprised. Yeah, he and Keon were the two big supporters of Kyle. There's
Keon
more,
makes
but
me smile every time.
yeah,
No,
I can't
it's
help
Keon.
Keon. It's 2:00 in the morning for me. I'm tired.
See,
This was never supposed to go 4 hours.
he makes me happy.
But you
I
guys-
don't know, I can't quit Keon, man.
I can't.
Every
quit
time
you.
he comes up, I just get a smile on my face. He just makes me laugh.
Did you see?
He's so cute.
Did you see Elusive Man just ripping him, just destroying him? It's like, God, this is entertaining.
Yeah, I
I'd also
broke
like to
Keon 2 days
clarify-
ago.
Yeah, he did.
You broke Keon?
I'd also, sorry,
Wait. Serious? You broke Keon? Don't be
Yeah,
breaking, don't be breaking
it's-
Keon.
He blocked me and like so many other people for a day.
He's like a stupid little puppy. You just gotta like teach him not to piss all over the floor.
And that's Agrippa. Agrippa, by the way, is back in Twitter jail. He got his account taken away. Didn't last till February, like he was planned, like he
My
was hoping.
God.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Wonder how that happened. Dumbass.
These people are just fucking nutters, man.
I just like they're clearly saying that, hey, I don't want to get banned, and yet.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm not against reporting any of these people at this point. It's reached the point where if somebody is harassing somebody, I'm going to report anybody that I can at this point, including their channels if I have to. If there's
Well,
some
they're
targeted
harassing
stuff.
you
Yeah.
at this point, and they're.
I never had
they've been
before though.
harassing you for
I never had
years.
before, and so I'm at my point where it's not so much it's bothering me, but it's ran over and affected other people like Moon. I think something needs to be done. So if somebody is calling out for a targeted harassment, I definitely probably will be reporting them. Yeah.
And there's an issue with sorry, you were saying about In Time's chat.
Yeah, well, in Times chat,
without-
they have people like Exiled and other people hanging out in that chat, and I've had numerous people message me saying that the reason why they don't watch in time is because they can't chat in the live chat because these people will just jump on them.
Yeah, I don't hang out at In
I
Time
don't
either
either.
anymore.
That's why
I
I
don't
don't either.
I don't retweet them either at all anymore. Like I can't endorse sending somebody to go into
know.
that kind of a vitriolic situation.
I know that's why I stopped as well, and not that I don't support them. I love In Time, and I love Nick and I get along
What
with
they're
Ansgar,
trying to
but
do is fantastic.
yeah, it's just
I tried again to show up in there like a couple of days ago, and I was just like,
well, it's the same reason with the Geek Room. The Geek Room embraced these people, and I couldn't be a part of that.
Yep.
The Geek Room literally embraced these people, and I'm like,
oh
nope.
yeah, and you can see that. And the thing is that it's one thing to say that there's some people in the Geek Room who are good people, and maybe there's some in the Geek Room that aren't good people, but they're using the Geek Room name, they're using the Geek Room logo and that account to comment horrible like go look at the live chat on Demi's premiere. Go look at the thing. Like the Geek Room is making really awful comments about us.
Yeah. And by the way, I even never, I didn't say anything negative about Frankie or Brandon neither, by the way.
Nope.
But look what they're saying about me now.
I even asked them questions about what had happened with them and Unirock to try and figure out what the hell had gone on. They were really mean to me about it, and I was just like, I'm just asking you what happened. He's told me this. I'm coming to you asking what happened from your end. And they just all jumped on me for it. And I was like, I'm just trying to figure out what the hell went on. I'll go ask for you guys and see if I can suss out what had happened.
Yeah, when you start hanging out, when you start like hanging out with Demi, and Nate and those guys, there's a problem. But Jeff says to me and you, I'll watch In Time, but I don't go in live chat because of the people in there. You're not the only one, dude. Trust me, you're not. And Nick is well aware of this, by the way. Nick is well aware of
Random
this.
question.
I just don't find it. It's not welcoming at this point.
It's not welcome at all. This is why I like these kinds of environments. We still have dude, it's 3:30 in the morning, or 2:30 in the morning my time, so it's got to be late on the East Coast. We still have 140 people watching. I will, and a lot of them are UKers too. But I will be having these late night hangouts. I've told people I want to have late night hangouts on this channel. But the environment here is more than welcoming. You can come in and talk about what you want. It's just I don't accept narrative. I don't accept bullshit. And we give people chances. And I think that's something that should be fostered. That's not what you find In Time. You just have a free-for-all of people that will be jumped on if you say the wrong thing. And it's not In Time's thing and fault. It's the people.
It is their fault. No, it's their fault. They're responsible for their.
They are
own
responsible
chat.
for the channel. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, but I mean, it's not their fault that people are jumping on people directly, but it is their fault that none of that maintaining proper control of their chat like we do here. So yeah, if that's what you mean by that, sure. Yeah.
Random question: who is the Geek Room?
I don't know the other people's names. I don't remember, but it's basically Frankie and Brandon, who, by the way, like I said, I'd never had a negative word to say about. Yet, as soon as they denounced the Geek Room because of who they were associating with and supporting, they just turned on me on a dime. And basically, the fact that Bullinator used to produce for them, and Bullinator had a crisis of moral and ethic considerations. He could no longer good conscience produce for them because of the people they were supporting, actively supporting. Not just having on, but actively supporting. There's a huge difference, and I denounced some of the same pretty much not long afterwards, and so but I was like, I'm not going to like let Unirock call Frankie and Brandon a troll because that's not what they do. They're not trolls. But as soon as I denounced the Geek Room for their I think their unethical considerations they have had support for certain people, I became the bad guy. And they ran over to the other side, and friend of enemy was it the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing, and I thought that was pretty shitty actually, but
in both regards. And it's not like there weren't any conversations that attempted to happen in the meantime.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't.
It's
really
not
have a
like
conversation
it didn't
with
come
them,
out
but-
of it didn't come out of left field, is what I'm saying.
No.
It wasn't like you. It wasn't. It shouldn't have surprised them.
No, I don't think it surprised them at all. To be honest with you,
It's like if you were to now go publicly and say, you know what, I'm going to rescind my thing with In Time. That I don't think you would right now because I don't think you have any issue with the people that are running it. But if that did start to go that direction, you would say, hey, you've already said, hey, this is happening because of these actions.
here's the
or
difference.
This inaction.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
And so
real quick, here's the difference. In Time has actually made it clear certain people will never be on their channel.
Oh
they
yeah,
don't
and that's
support
fine.
them. That's the
What I'm
difference.
saying is that if they went in that direction, you would treat In Time the same way with the Geek Room, and they should not be surprised
Yeah.
because you've had these conversations up to this point.
Yeah, and Nick would, you know what Nick would do? He would be like, I totally understand. You know? And Nick got blasted by Demi. Yeah, and I support Nick 1,000%. I mean, what Demi
Well, Nick
did.
I was kind of bizarre because Nick got blasted by Demi, and then Nick was on Twitter praising Demi. So I was under the impression that he hadn't seen the video.
I don't know. I think Nick just wants to. He wants to try to smooth things over for people. But I know I know he saw it because he said it bothered him, or he saw something like. I don't know exactly what he saw, so I can't speak for him. But you know, the fact that what Demi did to go after him because she couldn't go after me, yeah, I can't ever forgive that.
Nick's a bit of an idealist as well.
He is an idealist. No, not bit. He's straight up idealist. Yeah, I know that about him, and I get it.
Well, the thing is, how do you keep the peace with someone who is constantly firing at you? You just let them fire at you forever?
I think he's had enough. I think he's had enough, but we'll see.
I'm asking Chad. I don't mean Nick necessarily in particular. I mean in
general?
general. In some cases, yeah, pot shots at you aren't worth addressing. I agree with Mikey. There's lots of stuff that's not worth talking about. But at some point there is a line, and there has to be a line. So why would you keep the peace? Because keeping the peace implies and infers that you're continuing conversations with this person, that you're playing nice with them, and that you're still interacting with them in some regard, in a kind manner, in a peaceful manner. But how do you interact in a peaceful manner with somebody who's constantly got you on blast?
Yep.
Or is going to stab you in the
I
back
guess
at
you
any
could try and
chance they
high
get?
road them, but that doesn't always work.
I honestly couldn't tell
Again,
you, but
it's an issue of degrees as well, because you're not going to deal with every Joe Blow that makes an accusation that has 4 fucking followers. They're just not worth the time.
Mhm.
Like, unless you're going to address them in a whole bunch of other names.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, nobody's going to care about that name because they care about this name with 300 followers. Like, you're not going to address everything.
I'm low on followers, and I feel
At all
personally
times.
attacked.
as you should.
I have 2 subscribers on my YouTube channel, and I don't even know how they did that.
Is
I
one,
don't know how I'm findable.
is one of them me? I don't know. Probably not.
No. I have 2 subscribers on
them.
my YouTube channel.
Yeah, and both of them are Steve.
Me, it's Steve McRae and the Great Debate Community.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sub for sub.
Yeah, sub for sub. Sub for sub. But
That shit is trash. I have nowhere near as many subs as I should, if that were the rule.
yeah, I'm about fading too. You guys want to wrap it up?
Yeah, I'm down.
When do you?
I was just happy to meet Mr. Serious.
When do you sleep?
And a
Oh, yeah, hey.
coffee?
Yeah.
What's sleep? I don't know what you're talking about.
Crazy.
Who's
Sleep when
Mr.
you're
Serious?
Yeah, I'm gonna get sleep. But tomorrow, I will be streaming about a half hour before Uni's thing, and we will be live streaming it on my channel. Well, not streaming his. What we do is we're gonna have the audio and the live chat. He can't do shit about that. That's fair use. We're gonna be commentating on it as it happens. He can just fuck off. So if you don't want to watch it on his channel, you can listen to it on mine. That's fine.
I think Steve
That's
needs
fair
to be
use.
reminded. Did you change the name? You changed the name, right?
Yeah, I said I call it Unirock Gets Legit Everything Wrong. Moon Story.
I would take Uni out of the title. We're barely even talking about him at all for the majority of this.
All right. How about just Moon Story?
Yeah, you could do that.
All right. We're using her, right?
Moon Story and other topics.
It's automatically assumed other topics. It's a 4-hour stream. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to be able to in real time talk about what Kyle's bullshitting about, because now the narrative is that it wasn't a 50-50 and that I helped him get it started on his YouTube channel because he was just a noob. I mean, come on, people. What
Are
the
we really
fuck?
gonna live stream watch this? There's only really one reason I can think to live stream watch this, and it's because there's a lot of people that are gonna want to watch it that don't want to give Uni the view.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm just going to have the audio. I'm not even going to have his video. I'm just going to have the audio piped in and then his live chat and then talk about it real time, which is, by the way, perfect.
You're gonna show the live chat.
Yeah, well, should I?
I
What time is
wouldn't.
this happening?
It's just gonna be a cesspool.
Yeah, that's true. But
What time is this happening tomorrow?
I don't think 6 or something Pacific.
6.
Yeah, Uni says they're going to
Pacific.
strike it if you
PST?
co-stream it. Here's the thing: Unirock can strike it, and then I file a counter strike, to say it's fair use, and then he has to take me to court. And if he wants to file court papers, he's more than welcome to. I'll give him
There's
all
also
my lawyer's information.
I do want to be specific about what Uni said. Uni said if they just play it. I do want to that's he didn't say that if they played it at the same time, I would strike it. He said if they only play it, because it's the only way he would be able to actually
Right,
strike
that
it.
wouldn't be fair because that wouldn't be
properly.
fair use. I'm going to be
Yes.
I'm going to be with a whole bunch of people, and in real time, we're going to be listening to that audio as Kyle and him speak, and then we'll be addressing it in real time.
And if he does strike it, then I guess we just won't talk about all of the times that he was streaming and commenting on any of the streams Steve was in
Which is numerous
live,
times,
even
yeah.
when they were when they were still friends.
Yeah, and it'll be on my main channel.
So just to clarify, it's 6 p.m. PST, correct?
I think that's the time, isn't it?
Did they have it written down? Did they have it
Yeah.
hearing or whatever?
And yes, by the way, I know that they're listening. Yes, I did tell
That's fine.
you need to sue me if he wants to copyright strike me. Don't ask the high guy. I am watching your live chat. I was
Damn.
curious. So yeah,
I can't be here for that. I'll be at a job interview.
yeah. These people are idiots. It's like they don't understand what fair use is. So if somebody wants to strike me, I will file a countersuit, and I've won every single one of them. Every single countersuit or counterstrike I've ever filed against, I have won. I know how to do it very well. And then you have to take me to court. And if you want to take me to court on it, be my guest. And I
Well,
don't
that's
bluff.
not hard to do because they have to provide evidence they own the content, and they
Yeah,
don't.
fuck you too. Don't ask the
So-
high guy. I am watching. I just turned over your live chat for a second. Go ahead. Let Unirock try to sue me for fair use. I would love to see that. You guys are idiots. I mean, like straight up fucking idiots. I mean,
They
for
think
God's
we
sake.
don't know or we don't see, or they just ha 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 ha. It's really funny. It
hilarious.
amuses me that they just think we don't know who they are. So they come over here as if we don't already know that they're coming in from that chat. It's bizarre.
Oh, now Steve's watching and trolling. How am I trolling? I haven't said a goddamn thing in their chat. I am legit on my Great Debate Community account.
That's because they got people watching this.
It's Inception.
Yeah.
It's Inception.
Well, yeah, but this also isn't trolling
Yeah.
either, because we're not. That's not what trolling is.
Oh my God,
we
these
did
people
a
are so
whole
goddamn
definition
stupid,
about
man.
it. Jesus Christ! Hey guys, since you guys are watching, can you please go watch the video we just did about what it means to actually troll, so that way you can actually start using the term consistently.
Yeah, so any of them going to ask about the books, and anybody going to ask Kyle where the money is, and everybody going to ask him why
No.
he didn't file anything in court, and that the judge has already ruled that it's 50-50 partnership, and that the intent of the court is to turn the channel back over to me, and anything he does to the channel will be held as contempt of court, and my lawyer will be pushing for an arrest charge.
Yeah, I honestly don't really. think
I actually asked him a straight question. He said, "Well, it's not." He said, "It's not criminal fraud; it's a civil case. But if he does anything to the channel, that would be considered contempt, and that the judge would at that point would then issue what's a bench warrant to have him come in front of the judge and ask why he did that." So, there you go. Good luck
Yeah.
with that.
It'll be interesting. I don't know if it were me in this case, if I were in Steve's position, I would probably not have talked about this kind of stuff, like what he just said specifically, as of right now, because I would have just been like, let Kyle make every single fucking mistake.
Yeah, no, I
Delete
get,
the channel,
I
coward.
get that. Well, but you know why I kind of hope that he kind of does.
That's me though, and
No,
I'm not saying
no, but
that
here's-
my
okay.
advice is good.
But Cheshire, we know Kyle does the exact opposite what he should.
Yeah, fair
Right.
enough.
So-
Yeah, there's a decent chance he's gonna do it anyway.
Right, and I've already told you what happens if that happens,
Oh, I know.
and that works out to my favor.
Oh, I know.
Okay,
That's what I
so-
was saying. I wouldn't have said anything.
But
And then just
I want to say
let
something
him
because I
fuck
know
it
what
up on
I know what he's capable of, and that's why I'm like, okay,
Yeah, that's fair.
go for it.
No. I don't disagree.
give
that
him
you
enough
do it. I'm
rope
just
to
saying
hang
what I
himself
would.
with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, guys, but we're gonna kind of wrap it up. But I appreciate it tonight. We're gonna be, like I said, we're gonna be doing these at least once a week, maybe twice on this Great Debate Community channel late night. I know the UKers like it, and I don't sleep very well at night anyway.
Oh, I was talking about Uni's tweet. Did he say something more about reporting people. Oh well.
I
If he
have no
said
idea.
something more, yeah, I was referring to specifically what he had said on Twitter, that I had seen. So yeah, if he said more about it and talked more about it in lives, then
Uni
yeah,
clearly
I've
doesn't
seen
understand
that.
what fair use is. If we commentate on a live feed where they're just getting, I just want the audio, so we can in real time point out all of Kyle's inconsistencies. Then, yeah, perfectly capable of doing that. That's fair use.
Wait, are you guys going to live stream the live stream or the VOD of the live stream?
Just the audio portion.
Okay.
Yeah, just pipe it in, and then as they talk, we're going to be commenting on all his bullshit, and maybe laughing and drinking at the same time. I don't know. Whatever people want to do.
I was going to say, because that might be a little difficult, because if you have to mute them to then comment on something, you might miss something else important.
I know it's difficult. We've done something similar before.
We can technically pause it during a live stream. We'll just
That's
get
a good
behind
point.
on the stream, so it's
Yeah.
kind of whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys want to see my foot before you leave? There you go.
Well, I mean, let me ask my live chat here.
I got a hair
we
on
still,
there.
we can still like 140 people watching. Is that something that you guys want us to do tomorrow?
You guys want more feet?
No, not feet. One for yes, that you want us to just be commentary as it's going on, and two, if no, what do you guys? At least we leave it to the
Well,
community.
selfishly, I would rather you put it off and just do it with the VOD so I can be here for it, but
when
yeah,
are you
that's
gonna be?
me.
Yeah, it looks like all these people
'Cause
don't want to watch Uni Rock, so
It's 12:30 p.m. my time tomorrow, and I'm going to be at an info session / interview for a job.
Yeah.
So
good luck with
We
that.
could also, if people are, we could always wait, like, and start an hour after, kind of like what we did when Kyle did setting the record straight, and then we went live as soon as he was done.
Yeah.
But people actually want to watch it, so people want to watch. That's the thing. That's the only
Yeah.
reason I don't think Uni is worth addressing. However, I think there are a lot of people who want to see what Kyle has to
Oh,
say.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled
they
about
don't, and they don't want to have to deal with Uni Rock.
it. I
So-
don't understand this narrative where he thinks I'm concerned. I've already won. The game's over. I mean, it's just like, what the hell do I got to be concerned about?
I don't understand that either.
I mean, it doesn't matter what the
The
hell
war
Kyle
is
says at this
won.
point. The war is won. I've won. He's lost. He's found guilty of fraud. It's a done deal. He cannot change that. Fraud, fraudulent conversion, and all that other stuff. Breach of contract, which means, by the way, there was a contract. Let me explain it for the dumb folks over at Unirock's channel. You cannot have breach of contract without a contract. He was found guilty of breach of contract. That is established. That part's done. He was found guilty of breach of contract. In order to be guilty of breach of contract, what is it again that you need to have? Oh, wait, a contract.
Oh, you mean like how saying that
these people are idiots.
if these things were faked and not real, they can't have been leaked?
Yeah, they use that terminology a lot. Leaked, even though it was fabricated. Yeah. By the way, I will give $1,000 to anybody that can show I did anything that I fabricated, or Chesh, either one of us. $1,000 to you.
Oh, come on! You can't give them too many challenges. Let them stick with debunking calumny and obloquy first.
I go for that one first. All right, whatever. But I still want anybody to show that I have ever faked anything besides.
Can I put my foot in my mouth? Yeah, I can do that.
Besides an orgasm.
I can get to about there. I can't quite get it over my head, but I can get it pretty close.
Because
I'm pretty sure the only way Unirock can still get an erection is to hate on you, Steve.
I know it's a hate boner from hell. Well, because I mean he's not relevant any longer. I mean he knows it. People have discovered that he doesn't give a shit about facts. He has this core sycophant group. By the way, none of these people stood up for Moon. None of these people stood up for Chesh. None of these people stood up for anything. They're just drama people. That's all they do. We have more than that over here, and so I'm thankful for the people that are over on this side. I'm grateful for the people that watch this channel. But you know what? Unirock will give it another like a month or so. Everything he said, it will be shown that it's completely 100% wrong. It's just a matter of time. So,
Me
hi
and Chat are
guys.
having fun on the side.
What's that?
Nobody's listening to you.
Nobody's
Chat,
listening to me.
Just
I'm-
me and Chat are having fun.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna wrap it up anyways. Good night, guys.
Hey,
Anything you guys
I've
wanna
got a
say?
quick question before you
Yeah.
before you end.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Uni a fraud apologist?
He is a fraud apologist, and he's a fraud, unjust enrichment apologist, and a fraudulent conversion apologist. Yes, according to their narrative. You know, just like a chess, just so you can trigger some people. What is it about Reds and sexual touching and kissy and all that stuff.
But is it apology if you're both guilty of the same crimes anyway?
Fuck if I know. That's Inception.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Oh, about Fiona
That all
and
of
Reds.
these people are not only rape apologists by their own standard, but by actual apologetics as well, which I explained in that other video when I basically took their shit and shoved it up their ass.
Yeah. I mean, if you use these,
If they're not willing to believe Reds on face value, then they're apologists by their own standard.
Yeah, because Demi's lost her mind about that. Demi was losing her mind that you dare think that Fiona sexually assault Reds, which is, by the way, not even what you think.
How dare I believe a victim?
But it's
Weird.
she's so stupid not to understand the point you're trying to make.
So she's trying to. So is she saying that the victim is lying then?
Demi, you can't have a conversation with. So how the fuck do you ever ask these people anything? So it's either one of the things: the victim's lying, or the way that the way that Demi and the rest of them understand these things is flawed. You know.
Oh wow.
Or both.
Go figure.
Yeah.
I wonder what could it possibly be that they actually are too stupid to understand, which is why they walked into that fucking thing like
That was
completely
a trap that you set that I didn't think was going to get sprung like that, but it sure the fuck did.
Well, now you're gonna help them push that narrative that I'm using assault to attack people.
You're using a
because
victim.
It was a trap. I'm using a victim.
You're using Red's rhetoric, who is the victim. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'll address that actually real quick. That is one rhetoric that I think I'm willing to touch on.
We gotta go after that.
If somebody said we're using assaults to weaponizing assaults, first off, no. And not at all. There's a difference between weaponizing something, which is what they were doing. They weaponized an assault. They weaponized a situation to attack Steve. What we did was take their definition, present our own examples and our own experiences, and applied their definition to them.
I got
ask them in our experiences. How does your definition apply? We didn't use somebody else.
Chester, I want you to take this. I want you to take this one because I already obliterated, but I want you to have the honors.
Yeah.
Fraser says, Demi said that Reds didn't see it like that. Get it right, Steve.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
They don't know what the hell is going on. I can tell you right now, you don't understand what is going on. I didn't get anything wrong, by the way. I legit getting anything wrong. They're missing the big picture here. There's
a reason why Reds phrased it to allow other people to define it.
Exactly.
What he said was, I'm not going to define this here. That doesn't mean he's not defined it.
Yep.
It means that he's not currently defining it for you. He's going to let you guys define it. You tell him if you think that qualifies as assault or not.
Yep. There you go. And I think that's a brilliant way to put it because can we just try to tell him what Reds is doing? It's pretty obvious to anybody with a brain.
Well, yeah, okay. All right. If you can rub two brain cells together, the answer is anybody who says it isn't assault is doing apologetics.
Yep.
And justifying it to not be assault.
According to their
definitions.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, he said that, Fraser. He did say that. I mean, trust me.
You could ask Reds if he actually cared about what he felt.
Why do we care what he thinks? He's just a victim. Yeah.
Oops.
Did I just do the wrong thing? I meant to make him a moderator.
No.
Oh,
I was just laughing at something else.
I meant to make Peter a moderator. Did I delete his message accidentally?
No, he retracted it.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, shit, did I push the wrong button?
No.
Because I meant to make him
saw
a
what
moderator.
happened. It was pretty funny.
Okay.
I didn't even see who asked that question, so.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But anyways, Fraser, long story short, Reds is brilliantly using their own argument against them.
But was it public? Reds asked me to make it public when I very first brought it up.
I heard him actually say it. He was on.
He's also made it public, on Thoughts of
Jay Brown. Yeah, Thoughts of Jay Brown. That's who channel we're on.
Yeah, if you're looking for his take on it,
so
that's where
he did exactly say that on Thoughts of Jay Brown because I listened to it myself.
Yep. You're welcome to go find it. It's not very far down on his video list.
Yeah.
I think Reds is going to be on there tomorrow as well. If you guys want to go check that out.
You know, because all of a sudden being uncomfortable is equivalent to sexual harassment. And also there's actual contact.
I can give you my opinion. I think that was assault because it was, one, there's a difference between being uncomfortable in a situation where nobody is in physical contact, and two, there's a difference between forced physical contact and then there's forced physical contact of a sexual nature, like a kiss on the mouth.
Yeah, and I'm going to be on
And
record
that
to say
would be
that
my
I'm not
justification.
disagreeing with her on it. I'm not agreeing with her on it. I think there's a value discussion to be had, but if Fiona wants to live by the sword, she's got to die by the sword. And by her same reasoning, she committed sexual assault using her definitions.
Oh yeah, by their definitions, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
There's no
but
way you
that's
can get
my-
around that. There's just no
and
way
that,
you can get
that
around
would
that.
be my reasoning for saying that the three things that I just said, which I actually didn't qualify with what I would actually call it. I just said what I would. There's a difference between these three things, and you guys can figure out the rest. I didn't actually make a claim there. I just stated these. There's a difference between this thing, and this thing.
But watch, I never make a claim either, but you'll see people try to manipulate that and twist it. There's no claim to be made there.
That's fine.
The only claim is by their definitions, that would be construed as sexual assault, and I don't see how anybody can argue against that.
Well, you know, they created these definitions just to attack you, Steve.
Right, exactly. This
Right.
is why they we kind of made these weird stipulative types of definitions because it was all just to try to throw me in that big umbrella.
Oh, you mean because they wanted to weaponize?
They wanted to weaponize
assault
it, right? Yep.
and rape.
Shocker.
Yeah, and just FYI out there, anybody out there sees me on Twitter, if you want to like come at me about like Steve and rape apology and whatever, if I can check your Twitter and I don't see that you're a champion of this for a billion other people, then fuck off, because I know what it really is.
Oh, I love
Well, you do,
that.
yeah.
That was
Especially you do
really
now.
good. You've called that so good. You were like, hey, so if I go and look here, I'm going to see that you're actually a champion for this kind of thing, and you're not just here to hate on Steve, and your last bunch of
None
tweets
of
aren't
them.
just hating on Steve.
None of them. I challenge anybody. And I'll leave you guys with this right now. Challenge anybody. Find me one fucking person from that group. By the way, we need a name for them. I don't know what besides the McCrazies, but I mean, there's got to be a better term for them. But anybody from that group, find one of them that has championed any of this stuff by
Oh,
any other video that's been wardens on or anything. It's anything. Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Has anybody found a shred of evidence of ever championing anything? Seriously, you looked into it, did you?
No.
Yep. Shocker.
I found what? Oh God, what was it? Somebody, it was fucking Keon said something hilarious that had to do with Kool-Aid Man, and I was just like, oh my God, I'm keeping this. What did he say? Give me one
saw it,
second.
but
Oh my God, it was so fucking funny.
It was like McCrazy Kool-Aid. It
You
was
have
something I
this
can't
weird
remember.
fascination with Keon.
Dude, I do. I agree.
It's
just-
bizarre. This
he's
is where
adorable.
I fundamentally disagree with Cheshire on this, so we can disagree on something on fundamental levels. Keon is
Mc-
dangerous, is sick, and you just treat him like a play toy.
He called it McFool-Aid.
Fool-Aid. He's an idiot.
Can we call them the McFools?
Oh God, he's just a serious idiot.
I don't know. I have a strange, dark sense of humor as well. Has anyone seen the movie God Bless America?
No, I don't know.
No? Okay. Yeah,
might
that's
have.
one of my favorite movies.
All right. Well, anyways, I'm going to go call it a night. So like, subscribe, all that happy horse shit. We already got like more dislikes than likes. I don't care on this channel. So do it.
Yeah, whatever. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Uni had a whole bunch of people coming over here watching, looking to try and do that, and we know that. So
Oh yeah, it's fine. Whatever.
Shocker.
They're views. So, all right,
well,
guys.
this is why we turned them. Oh, whatever.
I turn them off on the main channel. I won't be having them any longer. They don't give us any value to anything. It's just for the algorithm. So like or dislike, I don't care. So do what you guys do. Like or dislike, sub. I'm out. Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.